orange and a bunch of grapes.
Yeah.
That's it. Are you sure?
I woke up at like 3 p.m.
Why did you wake up at 3?
Because I'm a comic.
That's not. But what do you mean?
Yeah.
Because what did you do last night?
I did a show.
Okay.
I did a
Very
show
good.
in Dallas.
All right. Yes. But then what would happen to where you wouldn't wake up until 3 p.m. after the show would be the question.
Yes, sir.
Before I asked you what you did last night, you said you woke up at 3 p.m. I said, why did you wake up at 3 p.m.? So what happened last night? Other than your stand-up set, unless you listened to it afterwards.
This feels like the end of Legally Blonde.
I don't know what happened in Legally Blonde. I'm sure that's a
nail him for something.
Okay, I don't try. Yes, I'm trying to do an interview.
God,
I'm not good at this. I'm not good.
where were you last night at 2 a.m.?
I was at the Capitol, dude. Yes. No. I just drove here. I got super drunk last night after the show.
Shiva Ari, ladies and gentlemen. Shiva Ari. We are in a dry spell right now. We might have to go fucking turbo mode here. Ladies and gentlemen, your next minute tonight. Remind you, I have the thickest stack of big joke books I think I've had in the mothership era. Not a single one has been given out. And I have one little joke book left. This is unprecedented, ladies and gentlemen. Which is crazy because last week it was all, except for the first one, all unbelievable. 4 secret show editions last week, an all-star lineup. The momentum runneth dryeth. Let's see if it starts here with the stylings of Anthony Ruan, everybody. Anthony Ruan. Let's see what happens. Here's Anthony, everyone.
I started dating this new girl. I'll be honest with everyone here, I really like her. She's just into things that I have no experience in, like role play. She's trying to get me to wear these magnums. I'm a terrible communicator. I don't know how to let her know, like, that's not how that works. No matter how dark this face paint is. But chill out. You guys are going to feel much better when I tell you I ran that joke by that black gentleman right there. He told me he hated it. So, it's much better than my last relationship. My last girlfriend, she broke up with me after we found out the apartment was haunted. I'll admit, it's scary stuff getting in a huge argument when you know you're too afraid to go sleep on the couch. But there's one time we're in the middle of this big fight. I was like, you know what? The light started to flicker. I was like, you're right. That's it.
All right. Anthony Ruan. Have you been on this show before?
I have not.
Okay. Well, welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for a year and a half.
Okay. Where at?
Phoenix, Arizona.
And that's where you still live?
No, I moved to Austin 3 weeks ago.
Okay. And how is that working out for you? How's Austin treating you?
Not as good as I thought it would be.
That's why.
Lots of mics, but no state like show time. I would do shows in Arizona, so I'm just trying to get back in.
Right.
Here you are. Here I am.
You're on the show right now.
Thank you guys.
There you go. Absolutely. What do you do for a living?
I'm a cake decorator.
Okay. There you go. Absolutely. That's amazing. How long have you been decorating cakes for?
For about a year and a half, about as long as I've been doing stand-up.
Amazing. You decided to go start stand-up comedy and decorating cakes at the same time. What were you doing before that?
I was driving semi-trucks.
James.
Well, how do you go from... You seem pretty young to have had a midlife crisis and said, I'm going into cake decoration. I'm so happy you have an interesting job that we can talk about in the show.
Yes.
What cakes do you like to decorate? Wedding cakes, kids' birthday cakes? Do you do it at H-E-B or a fancy place? I'm fascinated.
Tell us all about the cake decorating. I am so interested.
It's Walmart.
You gotta start somewhere.
Wow. How does this start? How does one even get into cake decorating?
It's the highest was one of the highest paid positions at Walmart.
So you went to a Walmart. You're like, what kind of jobs are available? You looked at the pay, and you're like, I'll just take on cake decorating.
It's exactly that.
Wow, incredible. Were you driving trucks for Walmart before that?
No, I was driving for a beer company.
Okay, what made you want to stop driving and start cake decorating?
A DUI.
Ah, yes, that'll do it. Many of your favorite cake decorators were once truck drivers. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Where were you when you got the DUI? Were you getting high on your own supply out of the back of the truck?
No, I was driving home from a New Faces comedy show at Tempe Improv, and I got pulled over while I was eating McDonald's.
Is that a crime? If that's a crime, I'm in deep shit.
If that's a crime, then Red Band's Jack the Ripper.
I got pulled over when I saw the lights. I panicked and I dropped the McDonald's all over myself.
Oh, yeah.
And then my thought process was like, if the cop sees this McDonald's all over me in my car, he's gonna like assume I'm drunk.
And you were a little drunk, right?
Yeah, I hid the McDonald's in my pockets.
Oh, I love this. Now we're fucking talking. Finally, a moment of an interview where somebody admits fucking something.
Yeah.
Other than them being a federal witness against Demetrius Andre Jenkins III.
Not this guy.
Not you. Not you. So you're shoving like what? What are we talking about? Fries, burgers, other sauces in your pockets? Like what do you remember?
McDoubles.
Whoa! Oh my God! So this is while you're pulling over, or as he's approaching?
No, I had them all in the pockets by the time I was pulled over. He didn't find them until he searched me.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Wow, this is incredible. So, you're driving, you're eating McDonald's, you got McDoubles, no fries? You went straight there?
Oh, yeah, if you use the app, you get a free...
I did not know this. Red Band actually created the app. A lot of people know that. Okay, so you see the lights, you're eating McDoubles straight up. How did you get to eat some of the McDouble at least?
Yeah, I was like halfway through that first one.
Right. And then you took the second one out of the bag in its wrapper and put it in your pocket?
I kind of had them like all laid out.
How many McDoubles did you get? When you say
I had three McDoubles.
that is 6 hamburgers in between 3 sets of buns, ladies and gentlemen. That is true. That is an acceptable.
I want you to answer this question truthfully. Are you the hamburger?
Honestly, that guy's legit as fuck. So I would take the hamburger.
True gangster. So you take a burger, you take 2.5 burgers and you shove them in your pockets. And then the cop comes up, and what's the first moment in which you realize that you might get in trouble? Does he say that he smells alcohol?
Yeah, he was like, you been drinking?
And you're like, no?
Yeah.
Right? What had you drink that night? Let's go through it here.
Lots of tequila shots.
Oh, yeah.
I was celebrating a good set at the Tempe Improv. So
in Tempe.
Yeah.
You were loving it, right? Tempe uses unmarked cars, correct? Was it an unmarked police car?
No, it was marked.
Okay.
It was Chandler Police Department.
Oh, yeah. Top. Did you have to go to Maricopa County Court?
No, I went to Chandler courts. They gave me like mandatory minimums, like 2 days in jail, house arrest.
Did they make double your fine? Fuck yeah, dude. All right.
It was a pretty big one.
What did he say when he was feeling, and when he's patting you down, and he goes, "There's a little something here." Was it like, is there anything? You have anything in your pockets that could hurt me or give me heart disease?
Yeah. It won't pick or poke you, but it'll give you cholesterol.
It's on your walls. It's stucco. It's on your roof.
There you go. Yep.
His exact words, when he pulled them out, and he had them in his hands, and he said, "Why are there birds in our pockets?"
People ask Red Band that every day. And then what did you say?
I said exact words. I said, "I don't know. Take me to jail."
Brilliant. At least you knew, because I was going to say, you must have skipped the tests and everything after that, right? You admitted to being drunk?
Yeah.
Right. That makes sense. Wow. So from a high to a low, did you have to spend the night there?
No, actually, they put me in the cell. They closed the door and they opened it and they let me go. And I was actually like less than a mile away from my house when I got out of the police department. I could see my apartment complex.
Amazing. Perfect.
Do you talk about this on stage, by the way? That's way better than anything you said in your minute.
Yeah, I do. I have a bit. That's pretty much like just exactly what I said right now. They usually words.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Wow. So what's the craziest thing that's ever happened to you as a cake decorator? Weirdest cake you ever made?
There's not like really weird cakes. I've had like people say they don't like them. Yeah.
What did they not like? Your decoration part or the flavor?
Honestly, I think they like it until they see me, and then they like notice that I'm the one that made the cake.
Has there ever been a time where you felt like, someone was going to rob you at the cake store and you started shoving cake in your pockets? Have you ever gone back to that? Have you ever put more food in your pockets before or since then?
No, that was the first and only
Were
time.
you stoned? Were you high? Did you smoke some weed that night?
No, that was my honest.
Just a night
reaction.
in Tempe, a wild night in Tempe, a hot night, lots of tequila, and you're shoving burgers in your. I can't imagine being that kind of drunk to where I'd be like, fuck, I gotta get rid of these fucking burgers.
Yeah.
If he sees these burgers, he's gonna know I'm drunk. Like, I would eat the burger and I would like try to fucking get a pickle.
Some like
Yeah.
on my neck.
Yeah.
Small alcohol.
Exactly. Yeah, I'd rub the burger. I'd put it everywhere but my pockets.
That's like the exact opposite of what I thought.
Yeah. Did it feel good?
Yeah.
Would you ever do it again for leisure?
Yeah, it's in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, I will.
I've often thought about putting a McGriddle down the front of the trouser.
Yeah.
If it was 2 hours later, it'd be a different story.
Oh, yeah. You're foiled by time.
Yeah.
You couldn't have hotcakes in the pants.
I couldn't.
Anthony, congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket here. You can put that in your pocket. That's a little joke book. The last remaining little joke book. I'm going to have to start getting out cigarette butts. Smoke cigarettes. If this trend of okay pocket pulls continues. This sounds like a name that I would make up, ladies and gentlemen, because I think it's one of the funniest last names in all of comedy, but it appears as though this is this guy's real name. Make some noise for David Jenkins, everybody. I do believe I use that word all the time. David Jenkins.
Hi, everybody. So, I was grocery shopping the other day, and my unemployed friend wanted to come along, as they do. And he just is one of those political types that can't stop talking about how bad Trump is. But I let him go on, the whole spiel. And his big thing was he was against borders. He said, borders don't work, borders don't work. I was like, all right, you do you. But we get to the checkout line, and on that little conveyor belt, he puts that little divider. So I'm just a little confused. Do borders work or do borders not work? It really didn't look good because I was buying for taco night. Do you think an autistic girl has ever paid for fake tits to avoid eye contact? That's my time. Thank you.
Okay, David Jenkins, welcome to the show. This is your first time here.
It is.
Welcome. That was okay. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've done it like 5 times.
5 times. You live here in Austin?
I do.
Born and raised?
No.
Where are you from?
Tampa.
Okay, what made you want to move here?
I've got a long history here relating with my girlfriend. She lived here for several years up until 2020, and I visited in March of 2020, right when the lockdowns happened, and then in June, and then I had a one-way ticket for the first time here, and we drove back together to Tampa, where she came back with me.
Okay.
And then we moved out here.
You guys
in
are still
August.
together?
Yep.
Amazing. What does she do?
She does DoorDash.
What do you do?
Accounting.
Wow, you're a real accountant.
I am. Yeah, that's my real last name.
Jenkins is your
I know.
real last
I know.
name?
I thought about making a fake Jenkins name because I know you love to use it. But
I
I'm
love
like,
it.
no,
I
I'll
think
just go for it.
Jenkins is the funniest last name.
Perfect.
Absolutely incredible. Well, that's your real name. So you come from a long line of Jenkins.
I'm actually the third.
You are David Jenkins
And
the third.
yep.
What does David Jenkins Sr. do?
He's dead.
How about your dad?
He's retired now, but he did. He was a mechanic for airplanes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you've done it 5 times. You're an accountant. What made you want to start stand-up?
I just love it. I've been listening to it for so long. Like I remember in 5th grade, I don't remember which album it was for Brian Regan, but just listening to that again and again and cracking up every time, putting it on the radio with my dad, and I've just been obsessed with it ever since.
He's the man. He makes everybody do a job before they go on stage before his shows. Little fun fact.
Welcome. How are you?
Clean and sober.
Really? I know he looks like Santa now.
Hello.
I didn't know that.
How are you? What up, Leaf Wind? Hello. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, say hi. If not, we're just watching Kill Tony. Enjoy.
All right. Tell us the most interesting thing about your entire life, David, before I get you out of here. We're going to fly through some.
I've got the same tooth knocked out 3 times.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So they keep putting, when you say you got it knocked out,
Yeah.
is it people knocking it out?
1 time. But not on purpose. It was never on purpose.
You just force playing around?
Yeah, the first time I was running up a wet slide, fell, hit it, boom. Second time I hit a kid on the forehead while playing basketball, and the third time I got hit in the face with baseball. So 2 out of 3 times sports. Unsurprising.
James, what do you think about this?
I love that you've had the confidence to wear a beanie that makes your head look like the tip of a penis.
Absolutely
I
true.
think that's good. Right there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What made you pick flesh-colored?
It's my girlfriend had it, and I didn't want to buy a new one, and it's really warm. I mean, it's cold out tonight.
Okay. Yeah.
And you've coupled that with the I have grandchildren sweater.
Yeah, you can't scare me. I have grandchildren. Where do you get something like that? A lot of hip dudes on Tonight Show. Where do you get a shirt like that?
I thrifted it on Depop. I don't know if you've heard of that. It's like an online
Oh,
thrift.
I know all about it. I go all the way to Round Top just to antique sometimes.
I don't believe in hip-hop. I think that's the weak way to do it. I go to the big weeded Goodwill with all the troughs and the angry Hispanics fighting you for the stuff. That's what I do. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know all about it, and they're extra angry for me. When I walk in there, they go, "You're all lucky to even be here. Get out of my bed."
No.
I thought the joke at the end was good.
Thank you.
I just wanted to be supportive, and it was.
Thank you. No, I got more laughs than I thought it would, to be honest. So
It got more laughs than I thought it would, too.
Yeah.
It's because the audience has only heard comedy for a total of 2 minutes tonight. It was Aya and Martin Phillips. Here's a little joke book. There you go. I've been given more little joke books, by the way. I've been handed little joke books. The great Bones Eye is somewhere skinning a cow right now live for us to be able to have more little joke books. I have decided to pre-pull names, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into turbo bucket pull mode. When you hear those noises, that means that since since there have been no big joke books given out tonight, that I will be pulling and we will be watching people do minute sets until somebody truly kills Cody tonight. This is the 9th fucking pull of the night. It could end right now. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Wes Bullens, everybody. Wes Bullens.
Am I the only one that always gets jump scared by Valentine's Day? It's the same day every year, guys. It's a day to just be sad as fuck, you know? Think about all the past trauma from your last relationships. Valentine's Day is like my day of Holocaust Remembrance Day. Because every relationship I've been in has just been completely over-exaggerated, if not just made up. Joking around, guys. I'm not Elon Musk. Just having some laughs, having some drinks. At least I see you guys drinking here. I actually went sober. That's my New Year's resolution, to go sober. It's a good thing, right? Yeah, it's a good thing. No, that shit sucks. It's just you and everything you hate about yourself trapped together all weekend long. You start looking forward to Monday? That's rough, man. I challenge you guys, go to a dive bar sober and actually see what it's like. It's traumatizing. It's like Valentine's Day and the Holocaust every single weekend. Thanks, guys. My time.
And you know what that sound means. Little joke book for Wes. No interview. He's gone. Wes Bullens, we are in turbo mode. When you hear that slot arpeggio? That sweet slot chime. We're going until someone kills. Who's with me? Your next bucket pool. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute for Matthew Jordan.
How you doing? Welcome. So I've been going to the gym lately. Dropped 40 pounds already. Thank you. Got addicted to Zumba all the time. Going in there, first time ever in there, they looked at me like this gringo's going to be out after 3 times. But I'm there. I just wanted to space to that. You just can't stop with that. So going to about the 3rd song, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. I don't know if I'm having a heart attack or not. I'm going to the Zumba, going. Boom. The 4th song. Wait to the 4th song. If you do make it past the 3rd song, the 4th song, you just start feeling the music. The music starts going. You don't even know what you're doing anymore.
Weapon I could have ever thought of, or they could have ever thought of.
You're on a rush.
I don't say no defense against it, but you're an absolute monster. You want to keep these refugees. And so
you get a target on your neck. That's Betty back there. She's coming up. She wants that spot. No shit. I was here an hour early. Put my water bottle down in that spot right there. It's mine. Who knows about all that? You fight for your spot in Zoom, but I'm telling you one thing.
Holy fucking shit. There's a little joke book. Thanks so much for Matthew Jordan, ladies and gentlemen. Your 10th bucket pull of the night. This is unbelievable. We are quickly approaching a record, which I do believe is 16. The 16th bucket pull that night, a fun fact, because I remember, because I'm a big fan of this show, was Aaron Belial, who would go on to win a golden ticket. He would go on to America's Got Talent and ticket selling star today. So anything can happen. This is bucket pull number 11. We have one little joke book left to get. Make some noise for Ian Sharp. Number 11, everybody. Ian Sharp.
Hey, thank you guys. So the other day I was walking around town, and believe it or not, I saw a real life Nazi just standing there. Broad daylight, full uniform, table full of propaganda. So I knew what I had to do. I said, not in my town. So I walked right up to that Nazi, punched her right in the face. Beat the shit out of her. Don't worry, I wasn't in any danger. She was way smaller than me. Like, suspiciously small. You know, she was about 5, 6 years old. But listen, if you're old enough to wear that uniform in public, you know, the infamous Nazi uniform with the green skirt and gray and sash covered in war medals. If you're old enough to wear that, you're old enough to get punched in the face by a grown man. And get all your cookies stolen. All right, now listen, folks. I'm no hero, all right? All right, well, fine.
You guys are insane. You've forgotten what. Okay. We're going through a turbo round, no interview. Ladies and gentlemen, I just pulled another one, so before he comes up, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring someone up who specializes in following people bombing. I waited. I didn't want to have to wake him up. I didn't want to have to bring him out of his fucking cage. But ladies and gentlemen, here he is while we wrangle a bucket full, because it's up to a bucket full to get us out of this mess. We will go all night. We will do all 200. This is True Naked.
My dad is my best friend. Even though he talks shit about me already. And he's a kooky guy. I was scrolling through Facebook. I got a group recommended that says sexy superheroes. And my dad wasn't there. So I checked on it. And just to see what type of titty freak off shit he's into, that's when I realized my dad is a Batman cosplayer. Imagine this. He is a 6'6", 450-pound black man in a Batman costume, in a wheelchair that he calls the Batmobile because he can't walk. He goes, I'm Batman. I love solving crime, unless there's stairs. Like, why can't you be trans, Dad? It was awkward. I walked from my parents' house that game to that game. That's when I realized my parents were creating content. My dad, full costume, batarang hanging out. My mom hunched over in a pleather costume. It smelled like a Arby's roast beef sandwich in that bitch. They had the meat, but I'm not going to keep shame. You can find me in the group of the retarded Robin. Thank y'all so much.
All right, True Nickets, ladies and gentlemen. We're flying through it tonight, Drew. There he goes, True Nickets, everybody. We are still in turbo mode. I don't know if you guys hear those sweet slot chimes. You guys hear that?
Come on, let's get some energy up for this
No. We don't want fake energy.
All right, we bring the energy back down, everybody.
We want you to be a true judgmental crowd. We know what the fuck is going on here. Stay judgmental. Someone's got to fucking earn it. Ladies and gentlemen, in an unprecedented episode, this is indeed your 12th bucket full of the night. Make some noise for a minute from Matt Rivera.
Hey everybody, my name's Matt. I've always struggled with my masculinity. I think it's because I like bubble baths, which is really confusing because now ice baths are cool. It's like, well, you get in a tub of ice, you're manly and you're stoic, but you have some soap and you're a pussy. I don't know how to treat people, man. I saw this homeless guy the other day, and he asked me for money. I opened my wallet, I only had $2, so I told him no. Then the next day I came back and he was dead. And when something like that happens, it really fucks with you, and it teaches you to appreciate things in life. Like, I am so grateful I didn't give that guy any money. Because he's fucking dead now, and it's a tale as old as time. You know what they say? A bird in the hand beats two of the dead homeless guys in a bush. I've been getting a little freakier in the bedroom. Recently, I had sex in the Amazon position. Yeah, it's pretty hot. It's when I'm on top and she's on her phone looking at throw pillows. All right, thank you guys.
All right, Matt Rivera. The biggest laugh you got there, you shook your head like that. You go, why'd you do that?
I don't know. I was just, yeah.
Were you surprised?
I'm surprised that I'm here right now. What the fuck is a lightning round, dude?
Well, you know how you were at that bar across the street and all those people came over here? You saw people leave with the person with the headset?
I did see all that. I guess it's not going great. I don't
It's
know.
not going great. And it's still not going great. It is still, as you hear that sweet sound, it's still not going great. I have no more little joke books to give out, but I will give you a bottle. This is a bottle of Souvenir Comedy Mothership water. Now, it might not seem like much. Now, I'm going to wait on the cigarette butts. This doesn't look like the kind of guy we want to give our DNA to. Now, this might seem like nothing, but this is actually a $13 bottle of water. Have you ever had a $13 bottle of 20,600 milliliters before? No, it's impossible to have that small of an amount of water worth $13. Only here, the true souvenir, courtesy of the Comedy Mothership. A $13 bottle of water. Right when you think Joe Rogan can't get any richer. Leave it to a $13 bottle of water, ladies and gentlemen. There's also, it's reusable. John Dees has reminded me, as I'm sure that Carrie would, who runs the joint, it is reusable. That is one of the things that they tell me when I make fun of them for having this bottle of water. Is they go, it's reusable. I go, who the fuck is going to fill up? Who's drinking this with rusty, second, sloppy? All right.
Excellent water.
Yes, it is delicious.
High quality water.
It is unbelievable. Do you drink water sometimes?
I tried to, yeah.
There you go. There he goes, everybody. Matt Romero. We are on number 13. It seems like it will never end, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Sean Stewart, number 13.
Woo! Howdy, y'all. Howdy. It's crazy how Britain used to be cool, right? You had to be rich and famous to fuck your cousin. A king and a queen. The powerful fuck their cousins. Now they fuck kids on an island. Okay? I'm kind of sad I wasn't invited there. Not as an adult, but as a kid. I wanted Nickelodeon stuff. I think it could have been better than Disney Flash. Right? No? Everybody got real mad when they found out Stephen Hawking went to the island. I don't know why. I don't think his dick worked. If I was a kid on that island that got him on my weekly schedule, I'd be kind of pumped. Right? You know he gave some ass head. Right? It was like, Arnold, Beaver, Maddie. The show would have been great.
Sean Stewart, everybody. You hear that sound? We're in a turbo round, Sean, so put the mic back in the mic stand. You don't have to do an interview. You get to go right back to bed where you came from, back in your sweatpants. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has been on this show multiple times. I do believe it's a door guy here. This could be the answer we've been looking for in fucking poll number 14. It would be crazy if this guy doesn't do good. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a new minute from Adam Lucky.
Just heard it. How the fuck we doing, everybody? We in it? I'm going to do a fucking catchphrase right now. I'm going to go, Ayo. You guys give me a shebang go. Ayo! Fuck yeah. So the other day I was beating my daughter at Jenga. Am I right, guys? No, that's a joke. She beat me. So I punched that bitch in the fucking face. Ayo! Fuck yeah. Anyway, I don't be fucking that bitch, by the way. I may look like a pedophile, but I'm not one, which is tough. Because I do have resting. I do fucking my daughter's face, which is not easy. Which I don't like, because I got to walk around with that daughter, and it's tough, because she's not even that hot. So it's like, damn. Not only do I look like a pedophile, I look like a pedophile who can't even pool. Like, uh-oh. God damn. She may be 5 years old, but she's a 4 at best, am I right? Oh my God, I went to the Kill Tony show and a guy made a pedophile joke. Fuck yeah. Suck it, fuck it, boys. Hell yeah.
Now you did good. You did good. And normally that would be good enough for a big joke book.
Thanks, Joe.
But I realized that it's kind of defeating the purpose having someone that already has a big joke book up, because we are without a doubt inside of the turbo round.
All good, brother.
Anything crazy happened since the last time you were on the show?
Stayed off cocaine.
Well, congratulations. Normally, a lot of people that open up with "Give me a shebang and I'll give an AO" are still on cocaine.
Ironically enough,
But you
but on the kratom.
Oh, you're on Kratom?
No, I'm trying to. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. It's what every addict does now. I don't know if you guys have any of these Kratom
It's fun.
buttons. Yeah. Yeah. So you started with just a little bit, right?
What, the kratom? No, I went up full on hard.
Really?
Yeah, because I used to be a painkiller addict, so I went up deep.
Okay. And so now you're deeper, right? The addiction only grows a little bit more of a. How do you do it? A scoop?
No, they have these press pills now. It's basically just like gas station Vicodin, so it's badass. They're really cheap, and they make fucking Hey Arnold really funny. So I highly suggest
And
it.
how many does it say to take on the instructions?
It says 2 a day, and I'm down to 30.
You're down.
No, not
Seriously.
No, not really. No, I'm 4 a day. Tomorrow I'm supposed to quit, go cold turkey, so I'm just gonna sweat in my room for 4 days.
Have you thought about quitting before this? Have you tried it all to quit?
Yeah, pretty much. But tomorrow's like the day I'm like actually gonna really try hard. But we'll see. No promises. Sorry, Mom.
It's not going to work.
No, it probably won't work. I know.
There's no
Thanks,
way you're
man.
quitting Kratom.
I mean, I'll do my
I can
best.
just feel it in the air.
Thank you.
You've tried to quit before. How long have you been on this Kratom addiction?
I mean, overall, probably like 6 years.
I was expecting that to be Heidi and James.
I didn't know the show was going to go for 9 hours.
I know, it's a crazy one.
Hey, James.
All right, here we go. Here he goes. Thank you. Adam Lucky, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple appearances on this show. We're going till we give away a big joke book. A true fucking bucket full. Here we go. It could be right now. There's the lovely Heidi. Total opposite from James McMahon. Makes noise for... This is indeed our 15th bucket full of the night. We are one away from the record. Make some noise for Luke Newcomb, everybody. Luke Newcomb.
Y'all, I think it's safe to say life is like toilet paper. We all go through it. Some more than others. They say they don't. They gotta be full of shit. I wouldn't shake their hand. That's what I'm saying. That's a hot take. I think cheating is bad. I think it's worse when women do it. A woman will cheat. Not even come. Fuck. Like guys are so gross. Like they'll be like, oh, just a fucking pussy. Like yeah, let's do it.
Oh, you know what that means. Do you want a cigarette butt? Do you want one of Red Band's cigarette butts? Here you go. Man. All right, there he goes. Luke Newcomb, everybody. We're in the turbo round, Luke. I don't know if you hear that noise. Keep the volume up. Jesus Christ.
A woman will cheat and not even come with like a beautiful poem or something, you know?
Hold on. Let me make sure I have this correct. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is it. Ladies and gentlemen, this will tie the record for all time. Are you guys excited to be here at a record-setting episode? How long's it been? 12 and a half? June 2013. What is that? 12 years? I don't know. We've been doing this show a long time. This will tie the all-time amount of bucketfuls. This should be your final bucketful of the night. Make some noise for Bruce DeTore, ladies and gentlemen. I'm hitting for Bruce.
That's right. Soak it in, ladies. This is what Jeff Bezos would look like without any meat. This is the improved me. I've lost 60 pounds, but I didn't get the results I wanted. I ended up with loose skin. I wanted a tight, tongue stomach. I ended up with a belly that looks like a used grocery bag. Yeah, you know, if my body was an amusement park, it would be 6 red flags. You know? And everything's going crazy now. Everybody's like, oh, the fucking Trump's in office. But, you know, I'm looking forward to it. Because, quite frankly, I like Hispanic women. With all this talk of deportation, there's going to be somebody cute out there that wants a green card. You know? He just renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. I can't wait to see what he does next. There's a body of water that borders the west coast of this great country. We're going to call it the Great American Ocean. What are you going to call the one on the other side? The other American Ocean.
It's a tough predicament. It is a tough predicament. Bucketful number 16 coming out with that head. I mean, you are so funny looking. It's almost not fair the amount of laughter that you get looking the way that you do. You are a funny looking guy and you're aware of it.
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. You get away.
I love it. So you're a real guy, huh, Bruce?
Well, some of my exes would disagree, but fuck those bitches.
Love it. My goodness, and I see the extra skin. It's there on your neck. It's there too.
Yeah.
What's the most you ever weighed?
About 250.
About 250. How'd you lose the weight? What is your secret?
Just diet and exercise.
Okay.
Anything you enjoy in life, stop doing it.
Yeah. What do you do for a living?
I used to be in automotive, and now I'm just pursuing comedy and mooching off my trust fund.
Okay. How much do you have in the trust fund? How much do you have saved up of your trust fund?
I basically live on about $2,500 a month.
Okay. Is that what all they give you? Is that what you're allotted?
Pretty much it.
Okay, so your trust fund, you get like a monthly thing. They didn't want to give it to you all at once.
I get like a monthly stipend, and then what little bit I make off of comedy. So
Yeah.
A little bit of acting.
And the trust fund is from your parents?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, and your father passed away?
No, he's still around. It'll be way better.
Okay, that makes sense.
I love you, Dad. I know you're not watching, but I love you. Please stick around.
That makes sense. Tell us more about your life, Bruce. You seem like a guy that's been divorced a lot.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you the closest I've ever been to marriage was I was going to ask a girl, I said, I need to ask you a question. She said, dear God, please don't ask me to marry you. That wasn't the question. The question was, have you been cheating on me? And she did say yes.
Why do you think she was cheating on you?
Because she's a fucking piece of shit. She introduced me to the guy, too. She's like, you got to come meet this guy. He looks exactly like you.
Did he look exactly like you?
A little taller, but apparently he wasn't as good as in bed because she called me later to complain that he couldn't make her come.
And you could make it come.
Apparently not good enough. I don't know.
Such an interesting predicament. What are your secrets to making a woman come? Teach me, Bruce.
Just work the tongue just desperately until they either tell you to stop or are such a good enough actress you believe they're not faking.
Okay. Oh, shit.
I think we should just give up.
You guys think we should go to the bucket one more time? All right. This is indeed a record. This is officially a record-setting episode. Bruce DeTore goes on to the next one. You know what we're going to do while we go wrangle that person? I'm going to bring to the stage just to show you that it is possible to kill. I'm going to bring up one of the greatest regulars in the history of the show, who would normally close the show, just to show you that comedy can be done. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the greatest regulars ever, here with a brand new minute. This young man, I promise you, will one day be a citizen of the United States of America, one of the shining stars of the Tiltony universe. This is the Estonian assassin, Ari Matthews.
I took the bus last week, and I sit in the back of the bus, and I think I'm alone on the bus. Until at one point, I look to the front. There's another guy there, and he has the down. Shouldn't go. I'm not saying nothing bad about him. He just got it. And he notices me too. And he starts playing the game with me of whoever looks away first. He's a pussy. And you know me, dog. If you wanna fuck with me, I'll fuck you back. So I stare this motherfucker down. And we keep going. I missed my stop. Now who's retarded, huh? And it was one of those buses, you know, the middle part has the slinky accordion. So every time the bus would turn, me and my guy would lose each other. And then every time it straightened out, there he is. The only moment we broke eye contact was because in one of the bus stops from the middle door, a lady enters the bus. And she has, I don't even know how to say this, but she's got they were so big that the tits were on the bus, she almost missed it. You know what I'm saying? And me and my guy, we like both at the same time. We like both look at the tits. And brother, when we look back at each other, the connection we had, that's how perverted men are. It's in our DNA. Because I got a high school diploma, and he thinks mirrors are another roof. But at that point, we were both like, so ladies, get those milkers out and bring this country together. Thank you so much.
Proof that it's possible. 3 minutes of brand new material. After doing tens and tens of minutes before on the show's history. Take note. 16 fucking fools we've been through. Nobody has 1 minute, like any minute of your 3 minutes. And you've done this.
I mean, people like me. I'm gonna go to the show.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I know that. I'm just saying, this is a wild episode. You've been keeping track. I'm sure you've been back there waiting for a while.
I was listening, but I had to go. I had to walk.
Yeah.
I was starting to ball. Like,
Yeah.
you know, when you listen to comedy, you're like, what is stand-up?
Yeah. Yeah.
What are we doing?
Exactly.
I was starting to think it was me. I thought I was bringing
James. Dude.
Sorry, why don't you put the mic in the mic stand? Why don't you sit in next to James and join us? Let's get through the rest of it together. Let's just see what happens here. You want a drink? What do you want to drink, Ari? Order a drink. We might be here a while. What do you want to drink, Ari? What do you want to drink?
Whiskey and soda water.
Can I get the whiskey and soda water?
Two.
We're having fun here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, this is officially a record. Your 17th bucket full of the night goes by the name of Zach Myers, everybody.
What's up? So recently I've been banging this cancer bitch. Yep. But she's not one of those leukemia hoes. She was just born in July. Yep. The issue with her though is she does have cancer, and I'm just not into that. How much can you expect me to care when I can't get to second base because she's already at stage 4? They cut her tits off too quick. Thank you. And a lot of my buddies will be like, well, why are you even into her, bro? And I tell them, it's simple. As an Arabic, I find it sexy how easily she got in the terminal.
Your minute is up. The cat is gone, and the slot chime is in because we are in turbo mode. There was one point in the middle of your set where you said thank you. Did you remember that?
Yes, sir.
They were laughing because of the way that Ari Maddie was laughing.
Yeah.
The overall thing. There was a part where James laughed because he did a cancer. What do they call that?
After the show, I'm going to have to just stare into a flower.
There's good news. There's good news. The show is never going to end. Give it up for Zach Myers as it continues.
You look like a vampire, no?
We are in deep, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Zach Myers back to.
He's going to live a half a year.
Back to the movie Twilight he goes. Did we get that? Did that bucket full come back yet? You need another name? Oh, boy. Red Band wants to get out of here so badly. The noises that he's making. Thank God he's not in control of the show. Am I right? Yeah. Just hand it off. There you go. We're having fun here. Let's kill some time. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second. Ari, Maddie, have you been on the road lately? What have you been doing?
Yeah, I went to Denver this weekend.
Oh, yeah, Comedy Woods, downtown.
Wonderful.
Literally, I think the best built comedy club in the world. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, it was crazy hot, the crowd. You get a bit too confident that day, maybe, for some shows.
It is ridiculous.
I do like the Denver airport, though. You know an airport where you take a flight and then you gotta take a train. Bro, we flew 1,800 miles. Can we fly 2 more? Take me there.
Maybe I'm autistic, but I fucking love getting on that train. Pittsburgh Airport. I'm like, fuck, I wish I could have taken a train to this airport. Hey, I'm on a train. I love it. I love it.
Wow.
We're going to find a superstar here tonight. Can you feel it? I can feel the energy.
Hey, don't you guys think James looks like a cute dog with glasses?
He does have that guy.
Dog.
It's the nicest thing Ari has ever said to me. I appreciate it.
Which one of us is going to get a green card first now? Fight.
People are leaving, huh? Because they think the show's over or something? Someone should make an announcement there at the bar that the show is continuing until somebody does good. Here, I'll give you 2, because let's face it, we're probably going to go through it. And if the first one does better before the second one, then we'll put the second one up next week or something. We're going to stay here all fucking night.
Yes!
For those of you getting thirsty out there, let me remind you that this is a reusable bottle of water. It is $13. Shocking. But it's reusable. So, something to keep in mind. Plus, it has a mothership logo on it. I mean, look at that. What's not to love about a...
Hey, lady, you want to do the secret show Thursday?
Wow, a woman from the audience. You do? Did you sign up? Do you do comedy? Oh, it's a shame. I'll bet you're funnier than everybody without being prepared. Do you think you have a minute? Do you think you have,
Who here has a minute, huh?
do you think you have 20 seconds?
Should we get somebody who's funny?
Did you sign up, sir? You did? What's your name? All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Brandon Ferris. We are doing this tonight.
Let's go, Brandon!
This guy, literally, just said, I can do it. Do you believe in miracles, ladies and gentlemen? We will be here all night until somebody who hasn't been on this show before does good. This is the Kill Tony debut of Brandon Ferris.
I've been told I have resting Republican face. I look like I buy my daughter black baby dolls because February Black History Month. So good.
Get out of here. Get out of here, Brandon. Put the mic back in the mic. Okay, Brandon. You said it. So put the mic back where you found it. Jesus fucking Christ. Get out of here. Now get back to your fucking seat.
He lost confidence in 4 seconds.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, your next fucking poll. I do believe this is fucking number 20 or something. I don't know what's going on here. Make some noise. Oh, we know this guy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Dumps General, ladies and gentlemen. The fucking poll number 20, Dumps General. I can already tell you. We have another one coming.
So, white people, I'm new to dating. Are y'all still afraid of AIDS out here? I've been fucking these ratchet bitches lately, and I was in with her, and I was getting it in. I was trying to get it. I was fuck y'all, that's how I'm fucking. And she said, I kept fucking. I didn't give a shit. I kept fucking. I'm not gonna do this with y'all. Thank y'all very much. I just so
there he goes, Dumps General, ladies and gentlemen. You can go, Dumps. We're in turbo round right now. We are flying through it. Go ahead. Are you guys having fun still, huh? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I've lost count. I literally have to count the days.
22.
This is we are in it. Make some noise for Eric Bell, everybody. This could be the one. Eric Bell.
So my oldest daughter just turned 13 recently and into a little bitch. Guys, it's still illegal in the state to sell your child to a wealthy old childless couple, even if they're white. What? She gets a new and better life and get a new Corvette 3LT. I told that one online. I didn't go viral. I did get a I like, however, a friend request in the comment asking, where can we see more of your material? From Texas Child Protective Services. Ladies, I'm dating. I get it. All right, I've been collecting this for feedback from you ladies for a long time now. I get it. It's not the faces closing ass with you. But you have to be so goddamn mean about it. A woman told this to me recently. This wasn't a date. It's just over the phone, me trying to leave free out in the wild. She said, Eric, your looks are not that special.
Another minute. Eric Bell. Now, let me just say something here.
Comedy's hard.
Let me say something. It's crazy because just a week ago, and you can go back. You can go back one episode right now. Those of you watching on YouTube, you can go back one episode. Jim Norton and Tony Caruso right here a week ago, and only one of the bucket pools got a little joke. Literally 8 out of 9 or whatever it was, or 9 out of 10 or 7 out of 8 got big joke books. And still, as it continues, there's still not one. There goes Eric Bell. Thank you, Eric. We're in turbo round right now. I'm going to count it. Just for our own sake, I'm counting. Somebody say something while I count. Talk about something.
Goodwill has left my body. Someone needs to be great. Come on. I think I did that.
But if you want good comedy, James McCann, new special, out now.
That is true. Hey, America. Go to Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast on YouTube. By the way, this episode is brought to you by Maya and Blue Chip. And this is literally your 20th fucking poll of the night. This has to get us out of here. You feel it? This could be the one. But stay strong. Be real. This is a minute from Aaron Spaller, everybody. Aaron Spaller, number 20.
Have y'all seen these Honda Civics driving around? They got that big ass spoiler, really loud exhaust on it, and all these stickers. And it's this shitty little car. It's trying so hard to be a race car, but it just can't do anything that a race car can do. Shit's really annoying, right? Yeah, it's the same way I feel about trans women too. I feel like I just walked into a fucking fire right now. Breathe. Something I've learned living in this city.
I cut you off right there. Aaron Spaller. There he goes. Aaron, you seem like you'd be a very fun interview, but I got to keep it moving. I don't know if you hear the slot chimes, but we're in turbo mode. Gridman has low blood sugar right now. He wants to go home. This is fucking pool number 21. It's a female comedian. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Ashley Palmer, everybody.
I'm a doctor in Canada, which means the government needs me to stick my finger in people's butts. Yeah, gotta wear a glove though. Yeah, morphine is addictive. Western medicine tried to solve this with heroin. Oops. It was sold over the counter to treat coughs in children. It worked, you know. It also helped kids learn how to write a lowercase n. N is for nap time. N is for Nancy didn't wake up from nap time. But don't worry, morphine's been replaced. I'm sorry. Don't worry, heroin's been replaced by its non-addictive cousin, fentanyl. Modern medicine. We just keep getting better.
I'm sorry, how old are you?
I'm 30.
Even if a guy fucks you, he should still be on a list, you know?
That is true.
I'm not looking for loopholes.
It is incredible. This is what free healthcare gets you, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine walking in and this is your doctor. Are you like a general health doctor?
Yeah, I work. I'm a general practitioner. I work up north, so I do like clinic, emergency room, and in the hospital, in a role place.
So we need to be a white doctor in Canada. I hear it's mostly Chinese.
There's a lot of white South African doctors.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're really good.
Why do you think the South Africans are so good at being doctors?
It's their training programs. Yeah, they're just intense.
Yeah, the colleges in South Africa.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a trial by fire type of thing. So they're just in handling situations.
I can't believe you killed another one. You're shameful. You would do what that teacher told you to do.
Yeah.
Yep.
What was your schooling like? Super Canadian?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't know this, but I studied the Canadian healthcare system because they brag about how good it is. And I like to do my own research just to make sure that I live in the greatest country on planet Earth, and I do. I don't know if you guys know this, but Canada does suicides now for anybody that wants one. Am I correct?
No,
Okay. Correct me where I'm wrong.
it's called MAPE, which is medical assistance in dying, and no one's ever approached me about it, but it's like,
That's because you're working, you just said, an emergency, like urgent care thing, so they would go to a hospital or a normal, actual, professional, actual, real money-making, full-time doctor.
I work in a clinic too.
Yeah,
so
no, I know. That way they wouldn't go to like a free clinic for that. They would just be like, hey, everything's free everywhere. Like what you're saying in clinic, that's just like the minor league hospital, right?
no,
Yes. Yeah, it is. What's the difference between a clinic and a hospital?
I work in a hospital also.
What do you do at the hospital?
Inpatient care.
Is that the people that would kill themselves?
Sometimes, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because it's like for terminal illnesses that cause like a lot of suffering.
I know 21 people who want to get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to multiple Canadian doctors and civilians that live in Canada, and they have all known someone or know people or have assigned it. You haven't?
I know people who have, but I've just never had a patient.
Now, just to make this clear so that everybody understands, in Canada, it's not you're sick with something and dying from something that would make you kill yourself. Like here in America, you have to be dying in order to have other people help you kill yourself. In Canada, you just have to be sad, correct?
Oh no, but that's something they've talked about, which would be really fucked up if it's like that became a thing and then like you don't accept like psychedelic medicines, which are really like you know what I mean? Like
it sounds like you're in denial that your healthcare system in Canada is so wild that sad people just get to kill themselves, and then they schedule them to kill themselves. Where's the airport?
I don't know if that's like in practice yet, but that's a dark dystopian potential.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You say that it's a dark dystopian potential.
Yeah.
That it's unused. Can you describe what MAID is then?
Oh, but it's just not for sad people. It's like for suffering, but for like physical pain. But
you think you have to have physical pain to do it there?
I think so.
You're wrong.
Okay, that's possible.
You can just be sad.
Oh,
I know more about your system than you because I have a bit about it.
Okay.
That I'm purposely not doing so I don't leak it here because I can't do it. Thing one day.
Yeah.
But I would go into it and it works.
Okay. Yeah.
But the point is the premise is what's most important. Here's what's crazy is not only this is going to be interesting for you. Not only do Canadians do this, over 2,000, actually between 1,500 and 2,000 people did it in 2024. And again, this is no physical ailment. This is just being sad.
I wish that was in Canada right now.
I know, that was the joke that I applied 28 seconds ago. Now, perfect timing, by the way, didn't do that then. But they schedule you. So literally, it's not like you go into the hospital and you're like, I want to kill myself. And they're like, we'll do it. They schedule you for a later date. They can process stuff and do things. So they're literally like, okay, come back on this date. We will help you kill yourself. And people have to wait. And that's Canadian.
Or you go to their home. Yeah, that's
service with a smile out there in Canada.
Right. They do it. They go to their home.
Oh, this
right.
What's the weapon?
It's an injectable drug.
Yeah, and you've never done it though.
No.
You know, in Finland, they have the highest rates of suicides in the world, and also last year, the happiest country in the world. Suicide works.
No doubt about it. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. There goes Ashley Palmer, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Ashley. Welcome to America. We're gonna keep it moving here. Fucking cool. I don't know. Again, I think it's 21 maybe. Owen Galavan, everybody. Owen Galavan.
Everybody. Because I think registered sex offenders are like really dumb. Yeah. I'm never going to register. That's my little secret. You guys. For real, though, I don't know how we landed on the term registered sex offenders. Feels a little soft for what they actually are. Could have easily went with convicted sex offenders, but we went with registered for some reason. Why are we making it sound like they're sex offenders that did all the proper paperwork? Like, you register to vote, you register a weapon, you register your car. I don't think a cop's ever walked up on a sexual assault, like license and registration. He's like, oh shit, that actually checks out. My bad. Didn't realize you had all your ducks in a row.
Alright.
Yeah, thanks.
I like that one.
You like that one?
That was a good one.
Really?
Yeah, there was like clever stuff.
I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
Yes.
Really?
Thank you.
Am I losing my fucking mind right now?
Registered sex.
Alright, we're gonna keep it moving. There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. We're in turbo round. I don't believe you. I think Red Band's just trying to go home. Make some noise for Nate Mueller, everybody. Nate Mueller.
Joe Rogan's Comedy Club. Oh my God. What a steam!
That's it. The episode's over, ladies and gentlemen. We're done. We did it. Brought to you by Buying and Blue Shoe. James McKinnon's special. We believe. Tony, we don't give up when the going gets hard. We keep going until greatness is achieved.
What's that?
Alright, everything stop, man, stop. Okay, let's ignore the Joe Rogan's Club. You start from the top. Let's go. Skip the Joe Rogan's Club. Do your material. Go.
Fortunately, that was my material. Built a beautiful scene down here, so I knew.
Okay, there he goes, everybody. There he goes. That's okay. All right, Nate Mueller, everybody. There you go. You're in a special turbo round, Nate. No bombing.
Dude, I've never seen. It was too late like this. This is
all that I had written on this when I came up here was Martin Phillips and Ari Matty.
We're a part of history now. This isn't a normal Kiltony show. This is a historically bad Kiltony episode.
In that West Side Pimp.
Flower must grow. You know what's going to be great next week? It's going to be all fucking kills that are killing. Like, do we have an appointment to go to?
No, he has nothing in the world.
No, I just have
he has to do VR in like a few days or something for a little bit. He has absolutely less than nothing to do. There's no one I know that has less to do than actually Red Band. He's very excited to drink and complain about his night tonight. That's all he has to do, right?
It's my fault, guys. I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault.
The next great comedian in America is behind that curtain.
Well, not yet.
There might be 6 or 7 people behind that curtain. There might be 154 or more people behind that curtain. But I believe that greatness is going to walk out of here tonight.
Is there anybody else inside that signed up? What are they pointing at? You did? You did? What's your name? Jeff Scott? Wow, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Jeff Scott. This could be the one, everybody. Do you believe in miracles?
All right. I was watching the documentary before the show, but got a little depressing, so I had to turn it off. But, It turns out dolphins will have sex with just about anything. Like, they're extremely horny creatures. And it kind of bummed me out, dude. I just thought with me and Flipper had especially, you know. I have herpes now, bastard. I really am trying to prove myself right now, though. I quit playing video games. No more smoking weed or, you know, no more drinking. I started going to church, and that means no more masturbating, you know, especially no more jerking off. In fact, if I'm going to have sex from now on, I only want it to be the Lord's way. I just wish the priest would, you know, take it easy on me, dude. I haven't felt a fart since Easter. That's all I got.
Okay, we're go back to your. We are in Turbo.
Dude, I saw you have a plan to get back to this.
I'd like to give a special shout out to a special guest that's here tonight who told me 18 years ago when I said that I wanted to start stand-up, that I'm going to go to a local open mic in Burbank and start. He told me, start at the Comedy Store, just visiting tonight. First time I've seen him in Austin, first time I've seen him in years. What a hand for Jeff Lopop up there visiting everybody. Old friend, you're going to see him. Don't turn around. It's dark up there. It's a VIP balcony. Don't get the way your eyes on. All right, back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Marvin Izzy, everybody. Marvin Izzy.
We live. I smoke weed. That's something me and my father used to do. Smoke weed and loud, smoke weed and loud. But we can't do it no more because his lungs can't take it like he used to. Because he's dead, right? Smoke so much he's actually dead. Don't feel bad though. I got a quarter pound of him in my living room. My little sister hit me up. He's like, I want some of his ashes so I can put in a locket. I was like, I'll sell you an 8 for taste. I want me and my wife to have the kids so I can open the race if my baby born turn on to be. I'll say race because I'm Puerto Rican and my wife is Honduran. So if you use your mixed race calculator, Puerto Rico plus Honduras equals Mexican. Cuban if you carry the 1. Y'all think I'm joking. That mixed race calculator for real. Like if you get a Chinese person and a Jamaican, you get a Filipino. You get an African and a Venezuelan. You get a Haitian. You get a Colombian and a Cuban. That's just a very serious cokehead in front of you. Just letting you know that shit right now.
Yeah, yippee. What was it? Marvin Izzy, Missouri. Is it Honduran or Honduran?
Potato. Okay.
We're in a turbo round right now, Marvin. We're going to keep it moving. There you go. He's got a catchphrase, everybody. It is young. A little fun fact, Jeff Scott was pulled out of the bucket just now. So Destiny is right on cue. Ladies and gentlemen, we have... Are you guys still alive? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Caesar Leone, everybody. Caesar Leone. We are... Oh my God, all right. Caesar Leone.
All righty. Good evening, Austin. Where are all my Latinos at? See, you guys see how easy it was to round this all up? Right? We can't help but express pride. And I feel like in this day and age, we kind of need to take lessons from Italians in the past century. You know, kind of go incognito until white people forget about us. Eventually, though, it's easy to think about it. An old school Italian is basically just a wetback with a towel. No? Alrighty then, moving forward. But seriously, now that Trump is in office and these ICE raids have started all over the country, we kind of need to be a little bit more vigilant as Latinos, you know? Whenever we go, scout out the area, be aware, learn to read the room, not just clean it. Right? But
Alrighty then.
Caesar Leone, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes, Caesar Leone. There he goes. We're on a turbo round. No interview for you, Caesar. This is fucking crazy. This is an absolute mathematical fucking anomaly. We don't go through this many bad bucket pulls in a month. Not to mention an episode. This is absolutely crazy. Ari, what's the report coming in? Yeah, it's unbelievable. Just perhaps a band member that has a minute. Any of the horn players got anything? You got something? No, they skip all guys. Deep Madness is waste. There's no way. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Back to the bucket. This is the show you wanted to go to. Yeah, trust me, I wanted to be done an hour ago. Make some noise for Matt
My wife does these charcoal face scrubs. You've probably heard of them. Apparently they work wonders. She does them every night. I'll just be chilling, watching Netflix before bed. She's walking around full black face, not batting an eye. I'm like, whoa, babe, I'm trying to watch Django Unchained right now. You're totally ruining the vibe. All right, cool. Guys, there's a family of immigrants behind that curtain. If you don't laugh, I'm going to have to tickle them very hard to get sound bites. All right. The worst is when she does these charcoal face scrubs.
We're just going to keep it moving. We're in turbo round. It's a special part of a special show. Thank you. There we go. We're going to keep it flying along. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next bucket pull. We are almost double the record. Mario Zapata. Everybody, Mario Zapata.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but I used to be Hispanic. Yeah. My full name is Mario Alejandro Zapata Diaz. Yeah. You know, he's closer about being pale as other Hispanic people. It was like, why are you so pale? I'm like, well, my family flew here. HBO is remaking Harry Potter. Fans are concerned because they would have cast a black actor as Snape. Because in the book it says Azkaban, not Azkaban. I think the reason the word retarded is such a word is because so many people are.
Welcome. How are you, XIB?
Thank you.
Look at this. You see this shit right here? Do you believe? Look at the eye on this fucking guy. Holy shit. A standing ovation for what some people would call on a scale of 1 to 10, about a 7.2. But here, goddamn it, we needed it. You'll never understand what happened before you on a night like this. Mario,
I'm just happy to be here, guys. Look, yeah!
we need a hero, and you are it. How old are you, Mario?
I am about to be 45.
45. How long have you been doing stand-up?
11 years.
What do you do for work?
I edit porn.
Really? This is the best interview of the night, ladies and gentlemen. He's taking the ball and running with it. Best interview. Thank you. What type of porn do you edit?
Giants is porn.
Oh, hey, what is that? It's where you're a very small person who's looking up at a wall.
Yes, yeah. Oh, imagine Godzilla, but it's a hot chick.
Wow.
Yeah,
How do you get into porn editing?
you have to be unemployed. Once you fucked everything up, porn opens you with open legs.
Wow. Absolutely.
That was a bit. I'm sorry. That's a big question. I'm nervous. Sorry.
We might do the big joke. No, I'm kidding, Mario. What else? What else is crazy about your life that we should know about before I let you go?
I got kicked out of the military for international drug smuggling.
Wow.
Oh. What types of drugs did you smuggle? Ecstasy. From where? Well, I didn't smuggle them, but like I paid for them to be smuggled. Okay. And I sold some of them. Yeah. That's climactic. Sorry. Yeah. They take care of the guy. No kids. I'm too selfish for kids. Sorry. But you really should hear love people. Anywhere. I'm just happy to share love. Okay. Here you go, buddy. Congratulations. You got us out of here. Thank you so much.
We're done. Mario Zapata ended it. Kind of just okay, but good enough. The drawing from Ryan Jean Brothers in. How about a hand for James McCann? Did the band leave? This is incredible. James McCann. Guys, what's the fucking music? What the hell's going on? Jesus fucking Christ. Check out his new special, Hey America. It's on YouTube at Matt Shane's Secret Podcast. Thank you for having me. I can't believe it. We did it. What a beautiful country. What a beautiful show. All right, Maddie, thank you for joining us on the back end so much. The drawing from Ryan Jean Brothers in and James McCann, and it's on. See what Chris Rogers did tonight. Whoa, Heidi with the gun. Look out. More detail than ever. Got to be first in that one. Yeah, Maya, thank you to Blue Chew, Red Band. Check out the movie Dog Food. Okay. And, yeah, I got a lot of tickets up for sale. I'm on tour, going to Anaheim and Salt Lake City and Detroit. And a bunch of other crazy places coming up. Doing stand up, bringing my friends with me. We're going to have a lot of fun out there. And thank you to this audience who is legendary. You guys were at the most fucking coolest ever in an episode, I do believe. Pretty positive. And congratulations to first of all, I love you. God bless America. Good night, everybody. Thank
यार सुनो अरे नहीं सुनो कल एक इनके मतलब कल या परसों एक दो दिन पहले ठीक है कोई बंदा आया बैकअप से स्पेस उसका नाम पता नहीं क्या था कोई जो है क्या नाम था अफलातून उसने मेरे को डीएम किया देख भाई मैं इनकी स्पेस में गया हूँ और वो आईडी में तुझे बताऊंगा आपने किसकी है देख एक मिनट डीएम में किसकी है आईडी में बताता हूँ
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out their secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
और फिर हाँ भाई वही चीज है वो नहीं मतलब मेरे को जब मैं मेन से एक बार आके जा चुका हूँ आईडी से तो मेरे को इस बात का हुआ कि मैं बैकअप से आऊँ भाई लेकिन मुझे लगा कि आपको जितना ये अगर सारे मेरे समझ जाओ लेकिन ट्रस्ट नहीं था लेकिन ट्रस्ट में
of Wayne McCracken. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Wayne McCracken live here on Kill Tony. Here it is. Next one is for Wayne, everybody.
Oh, what's up, Texas? All right. A little bit about myself. I am not what you would call an educated person. That's right. Now, I don't think that means I'm retarded. Is the thing. Here's the thing. What is not retarded about me is the fact that I think evolution is real. Do you guys believe in evolution in this room? No? You don't think it's a real thing? Here's what I'll say. I don't think it explains the human condition. I don't know how Homo sapiens somehow finagle their way to the top of the food chain when they're prone to things like scoliosis and sunburns. Seems a little off. But I will tell you this is how I know evolution is real. I've got one buddy who was born with a vestigial tail, right? You know what his girlfriend calls it? The big one. That's not even the worst one. I have another friend that was recently diagnosed with super gonorrhea. A very unfortunate diagnosis. This poor asshole didn't just get the clap, he got a standing ovation. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, Wayne McCracken, absolutely flatlining up here. I mean, that was about as bad as it gets, Wayne.
So you know what else I forgot about? I'm on stage looking at no laughter, so I'm also affected.
We are not used
I
to
feel bad.
We are long and hard to never have that feeling. That's like, I need to look them directly in the eyes when somebody's sounding that hard. I don't want to see it.
It hurt me too.
No. You're having literally the best
I'm the
of your
west
life.
side. The Bronx?
I'm really not. I did too many drugs this afternoon.
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. Same by day. Joe Rogan. 14 new filters. Dude, don't be fucking stupid.
अच्छा सोना भाई को तो बोल दिया था कि भाई ये गर्ल्स स्पेस है सो वो खुद ही चलेगी राइट सोना भाई नहीं सबसे पहले बहुत सही सोना बहुत सही है सच में बता रहा हूं ब्रो वो क्या सोना है तो अकेले सिंगल आए थे जिसको मैंने बोला गर्ल्स स्पेस है तो वो खुद ही कनेक्टिंग सिंगल इसलिए आए थे क्योंकि वो थर्ड सिंगल है तो सिंगल ही है ना अच्छा तो आप डबल चोपर
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
ऐसा है देखो ऐसा है उनको पता था कि अभी दोनों का आए तो वो रास्ता चेक करने आए थे क्लियर करने की जो है रास्ता देख ले जाके तब मैं जिस स्पेस में बैठ जाता हूं सोना को
I'm gonna take a piss. Come on, you little slut. Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. It's huge.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Same by day. Joe Rogan podcast. Friday night. Okay.
मैंने कहा ये जग में सबसे पहले कौन सा मैं जा रहा हूं सोना ने बोला नहीं मेरे मुझसे में तुम कैसे पहले मैं जाऊंगा अच्छा सोना जा
I stay. Oh, do you? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. It's perfect. It's like a blue city, a red state. It's like usually the really liberal people are pretty reasonable. The cookie liberal people from California.
Yeah, juicy liberals. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about it.
Did you get a lot of that after the singer? A lot? Liberals coming your way?
Yeah. Well, I got a lot of blowback, as I know I would.
Yeah, because you tell the truth.
Well, yeah. You know, it's just that you don't want to say anything negative about what I was talking about in that monologue was really about prosperity. Yeah, okay, so what was very necessary. Everyone could say that was a necessary war. Let's say it's this war on micro necessary war, right? Why is it more profiteering? Why did you know, Pfizer used to make $100 billion in 2021? Why did you profiteering? Profiteering of war is just wrong. Like, okay, if you say that it has to be this conflict happening right now, I disagree with it. But I'm wondering, why are people making money off of it? Even if you think you have a legitimate vantage point from the other side of it. But I just don't get to make so much fucking money. Yeah.
इस पे जब नीचे लेवल से रोला करके बैठा हुआ है ये ऐसा जो है एक कोई भी लड़की की स्पेस हो ये मिस नहीं करता है हमेशा जो है लड़की की स्पेस होता है बिजनेस में
एक लड़का है कि लड़की है?
I have to take a shit. Allegedly. Damn. That motherfucker tastes like a melted Jolly Rancher.
Love isn't what you see in the rom-coms. The rom-coms end at the beginning of a relationship. Love is actually science that involves skills, and we can all learn to apply those skills long after the credits roll of our love life.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, today at 7 on KFI AM 644, Stimulating Talk. Sharp, the House Whisperer, welcome home. Enjoying your Sunday morning. We certainly are. I'm sitting here in studio with doing one of my favorite things. That is talking shop with another expert in the field of home building. Chris Carson, concrete and masonry expert, and just so much experience, so much expertise. So Chris, I'm going to dive back in. There's slabs, the structural stuff that we do for homes, and I want to address that. We're going to get to talking about the post-tension work versus traditional rebar, the pros and cons, things to be aware of there. But let's just talk about that's the point of a craft control joint. Now, I asked you earlier in the show, what's your preferred distance? And you said 6 feet. You don't like to get it beyond 6 feet, but there's more detail than just that. It's the direction of those control joints, and now the question of, do they need to be wide? Do they need to be deep? Do they need to be both? So, I'll just, yeah, normally you can learn to read a grid. There's a 45 square inches more common or practical. Makes more sense. Okay, so let's explain that. So, I get asked to put in 45 degree diamond patterns all the time, but they're lovely. They're lovely. And in some situations, you might find them going in the right direction with concrete. But let's say we've got let's just say a garden path in the backyard, 4 feet wide, and it's running out 20-some feet. Okay, so it's a long, thin thing, and I want to put I'm going to put a lot of craft control joints. I'm going to store it every 2 feet, but it's going to be on a 45. Is that going to solve my problem? No. Once you go across the narrow zone, there's different form. You can just look at when you're setting up on a side yard. You can look at a score or at off the house and walls, air conditioning pads, things like that. With the square, it's going to give you more protection. If you have long walking brackets, 45, those cracks are not going to want to travel 45 degree angles. This will protect the rest of the property. It wants to ignore those angles, go straight across, and it narrows away. It's just going to put it really. 45 degrees is honestly a good choice. It does work as long as you can get the joints in there properly to work. I decided to save some energy to go to the square. So this is where, as a designer and a builder, this is where my disciplines mesh together because, in a perfect world where there are no laws of physics, designers not design anything they want. But in the real world, there are limitations to what should be designed in an instance because of how the materials are going to react. And so, if I don't want my life to end up with cracks, sometimes I have to break the bed and listen, no, we shouldn't put the score joints in that direction because they're not going to help. We're going to get a crack right across the surface of that diamond anyway. If we've got a large patio board and it sort of scoops out into little hourglass passageway to another, think of like an hourglass, like two larger bits of concrete mass with a smaller kind of neck or waist in between it where you walk through. Where's that crack going to show up? You're going to bet some good money right there at that tiny little hourglass waist because you've got these two large masses that the tension is looking for the weakest point. That's why it's a crack. It usually happens right away too. It's no brain. Now, so these joints, do they need to be wide? Now, what's the secret? About the joints. Really nice professional job being very tight with different widths and depths. But the width is not necessary, it's the depth. And you'd be surprised how little takes you can almost take a fingernail or a pencil and draw a line across the water. For some reason, it wants to go. So that's what I do. I like real tight on the top. And the depth is not that important. It's just the fact that getting it in there, the concrete reacts to it. It doesn't have to be 2 feet deep. You get 2 bars of deep. But it's amazing how sometimes something that can be 8 inches thick. So the deeper that joint, the more it is essentially attracting the tension weakness of the area over to it. But the width, so the old traditional like sidewalk, it rolls in, and it's a big old line, and people assume that's what I'm going to have all over my stuff, and that you're saying that's not good. If you want to get real fancy, we can put in a very thin joint, and if you really want a high-end control, get up what you saw down the way, go in, cut those joints, cut it down, and ensure that you capture that. Have you ever just done no joints and then come in the day after and cut the joints in, or you have ways of storing them during the morning? Probably done as saws. You can put on the concrete the same day and saw cut those joints. It's more of a commercial application. Two problems with that. Blades tend to chip out the microphone on the cuts, and also you're allowing time for that concrete to react to the crack. Usually happens. Lots of people work with big jaws with their finishing machines on, not having to worry about breaking down the line and even joints to, eliminate finishers and make the job easier job to do, and then just come back and sock cut it. A lot of people won't sock it the next day. The next day, a lot of times, concrete likes to repeat itself pretty much. Okay, all right. So, when we come back, we're going to take a little break from the aesthetics. We're going to talk about slabs, house foundation slabs. The traditional slab is done with rebar. Rebar at 18 inches on center, 24 inches on center. How the structural engineer has calculated out the strength of the slab. There are some conveniences in remodeling if you've got a traditional slab, but you and I were talking during the break. We want a large surface that is perfectly smooth and has no crack control joints, and we want to minimize or altogether eliminate cracking in that situation. That post inch is revolutionary. It's been around since the applied home since the 80s or so. And a lot of people are sitting on post-it slabs right now and they don't realize it. And so we need to talk about that and also let the homeowners know that.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you know that, Richard Nixon knew it was imperative the war continued, the Vietnam War, back before he got elected.
Yeah.
He didn't want that to get settled.
Yeah.
And there's a great phone call. I don't know if you've listened to any of Johnson's phone calls. Lyndon Johnson.
What
there's a phone call he had with Nixon, saying, "Hey man, you're going against the peace," because he was trying to get peace to go before the '68 election, right? Which he eventually just bailed out of anyway, because he could see he was going to lose it, Johnson. I don't, maybe you haven't.
No, I've never heard that conversation with Nixon.
It's an incredible conversation. And Nixon's like, I wouldn't do that. I would never, And of course, he was doing that. He was subverting the peace process, in the same way that, they wanted to make sure Carter didn't get those, those guys released in Iran.
Yeah. I always wondered about the Vietnam War, how much of it was about heroin. 3 days before 1968 presidential election, President Johnson contacted Senate Majority Leader Everett M. Dirksen to inform him the White House had received hard evidence from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The campaign of Republican presidential candidate Richard M. Nixon was interfering with Johnson's effort to start peace talks to end the Vietnam War. In this call, Johnson referred to contacts between Nixon's campaign and South Vietnamese President Nguyen Van, I'll say his name, urged that they thwart any such negotiations.
Yeah, and that did happen. And also, they definitely, Bush, the senior Bush, George Bush Sr., he met with the leaders of the Iranian, party, whatever, before the election, the Carter, the between Carter and Reagan, and insisted they needed to not be letting those hostages go.
Right.
And so I met Carter in Austin, or rather Atlanta, I don't know, a couple, 3 years ago, right? It's very exciting to me because I've always been a big fan of Carter. I think he's the best president in my lifetime. When I talked to Carter, he was like, and I said, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, is there a better time to ask? When am I ever going to have another time?
Right.
And so that was known as the October surprise, right?
Right.
That Bush had with those guys. Anyway, I just said, I'm going to ask him. I said, well, I just wonder, is there any truth to the October surprise? And he looks at me like, yeah, he hadn't heard this question. He said,
Yes, it's worth it because
I never talked about this publicly,
Zionism to the global community.
we did still have people in the White House after he left who were there during the Reagan administration, and they confirmed it was true.
Yeah, of course it was true. It was too obvious. The hostages get released right after Reagan gets elected.
Yeah, they released them on the day he took off.
Yeah. Yeah. Ridiculous. It's kind of disgusting.
Very disgusting.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't want to be one to talk ill of the American government. Far be it for me.
Yeah, we don't need to. Hey man, your movie's fucking great. I loved it.
Oh, you saw it?
I saw it Wednesday night. Yeah, it was great.
Oh,
really great. Nail biter.
But yeah, in the edge you see.
Yeah, there's not a single cut to shit moment in that movie. You know, there's movies that there's where you have to suspend disbelief and it takes you out of it. There's none of that in that movie. It's really good. It's really good. Very suspenseful. Very fulfilling. The end of it, you feel super entertained.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I love it. It's so exciting. You know, it's like an action movie. I mean, it really is. Like as nail biter as any action movie I've seen. I love it. And Alex Parkinson, he was the director. He also directed because it was a documentary, Last Breath.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Because people may not know, this is a real incident that happened in the North Sea. Anyway, Simu Liu, Finn Cole, love these guys, love it. That's a great experience.
It's a great movie. It's very fun. Like, it's exciting. And I hardly ever go to movies anymore. But you people maybe go see it in the movie theater.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, go to the theater, see it. It was great, though.
Yeah, well, thanks for doing that, man. That's, I know you're a busy man. You got a lot going on.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to talk to you. I'm a big fan of you. God damn, I've been watching you since Cheers.
Oh, thanks, dude. Thank you.
Time.
Well, I'm a fan of yours, too. I really am. I love the things you've done that just flipped everything on its head. You know, the people you've interviewed, you got, people genuinely up in arms. Like, you're not afraid. You're a fearless warrior. I appreciate what you do. I get allowing voice to people. Other people be like, you're wrong just to interview that person.
Yeah, you get a lot of that, for sure, but that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous thinking. I don't even understand that. I really don't. I don't understand how we got to a place where you're wrong to have a conversation with someone, even if you disagree with them. This idea of platforming people. Well, how the fuck do you know what they really think? Based on what? The mainstream media that lies to you constantly? That's supported by all sorts of special interest groups that have no need to tell the American public the truth. They have a very specific narrative that they want pushed. They want no deviation from that at all. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's crazy. I mean, if you have a large audience, I think you have at least a certain amount of responsibility to talk to some people that you think might be telling the truth.
Yeah, I liked your interview with Robert.
Yes.
It was a crucial interview at a crucial time.
Well, it was the most pushback I'd ever experienced ever in my life. I was like, this is crazy. It was really sad to see people like Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, like I wanted to sit down and talk to them and like show them some studies, give them Robert Kennedy's book, until you don't really know what you're talking about.
Well, that's the thing that makes me sad is a lot of this information they're receiving is like from mainstream media, which certainly has its own objectives and its own, things that it won't discuss.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah, at all.
And I just felt like after that happened, I was going to try to get in touch with you just to tip my hat to you, but it just felt like, why don't people just listen to the interview? Because I feel like everyone who was giving it a hard time hadn't even heard the interview.
Of course. Yeah, they had heard the mainstream media saying that it was dangerous misinformation. By the way, everything he said has turned out to be true. Every single thing he said had turned out to be true. Everything that everybody said about whether it was a lab leak, whether the vaccine had side effects, whether it was pushed, whether they lied about the studies and distorted the information, everything was true. All of it. Including Yale just released some study about people producing spike protein 700 plus days after the injection, which was never thought to be the case when they gave it to these people in the first place. And a host of different serious problems that people are having because of these, that everyone's covering up and people are lying about and everyone's trying to obfuscate and doctors are trying to sweep things under the rug because they don't want to be in trouble for mandating these things and telling people to get these things. It's horrible.
Well, I mean, I agree with you. It's, if we go back to the allowing, I just feel like mandate was crazy. They're just, that to me is fascistic behavior.
Yes.
If you mandate that I have to take this thing, that if you take it, you're protected. Well, if I take it, wasn't that my, that should be my prerogative. I either want to be protected or don't want to be protected. Or maybe I am like I am, which is the last two entities on earth I would trust with my health would be big pharma and big government. Like those would be the last two I would look to. How much big pharma's done to just push shit through that they know is bad for you, that they know harms you. And in this case, they know what's happened. They know. And all we're left with after the, 86 that they mandated that you couldn't sue the vaccine company. Mm-hmm. And so since then, we've only been left with VARs, right? The government affairs, the government website. And there we have millions of people who fought through the red tape, the bureaucratic whatever, just this anonymously be known that they were in.
Yes. It was weird watching so many people that I thought were intelligent stand up for the government and for the pharmaceutical industry.
But it's not weird if you think of how, it was ubiquitous. It never stopped. The mainstream press was just harping constantly.
Constantly. Yeah. But it's just weird that so many people went along with it without question. And especially the weirdest part was that it was the people on the left. That was so confusing because all my life, people on the left were very, very hesitant to believe anything that Big Pharma said and always distrusting in any major institution that was profiting off of something. And it was all very clear. You could see where the motivation was with everything. You could see the amount of profit that was going to be generated, and still, everybody was just so scared. It just exposed a lot of cowards, a lot of fools, a lot of cowards, and a lot of people that are just, at the moment of any form of adversity, are willing to just bow down and do what the system tells them to. It's very strange.
Well, yes, to say cowards, it's interesting because of the nature of it being so mandated. I had many people I know got vaccinated because they wanted to be able to fly, they wanted to be able to work. So when it's mandated, you can't work. how many drivers?
Yeah.
Every single driver had to be vaccinated in Atlanta. Every person on the crew had to be vaccinated, and if it was you had the first vaccination, but when you got the the booster, it had to be within 6 months. If it's 6 months in a day, you won't work that day. You know, it was very regimented. Everybody, every crew.
And including people that had already been sick, which didn't even make sense. Not only that, according to virologists, they say you never vaccinate during a pandemic because that encourages variants. You know, I posted that on Twitter, the study on Twitter. So many people are attacking it. Like, hey, I didn't write the study. This is a study that shows that when you vaccinate with a non-sterilizing vaccine during a pandemic, it encourages variants. And that's what happened. And they were blaming the
non-sterilized.
So it doesn't, a vaccine that doesn't actually prevent you from catching the disease or spreading the disease.
Oh, right.
And that's what COVID is. So that's what they
initially it was supposed to stop you. It was 100% going to stop that. And then, of course, that guy had to be modified. If it came to now, it will lessen your symptoms. They're completely unpredictable.
Yeah, well, there was never any studies ever in the beginning that ever showed that it stopped transmission. None. Zero. All it did is it showed that it had an immune response.
So you read Bobby's book.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And even the guy, interestingly, you know, Kerry Mullis, I believe is the guy who created the PCR test. Well, there was some discrepancy with other people. But anyway, it doesn't matter. But the guy credited, he said, this vaccine, this test cannot prove infection. Doesn't prove causation. So in other words, you're having a response that says that you have a viral load, but you don't know what the cause of it is. You don't know what generated that. It can't prove what the illness is.
Not only that,
what the problem is that causes that.
Depending upon the amount of cycles that you run the PCR, I mean, you can detect like the most minute amount that is not indicative of a person being infected.
Right.
And that person will have a false positive. And false positives were all through the fucking roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, the whole thing made no sense, and it was just designed to push a vaccine that they profited off of massively, and I hope we learn. Well, next time things roll around, people are a lot more hesitant. Just jump in and believe this shit.
Well, already they were coming up with additional vaccines for this or that, and another booster, and people were like, yeah, no. So I think people have already started to question the validity.
Well, I think this pandemic and the response and the mandates and all that shit, it ruined people's faith in, first of all, the mainstream media. I think the mainstream media took the biggest hit out of anybody. Like the trust in the television shows and the newspapers that are supposed to be delivering the truth is at an all-time low.
Well, I hope you're right.
Oh, I think I'm right. It's pretty obvious. I mean, the ratings are down on every fucking show there is. The newspaper.
You mean
wants to buy them? Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, but CNN is fucking no one's watching it anymore. MSNBC is a ghost town. No one's watching these shows because they're all just lying. They're lying. They're still lying. They're lying constantly. And now they're lying about the Department of Government Efficiency. Before they were lying about pandemics, vaccines. It's not really the news. You know, if it was the news, they wouldn't be paid for by the pharmaceutical drug companies. You can't have fucking news sponsored by the people that you're supposed to be reporting on, and then you never report on them. That's just crazy.
Yeah. Well, also that whole trusted news industry.
Yeah.
You familiar with that?
Yeah.
Yes, you would be.
Yeah.
Bobby and everybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, the trusted news initiative, it's just like, okay, we won't. I'd send a YouTube video that I just got to someone else. And by the time it gets to them, they're like, it won't let me watch it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Why? You know, misinformation. But isn't misinformation also information?
Yeah.
You know? It's like, how can you term it misinformation? And what what are your criteria that allow you to call that misinformation?
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping people learn. But it was a weird time. An educational time. It was good. It was a good experience for some people just to learn that, like, hey, like, there's sources you cannot trust. And I think now the beautiful thing about someone like Elon buying Twitter and turning it into X and having community notes is now you have a way of fact checking things where people use the community notes and they start posting studies in the community notes and saying, no, this story's not true. Here's why it's not true. Here's why it's provably not true. You know? So this is the best way to handle misinformation. It's not leave it up to government censors.
Yeah.
You know, that was where everybody was going in 2020. It was just fucking crazy.
Those were government censors. Those were the mainstream media censoring themselves.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
at the behest of government, but also at the behest of big pharma.
Yeah. Well, we found out that the government was actively contacting social media companies and having them remove things that were true.
Oh,
because there was malinformation. They could. Did you know about that term?
I haven't heard.
So there's misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Malinformation is true, but could have a detrimental effect on society. True information that can have a detrimental effect on society is malinformation. That all should be censored. It's Orwell. It's right out of 1984. It's crazy.
I feel it's so Orwellian, just the time we've gone through, the time we're in. It feels extremely Orwellian.
It's very weird. It's a weird time, but I'm optimistic.
No, I want to be optimistic. I think cynicism is the worst disease of old age. You know, once you're cynical, you are fucked. It infects every part of your being. But you say very positive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you seem like nothing can stop.
I try to stay positive.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm affected like everybody else is. You know, and I was down during the pandemic. It bothered the shit out of me. But we came through it on the other end, and I think people have more resolve now. I think generally the general public has, at least a good percentage of the general public has a healthy distrust now for bullshit.
Certainly your listeners.
Yeah.
Now, but after that Robert Malone thing happened, I was really curious. I was wanting to contact you, and I didn't. But I was just curious how, because man, I've never seen anyone take more body blows. But I gotta say, it was cool. They were like stood behind you. Is it Spotify?
Yeah.
Spotify was like.
Well, fortunately, they're not American. It's not an American company. You know?
Oh.
Yeah, they're
Where are they from?
Sweden. Yeah. So they're like, we're not buying it. Also, the show was big enough where they were like, why would we pull this thing off the air? Let's hang in there and see what happens. And it just kept getting bigger. And so they were realizing that the people were basically on the side of free distribution of information. And they didn't buy it. But there was two guys, Peter McCullough and Robert Malone. Those are the ones. And then there was like some.
Peter McCullough. Boy, he took a lot of hits.
The most published doctor in human history in his particular field of study. I mean, he's a well-respected, rock-solid credential.
And it was one of his videos I tried to send right after I got it. I tried to send to people. No.
Yeah.
They were so quick. I've never seen such quick censorship or editing, almost impressive.
It was creepy. What was it like in Hollywood having your perspective, your healthy distrust of what was going on, where sort of everybody was sort of in lockstep with whatever the government propaganda was?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't know how many sets she visited, but everybody was like, in mass.
Yeah.
And then there'd be different zones.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you get, the closer you get to the actual set where the shooting is, and then that red zone, people, put your mask on. And I was just like, I never bought it. And I never bought it from the beginning. I'm just like, this doesn't feel right. All right. I'm supposed to wear a mask, but I haven't been, now at this point, right now, I haven't been sick in 8 years, right? Well, back then was whatever, stitch years. But it was just like, I knew, well, no, I'm doing the math. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But it had been a long time since I'd been sick. And I'm like, I don't feel like I need to wear a mask. So I would just not wear a mask, you know, but everybody else on the set's wearing a mask, which is very discomforting because, you know, you can't even relate to people so well without seeing their face. You know?
It's very weird. It was very weird.
Very strange time.
Yeah, it was strange. And it didn't make it. And there was also this narrative that if you weren't vaccinated, the virus will hunt you down. They keep saying that. The virus will find you. If you're not vaccinated, the virus will hunt you down. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's so funny. I did a video. I wish I had it with me. But well, maybe Celia's out there, my sister. Maybe she can pull it up for you.
Is it online?
I did, no. But I did, it's 11 seconds. Yeah, she's listening. Hopefully she'll look at it. But it's like, I take inhale, I hit a pot, right? And then I put on my mask.
And blow right through the
and I exhale. And it just comes out right? And every exhale, and by the way, hundreds of times heavier than like a virus. Right? So viruses don't just, you know, what the concept, for people saying, you know, trust in science, very unscientific concept.
Yeah.
And Fauci, anyway, in the beginning, said, no, we don't need to wear a mask. And you do. Oh, we do. We should wear a mask. And yeah, so silly, that mask, man. Just something about it felt like, you know, it was just like Big Brother won.
Yeah.
Big Brother won.
They want a battle. But I think ultimately that's what's going to cost them the war. I think.
Well, what do you think Bobby's going to be able? He could be able to.
This episode is brought to you by Rocket Money. Let's talk about subscriptions. It seems like there's so much you can subscribe to these days. You got the obvious ones like streaming services and shopping, but you also got your coffee subscription, meal kit subscription, the beers from around the world subscription. If you can think of it, there's probably a subscription for it. But let's face it, you sign up for something, forget about it after the trial period ends, and then you're charged month after month after month. Subscriptions are there, but you're not using them. In fact, I just learned that 85% of people have at least one paid subscription going unused each month. That's why you gotta love Rocket Money. It's a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. See all your subscriptions in one place and know exactly where your money is going. For ones you don't want anymore, Rocket Money can help you cancel them. A great feature is Rocket Money's dashboard. It gives you a clear view of your expenses across all of your accounts. You can easily create a personalized budget with custom categories to help keep your spending on track. See your monthly spending trends in each category to know exactly where your money is going. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in canceled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's premium features. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. 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 Well, one big one that he wants to accomplish is to remove this liability waiver for vaccines and to make them go through real trials.
And how do you think that's going to get through Congress?
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. We're going to find out.
There's no way they get through Congress.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what
But
the
every
resistance
one of
is.
those guys is getting money.
A lot of them. But also,
certainly all the Democrats.
People are paying attention now, and they will get primary, and I think they're aware of that. So I think there's a vulnerability for their entire career. Because if people find out that they weren't willing to do this in the face of overwhelming evidence, like Bobby was just talking about the hepatitis vaccine, that they were saying that the hepatitis B vaccine, they were having a hard time selling it. And so they all of a sudden start saying, don't worry about it. We're going to prescribe it for children. And they put it on the vaccine study for children. And they did that just because they were having a hard time with people. Because the only time you get hepatitis B is from dirty needles and risky sex. And people are like, I don't want that fucking thing. And so they're like,
stand by that statement. Those are the only times you get hepatitis B.
I think that's it.
There's just two possibilities. Dirty sex and dirty needle.
Do you know of any other ones?
Yeah, I mean,
it's a sexually transmitted disease.
Oh, it is. Okay.
It's transmitted through intravenous drug use.
Okay, then I didn't know.
Yeah, which is how you think you got hepatitis.
I mean, I just assume you get run down, like most.
No,
you get run down, you get sick.
Well, let's Google it. What is the cause of hepatitis B, Jenny? Yeah, it's that's how you get it. You don't get it as a fucking baby. So injecting babies with it, the only reason why they did that is to sell more hepatitis B vaccine. Yeah, if the mother has it. Unprotected, sexually infected person, mother to child, during childbirth, breastfeeding, mother's infected. Yeah. So they put the...
Dude, you got a lot of avenues.
Yeah. I guess dirty needles. I guess that falls under dirty needles. Yeah.
But anyway, I just wonder that, it's just, again, the profiteering, like, why are we not talking about profiteering? That should be on every list.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. That's all the woes and ills of our society. It's people emphasizing profit over humanity. That's really what it is. Yeah, that's really what it is. Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, and it's this fucking disgustingly short-sighted approach because you don't live that long. To live your life just profiteering off of the expense of other people's suffering is so crazy. When you got 80 years if you're lucky, you got 80 summers, 80 spins around the sun, and you're gonna fucking sell people out for some money that you're never gonna have enough of anyway. All those cocksuckers, they all want more. It never ends. They all want a bigger yacht. They all wanted this. They all wanted that. There was always something. It never ends. And somehow or another, we won't get away with it because we're profiting as well. That's our
thing about like billionaires. You got to figure there's a certain hierarchy of billionaires, right? And so even if you're a billionaire and you're thinking, well, that he's good, he's made it, right?
Nope.
Well, no, I want to be the rich.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I guess it never does end that way.
Well, if that's what your game is, right? So if your game is just numbers, you're never going to be satisfied. If your game is just numbers, you're always going to look at the other people. Like my friend Brian has a friend that has $3 billion, and he says he hangs out with his billionaire friends and he feels poor because they have $30 billion. So, crazy. Imagine having $3 billion and feeling poor. But I can kind of understand the thought. I mean, stupid.
Poor white trash, bro. Only $3 billion.
Poor bastard. How's he even buy a country? How do you even affect elections for $3 billion? That's nothing. Yeah. Welcome. Well, I mean, this is just a symptom of the moral decay of our society. That we don't have a moral, ethical framework. We don't have a moral and ethical structure that we operate under. And too many people are just motivated by money instead of humanity, instead of looking at people as like a community. We're all a community of people. You can still profit, you can still make money, but like making more money at the expense of people's lives and suffering should be the most abhorrent thing that we could possibly imagine. Especially if you're already wealthy, this should be absolutely disgusting to us. Instead, it's condoned and just to like accept it, and you shrug your shoulders. Oh, that's what people do.
Well, I think the majority of people agree with you 100% on this. And the majority of people have a very humane and compassionate view of others,
Yeah.
But there are those people who are just, it's like you say, it's a numbers game.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, war makes people really rich. It's a lot. I guess, I don't know, big pharma would be the number one industry, but not far behind. It's got to be the weapons industry.
Yeah.
And it's just like, why are these? If you can get away from why are these wars happening, or are they justified? Why are they making that much profit off of these wars?
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah.
That bothers me. I get sleepless over that.
It should.
Especially because the United States is just done, World War II, okay, I give you that one, but I certainly don't give you the Korean War, right, with a potential domino theory, which was absurd. The same theory. So 4 million people die in Korea, 3.5 million in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia. We started carpet bombing in Laos, which is everything in a 2-mile radius presumed dead.
Yeah.
What we've done throughout Central, South America, all over the world, we've become masters of war, but like toward what end? To help those rich people get richer. It's like I would understand if it's a justifiable, you have to stop Hitler, Mussolini, I get it.
Yeah.
But, come on.
It's crazy that it all really boils down to that. It really boils down to a lot of these people profiting,
I always have said that if war weren't so lucrative, there'd be a lot less of it.
Yeah.
No doubt. Sometimes just the war itself, that's a moneymaker.
Yeah, but it's like, how do you fucking do that? What do you got there, Phil?
I brought this for you, man.
What is it?
It's a very nice one in California. I have a dispensary in LA. Yeah, called The Woods. It's phenomenal. It's the most beautiful dispensary in the world.
You can have I remember it was completely, totally illegal, and then you had to have a medical card. And you could say you had a headache. That's all you have to say. You got back pain, you got a headache, you can get a prescription rather, and then it became legal. But just in 2016,
not here.
It's decriminalized. Should be. Well, it should be.
This could be this state's so great anyway. We could change everything if Texas was legal.
Well, the whole country should be legal. The idea that America, the land of the free, criminalizes the use of a plant that's going to kill anybody is fucking crazy.
It's legislative morality, and it's an odd morality anyway, because most people believe you should be able to smoke if you want.
Not only that, it's a morality that's based off bullshit about profiteering from the 1930s. So it's propaganda from the 1930s that's still working today, 90 years later, which is really crazy.
Yeah.
That's the craziest part of it. And that's really the only reason why I picked up steam is because they needed to put people to work after they had stopped banning alcohol. So prohibition ended, and everybody's like, what do we do now? Well, let's fucking go after marijuana. And then you get Harry Anslinger, William Randolph Hearst. They're all profiting from it, and they all fucking make the marijuana movies, like Reefer Madness. Everyone's going to go crazy. And to this day, there's a lot of people who believe that. They think it makes you lazy, it makes you stupid.
It really is. Although I would say my stupid quotient. No, but I agree with you. I think that, like Anslinger, nobody knows about that. How this guy went all over the place and got governments all over the world to make, declare this the enemy drug. And but you know, like I really just believe, you know, there's such a thing as a consensual crime, which is victimless crime. So if I'm smoking a joint, well, a lot of it's like the vaccine. If I'm smoking a joint, well, how does that hurt you?
Right. Well,
what am I doing to hurt you?
If you drive and fall asleep at the wheel,
well, that's one thing, of course. Yeah, that makes sense.
For that.
Okay, yeah, well, that's another. Okay, outside of the driving world, I don't see how I'm hurting. You know,
outside
like,
the driving world, that's really the end of it.
and if I'm not getting my job done, then fire me.
Right.
Okay, so there's it just there's no. And by the way, most people do agree with it, but when you have like over 70% of the people in jail are there for victimless crime.
Yes.
Mostly drug-related crime.
But then we go back to another thing, profiteering. Because we have a private prison, which is crazy. You're essentially taking human beings and you're using them as batteries to generate money. That's really what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like the more people you get in there, the more profit you're pulling out of it, which is just crazy. So then you have prison guard unions that are lobbying to keep laws on the books, victimless crimes on the books, like marijuana.
Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of unions pushing, but you know, I didn't know until I saw the 13th. Is that what it was called? That movie, 13th Amendment. It was about the 13th Amendment. I didn't know about the. What's it called? There's a movie. I think it's called the 13th. If I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. Anyway, oh, there it is. Yeah, that's the first time I really thought about it, in spite of being around prisons, you know, much of my life. I'd never thought about the fact that that's just they're making them work. It's just slave labor.
Exactly.
Just
making them work.
I'd never thought about it.
Slave labor for an insanely small amount of money, and they keep them locked up and they produce things.
Yeah. Well, you watch that, you believe it. For sure.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh,
I'm aware of the laws. I'm aware of that's a lot of where the Jim Crow laws came from. When they abolished slavery, what they did was just arrest people for basically anything and put them to work. I mean, that was the modus operandi.
Yeah, which is, I guess that's when all that 13th started back then. Yeah, as a part of the Jim Crow.
It all goes to the same thing, profit. And ironically, a lot of this lack of compassion could be solved with psychedelics. A lot. Where people expand their consciousness, understand that what they're doing is morally reprehensible. And even though you can sort of justify it because it's illegal, it's disgusting. We should change those laws. Those laws don't make sense because it's written on paper. Doesn't mean it's just. Doesn't mean it makes sense.
Be nice. I agree. It'd be nice to get some acid in the punch bowl at some kind of congressional, you know.
Well, consensual. I think.
Consensual. I mean, you're not going to get all those guys who need it to agree to it. So I'm just saying, throw a little in the punch bowl. They're all going by the punch bowl.
Do you ever grab Hancock? He's an expert on ancient history, like a kind of a renegade historian. He's got a sort of an alternative version of ancient society, ancient civilizations. But point is, like,
he has a podcast.
He's got two seasons of a series called Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix. It's really amazing. It's basically his field of study is the evidence that human beings and human civilization has gone through a reset, and that somewhere around 12,000 years ago, and this is all supported by this theory called the Younger Dryas impact theory, where they found evidence that the Earth was bombarded by a comet at more than 2 different times in history that probably reset civilization, and that this is probably why you see like ancient structures that people can't explain, and that these stone buildings that have incredibly complex geometry and precision buildings
Yeah,
from thousands
like
and
at the
thousands
World
and thousands
Fair
of
in
years.
Chicago, like they had all those buildings.
That's a little different.
You're talking about that?
Yeah, no, that's a little different. I'm talking about like ancient Egypt.
You're talking.
I'm talking about like Turkey.
Yeah.
You know, I'm talking about like Göbekli Tepe and these ancient structures they found that are absolutely 11,000 plus years old, where people were supposed to be just hunter and gatherers, and that we had thought up until last 40 or 50 years that society emerged around 6,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. What he believes is that that is a reemergence of society, and that society had already reached a very high level of sophistication around 12,000 years ago, and that something happened, some sort of gigantic cataclysm, and reset things. But Graham is also an enthusiast of ayahuasca and the power of psychedelic medicine, and he has often said that to run governments, it should be mandatory that you have psychedelic sessions. And you should probably do it publicly. Seriously, fuck that. I mean, imagine getting Lindsey Graham fucked up on mushrooms and then filming it. It'd be amazing.
See that.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
But it would be nice if they had a little more, because it's almost those drugs that you're talking about are just like, it's like the universal, God's little helper.
Yeah.
Help you see how the world really works. God's little helper. The illusory nature of what it is to experience.
Yeah.
And to come from the heart.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, they encourage compassion. They encourage kindness and love. And that's, we need a lot more of that in this world. And that's the problem with being so politically and ideologically divided. It's like it's so easy because people are so tribal. It's so easy to hate the other tribe, the other people, the enemy. So we've got this bizarre thing where we're supposed to be a community, but we're a two-sided community, and one side hates the other side. And whoever's in power, those people are the problem. It's like,
yeah, that is such a weird part of human, nature, whatever you want to call it, psychology. It's like, and I noticed just the other day, there was some dude, I can't remember what the context was, but I remember he kind of came into my zone and I thought, look at this fucking guy, man. He's such an asshole. You just tell it, you can just feel it. And then I thought, wait, what? You got nothing that tells you that that's true, other than maybe you're jealous because he's more handsome than you are. So, no, but then anyway, it's like, how you doing? And he smiles, and I'm like, this guy's incredible. All you need to do sometimes is just generate a smile on that other person who you think's an asshole face, and suddenly they're a kid. It's suddenly you're different. You're using your kid juice to interact.
Well, that's like the importance of charisma, right? Because a person isn't exactly who they are. They're who they are when they interact with you. And however you interact with them will affect the way they interact with you. It's a two-way street. Most sort of interaction.
If they see a frown on your face, then inevitably there's a frown on their face.
Inevitably. Yeah.
But smiles generate smiles. And if you think about it, that is the easiest energy generating thing is another person's smile.
Sure.
Getting you
and common ground. And I think that's the problem with media and with political ideologies is that there's no currency in common ground.
How do you live in Pimp? I hope you're well. Can you hear me? Hope you're having a good day. Shout out to you, David. David, do you know who I am? If you don't, let me know and I'll tell you who I am. That's okay. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. On YouTube, I have more data online than any person ever, and data is its number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. It's a real life Truman Show. I'm live here. I'm live in Discord. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on everywhere. How about 16 different YouTube streams right now? It's the biggest event in global history. Tell all your friends about it. We talk about things like ending world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. We talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth over $100 million. Essentially, we have built wells in Nigeria. I want to continue that good work. I'm a major advocate of the Life Shop program and desalination technology, pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. We're watching Joe Rogan right now. Feel free to enjoy, my friend.
The currency is all in division. That's where you gain the most momentum, get the most people on your side. You have to say the other people are the enemy. Common ground is much more common. Most people agree. Most people want to be safe. They want to be healthy. They want to be happy. They want to have friends. They want to have a good time. They want a nice family. They want to be loved. They want to have love. That's most people. And they think that the other people are trying to prevent that. Instead of just accentuating those important factors and saying we should all concentrate on that, I think we should all look at things that prevent that. What are the things that prevent happiness and love and health? And let's all work collectively together to eliminate those aspects of our society. Yeah. The problem is you don't make a lot of profit doing that. You know, the profit is in the division.
The media does push the divide for sure.
The media is bullshit. First of all, they're dying. They're dying like AM radio. They're not going to make it. They're not going to make it. The internet is more compelling than independent journalism.
I'm here, big dog. I'm just going to restart one of my computers.
Are you sure that's not a subjective standpoint, Joe?
I'm here. Don't worry, big dog.
All your man is
And I'm not going anywhere. I'm the best of all time.
Listen, I think there are very good people that work in journalism. I think there are very good people that work at the New York Times, the Washington Post, and even
There we go.
CNN. I know them.
I'm back, baby.
And I like them. I know people that work at the New York Times, and I like
Let me know if you want to talk. That's
the problem.
You
Is
don't.
institution.
That's
And the
tight.
institution is based on profit, and where you get your money. Well, you get a lot of your money from pharmaceutical drug companies, from NGOs. There's funding from all these different political groups. That's the problem. The problem is enormous entities that need incredible amounts of capital in order to stay relevant. And in doing so, what's crazy is if you're in the information business, well, you can't be accurate. You cannot be accurate about the distribution of information if your profits are based on you pushing a bullshit narrative, because those are the people that are supporting you. So therefore, they're not going to make it. Like, it's like you see the writing on the wall. It's like, this is not tenable. You're not going to be able to continue this. You're going to either have to adjust course, or you're going to be swallowed. And that's what people realize that now with the internet. When you got people like Matt Taibbi and Michael Schellenberger and Glenn Greenwald, respected journalists who are now on the outside. And so now they've amassed this huge following on the outside, because, you know, if you go to Glenn Greenwald, he's going to tell you what's actually going on. Why are we invading this? Why are we bombing this country? What's going on? And he'll tell you it all goes back to 2013 when this was passed, and this is what happened, and they tried to do this. And this is what we're trying to do because there's oil here, there's minerals there, and you're like, oh, fuck. And so, but most people don't have the time to do that kind of a deep dive. So you turn on CNN. CNN says, safe and effective. They got your knife booster. Get your knife booster. And the fucking anchor blacking out on TV, and it's like, wow. It's like, they're in a trap. They're in a trap. First of all, they're in a trap because of the actual format of the show sucks, right? Format of television shows suck. You have 3 talking heads yelling at each other 5 minutes before commercial. Everyone's trying to get a sound bite that goes viral, and then you cut to a commercial about antidepressants. And then you come back. You come back, and there's a flood, and there's fucking Detroit's frozen. You see that shit in Detroit? Where they had a flood, and then it froze. So you got cars like up to the fucking windshield, frozen solid in the streets, and car alarms going off.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, it happened yesterday. There was some sort of a water main line broke, probably because of the cold, and then the streets flooded, and then the streets, when they flooded, then they froze, and so all these cars, like literally up to the windshield, stuck as you can find it. It's crazy to look at. Like, look at this, entire streets filled.
Oh my God.
And if you watch a video of it, all the car alarms are going off. So the car alarms are going off, and all the cars are frozen. So everybody's fucking going off because the car's getting crunched. So the cars are getting disturbed, so they're getting crunched. So the cars think that people are breaking into them. Minus 70 degrees. As if Detroit doesn't have enough fucking problems. Poor Detroit.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, but Detroit's doing so well lately.
Yeah.
It's really, I went there not long ago.
They're making it come back.
It was phenomenal.
They're making it come back.
Wow, what a fun place.
Well, you know what?
Artists kind of took it over, and it just became, it's pretty groovy.
Artists and artisans and companies that are like proud, like Shinola.
That's my buddy, Tom Kartsotis.
Oh, they're great.
Do you know him?
No, I don't, but
he's one of the great humans on this planet. Yeah, he started Shinola. Incredible. Shinola is a great company.
It's a great company. I have one of their laptop bags.
Incredible guy.
They make awesome stuff. They make great watches, great stuff, but made in Detroit, like proudly.
Yeah, yeah. And they got the record player that he did with, Mike White, Mike, Mike White. No,
Jack White.
Jack White.
Oh.
I knew that wasn't right. I couldn't. Mike White makes White Lotus. Yeah, no, Jack White. Yeah. And they also do vinyl. They make all these vinyl. Those guys do cool stuff, man.
Yeah. Well, I
know.
Last time I was in Detroit, I did the Fox Theater, and I saw a lot of that too. A lot of like small shops and cool places, and because real estate's cheap, so people are like moving in, and artists are doing things. It's fun. It's like a little bit of a revival after they got fucked by the auto industry.
Well, yeah, for sure.
More profiteering, right? Send all the fucking jobs to other countries to get people to work for slave labor.
Yeah. And then now they're dealing with this incredible ice flood.
Yeah. I think that's a small, isolated area, but still pretty fucked.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you still in LA? Where do you live?
I'm in Austin, right here with you.
Here you are. Where do you live, though? Where do you spend most of your time?
No, I live in Austin.
Oh, do you?
I live in Austin.
I didn't know you lived here.
Yeah, I live in the Drip.
Oh, nice. Dripping Springs is great. I love it out there. That's a nice place. It's a nice area.
No, I'm determined. You and I are going to have to hang out sometime.
Let's do it.
Socially.
I would love to do that. Let's do it.
Yeah?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay, well, you don't feel just like you're back against the wall?
No, I
we're on
love you, man. Come on. I'll hang out with you anytime.
That's great.
Call me 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll meet you somewhere.
Okay, perfect.
I'll bring you down to my comedy club.
Oh, yeah.
Comedy club on
right.
6th Street.
What's it called?
Comedy Mothership.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
It's fun. It's a great place. My buddy Jimmy Dore is there this weekend, who's also great, and he's filming his comedy special there this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jimmy Dore is amazing. He's another guy that's risen as an independent journalist. He's a comedian, and he started his show basically just making fun of political things. And then during the pandemic, got vaccine injured and really got kind of red-pilled and kind of became like the voice of truth and reason. And, another guy who's been completely outcast by supposedly progressive people for just telling the truth, the inconvenient truth.
Yeah, but I guess the progressives, are they now the conservative? We got to change the term because progressives seem a lot less progressive.
Yeah.
And I really felt quite,
I think they got co-opted.
I felt quite.
I'm here.
I think they got co-opted, and I think it was on
Adjusting
purpose.
the
I think
computer.
there was some very sophisticated psychological manipulation that was involved, and a lot of money was being spent in order to push some very specific narratives. And they did a great job of it. You know, they did a great job of it, but we're finding out because of the Department of Government Efficiency that most of this was funded by our own tax dollars, which is really fucking crazy. A lot of these NGOs that supported a lot of these crazy riots and all these different things that were happening in our cities was really supported by our own tax dollars. It was just a subversion of public discourse. You know, instead of allowing people to figure out what's right, what's wrong, they pushed what they wanted you to say, and anybody who deviated from that was canceled. And because of the fact that before Elon bought Twitter, the left had complete, total control over the narrative because they owned all the social media sites and they were in lockstep with the government. So it's just a dark time for information, but a few brave people, you know, braved the storm, and one of them was Jimmy.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
He's great. You would love him.
Shout out, Peter.
He's great.
You know, I remember when the guy was. Remember that guy? I think they were in London, maybe, but it was the guy who was, I think, directed one portion of Pfizer, and he met with some guy, and he had a body cam. The other guy had a body cam. It was like a date on Tinder.
Oh, it's like one of those Project Veritas, James O'Keefe things.
Did you not see it?
I'm sure I did.
But this is the perfect example of how the trusted news initiative managed to. A lot of news just never got to people because the guy had a body cam and is talking to him, and the guy who works for Pfizer was saying they just had a meeting talking about how they could weaponize these other viruses in order to basically create another pandemic so that they would have the vaccine to address it and make more money, which is not a surprising thing that they would be discussing. But what was great was he admitted it to the guy while they're sitting there at a little diner.
It's always chatty gay guys.
But the main thing,
It's always chatty gay guys. It's always a guy on a date with another guy, and he's like, I'll tell you what we're doing. It's like they just chat it up.
But the incredible thing, like, the stuff that he said was incredible. What was more incredible? Well, he told the guy basically that he'd been filming him. The guy freaks out. Anyway, this should have been across every possible platform of media.
Of course.
And yet, you did not see it. Zero in mainstream media. But because Musk had bought Twitter, Musk put it on and it immediately got 40 million views. And also, what's his name? Tucker Carlson put it on. And then there was a lot of views that way. But other than that, but if you have to ask your average person, they never heard of this incident.
Yeah.
It's like an amazing thing talking about, what's the term for that? The weaponization of a virus. Do you know?
He's looking at the term for the weaponization of a virus.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway, they do it. Well, that's what they think that they were doing.
They will. 100%. Well, that was why you would get banned off of all these social media platforms if you even brought that up. I mean, it used to be if you brought that up on YouTube, you get pulled from YouTube. Now it's fact. Now it's fact. Now it's undeniable fact. All of them, like you said about Robert Malone, all the things that he said are now fact. Everything. Every single one of them. The fact that it doesn't stay, the injection doesn't stay locally, that it infects various parts of your body different ways. If it gets to your heart, it's very dangerous because your heart doesn't have the ability to heal, which is why you don't get heart cancer. So your heart just scars over and you get myocarditis. He started talking about all these different effects, and he personally was vaccine injured. So he's a guy who took it, almost had a fucking heart attack, was like, what is going on? His whole body freaked out, he was deadly sick, managed to get through it, then started speaking out against it, then started doing more research and finding out what was going on, and then that was the collective freak out.
Well, it's incredible that so many people were injured, and yet it's still kind of not widely discussed. I think people are discussing it.
More people are discussing it now, but it's still it's still, there's a lot of people that don't want to bring it up because they don't want the heat. They saw what happened to people that did bring it up, and they don't want that coming their way. It's still fresh in their memory, and they keep their mouth shut. Yeah, but over time,
did you find out what it was called? No.
Is it a term?
It's a term, huh?
A term? I don't know what the term is.
Anyway, it just, I don't know. It's a crazy time in this world.
Yeah. But crazy times are fun too. Because people snap out of it. They pop through it, they come out on the other side, and they go, what the fuck was going on? And then you have a re-examining of society. And I think that's happening right now. And I think that's a good thing. As long as people keep their cool and they don't go tribal. You can't go tribal. You can't go us versus them. They're the bad guy. The fucking all those people with blue hair, those fucking pieces of shit. No, they're sad, lost people. That's what it is. Sad, lost, angry people that think they have to lash out at the other for the problems that is really caused by gigantic corporations and the exchange of money. Yeah.
It always comes down. Hey, follow the money. Yeah.
Follow that fucking cheese. It's always the money, and it's never enough. It's a weird thing about us. And again, I think part of the problem is the lack of methods to escape. And I don't mean escape reality. I mean to escape the fog of propaganda. And that's literally why all that stuff was made illegal in 1970. Richard Nixon was trying to stop the anti-war effort in the civil rights movement. That's why they turned the Schedule 1, or the sweeping Schedule 1 Prohibition Act of all psychedelic drugs. That's what that was about. It wasn't about protecting society. If it was, they would have got rid of OxyContin. They would have got rid of addictive painkillers, Vicodin, Percocets. They never got rid of any of that stuff.
They got rid of Big Mac.
Yeah. See,
I know. Listen, I know you're a meat guy. You love meat, but can we say Big Macs are not the greatest thing for you?
No, they're not great. They're not great for you. But I feel like you should really eat a Big Mac if you want to.
Hey, you should never do anything if you want to. I wouldn't care if it's shot up right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't get rid of Big Macs. But don't eat them every day, you fucking idiot. It's like I say about Doritos. People are like, oh, we should get Doritos off. No, Doritos as they are a perfect snack. They're delicious, but they're fucking terrible for you. Just like cigarettes, just like whiskey. They're terrible for you. But in the moment, they're great. The key is recover and then don't do it every day. That's the key. The key to all things is moderation. All things.
Dude, I wish you'd give me this speech like 20. You know, it's so precipice after 21. I just started. I became immoderate, you know. In fact, I didn't even smoke pot until I was 21.
I didn't smoke pot until I was 30.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, I thought it was going to turn you into a loser.
Yeah.
I bought into all of it. I grew up with a lot of people that had drug problems, and I wanted to succeed in life. My biggest fear was being a loser. You know, just someone who just never got their shit together. And I was like, well, anything that gets in the way of being successful and being healthy and happy, avoid that.
And now, what point did you say to yourself, I'm definitely not a loser? There's no chance of me being a loser.
Oh, I don't know if you ever think. I guess I think that now. But I think
or do you sometimes doubt it and say I'm a loser?
Well, I definitely think I'm very hypercritical, self-critical. So I battle against that because I think that's something that anybody who strives to be successful battles against. You always feel like you can do more, you know. But there's a balance of being doing more and being happy, enjoying yourself, but also accomplishing things you want to do, feeling fulfilled. You know, having worthwhile goals, things that you think are valuable, not just to you, but valuable to other people. Yeah.
And do you feel like you must feel?
I feel like that now. Yeah, but I don't think about it, honestly, because I think if you think about it, then you get lost. Then you get like, look how good I am. You know, you get really lost in success, where you get intoxicated by that too. So I think you just got to kind of exist. You got to kind of exist and not feed your insecurities, but also don't feed any delusions of grandeur either. You know, just be a person. Just learn how to be a human being.
That's got to be hard for you, dude, because I mean you're at the tippy top of the tippy top, and everybody's got to be kissing your ass and telling you how great you are. It's got to be hard to not allow your ego to dictate things. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I stomp my ego pretty good. I do it with workouts. I do it with martial arts. I do it with cold plunging and saunas. I put myself through voluntary adversity. It's pretty fucking brutal, and that's my best way to achieve like homeostasis. That's my best way to achieve like a balance. Is that I put myself through way more than life ever gives me, so that I'm always. You know, I get it. You know, you're always vulnerable. You're always weak. You're always late. There's always something. So as long as you confront that all the time, and keep your mind healthy and balanced, have a healthy perspective. You know, there's a lot of like new age sort of bullshit terms that unfortunately have been co-opted by silly people. You know, but a lot of those, like, they're very important, like gratitude. Gratitude is a really important quality that people should have. You know, mindfulness is a really important quality that people should have. But these things are co-opted by goofy people that wear wooden beanies and want you to join their cult. You know, it's like they want you to think that they're special and they're particularly spiritual. You know, and so unfortunately, really good concepts are often tainted by silly people. You know, like love and God and a lot of the things that are really like beneficial to us as a society. They get co-opted by goofy people. Like how many people have been turned off by religion by watching mega pastors in these huge churches flying around in private jets and driving in Rolls Royces? Like, oh well, this is all bullshit. You know.
Yeah. You no. Do you think I mean I'm curious. I must have heard you talk about this, but what is your concept of religious? I mean, do you have a specific religion that you adhere to?
Not necessarily. I'm not in favor of any restrictive religions. I'm not in favor of any religions that punish people that don't follow them, and I'm not in favor of any religions that force a very rigid structure on people that has to be adhered to, or you're a sinner, cast out, or I think that most religious experience. I think most religion is based on human beings' very unique experiences that have provided enlightenment, and they're trying to express that enlightenment to other people. And I think the problem with religious stories are that people are full of shit, and a lot of those stories suck. You know, a lot of those stories are probably distorted by the hands of man. But I think, you know, I'm of the school of thought that a lot of the religious experiences that people talk about were probably inspired by psychedelic experiences. And, you know, there's a great book called The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross by John Marco Allegro. Do you know about that book?
I've heard of it, but I've never read it. Yeah.
It's a great book, but it's very hard to follow because it's very, unless you understand Aramaic, unless you understand the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And there's people that, oh, congratulations.
I really? Yeah, I got Aramaic, I got obviously French. I had to learn Spanish when I was working in construction recently. And then, yeah, I got.
Can you hear with that microphone? Push that microphone.
I got some of the click languages.
Oh, really?
No, I only speak only English. Come on, Jay.
Well, the John Marco Allegro book, he was an ordained minister. but he was one of the people that was assigned to translate the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he did it over the course of, I think it was about 14 years. And then he wrote this book because it was his belief, and he was a very straight-laced scholar. He wasn't a psychedelic enthusiast, but he believed that the entire Christian religion was based on the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility rituals. And he thinks that a lot of these stories, that their origins come from that. And and he believed that a lot of it was the Amanita muscaria mushroom, which is a very confusing mushroom because a lot of people have a hard time tripping on it. They don't know exactly. Then Terence McKenna believed that the problem was that the psychedelic compounds in it varied regionally and kinetically, and that they weren't always the same, and that a lot of these people that were having these experiences were not. It really depended on where you get them from and how you got them, how you treated it, and a lot of that information was lost. And also, like, there's certain religious ceremonies that involved very mysterious things, like soma. Soma from the ancient Hindu texts. They don't know what was in there. They don't know what it was, but it seems like it was some sort of a psychedelic compound. Whether it was a blue lotus and psilocybin or a combination of many things, like the Eleusinian mysteries, where, in ancient Greece, they believed that was ergot, that ergot was mixed in with the wine, ergot, which is a very similar experience to LSD. Oh, yeah. There's a great book on that, too, if you've never read it. It's called The Immortality Key by a scholar named Brian Murarescu, who's a brilliant guy. He's been on the podcast a couple times. But he's done a lot of really legitimate work on proving that these vessels, these wine containers that they had from these ancient times, they found trace elements of ergot in these wine vessels. And they know that wine back then was not just fermented grapes. They would add a bunch of things to the wine. And so, so these experiences that people would have, they would go to Ulysses, and I went there when I was in Greece a couple of years ago, and it's an amazing place, man. When you're there, it feels weird. When you go to the place where they have these psychedelic rituals, the place has a bizarre memory that you feel when you're there, because you can literally walk on the grounds where they had these rituals, and you're there, and you're like, whoa, this place feels wild. It's just my kids rather were like, what's wrong? I'm like, I'm fine. It's just it's weirded out by this place. I feel it. I feel like a bizarre connection with this place. It feels alive, or it's humming or something. It's very weird. Very weird. Just touching the rocks and just trying to feel what's going on here. It's you got thousands of years ago, these people were just tripping balls and inventing democracy right here at the very spot. It's literally the roots of democracy.
They had to be tripping to think of something so bold as democracy.
Yeah, I mean, it is literally what we were talking about. If you want something that accentuates compassion and this sense of family and brotherhood and sisterhood, that we're all together in this thing, what better than psychedelic drugs? Yeah, and that's what they're legal. It gets in the way of this us versus them narrative that is so prevalent in our goofy society that's detached from these sacred compounds.
Yeah, the herb, it really is a unifying thing. I've always, from the first time I tried it, I just felt such fun on it,
Yeah.
Such compassion to everybody around me.
Yeah, it makes you kinder.
Huh?
It makes you kinder.
Makes you kinder.
Yeah, that's why they call it kind bud.
Kind bud.
That's probably why they call it that.
The kind. But yeah, no, I like the image of it. It's just a unifier.
Yeah.
And so that's what makes me wonder, why does Texas not just say, hey, let's open the doors to this? It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
You could have the best cafes in Austin.
I know. Yeah. Well, it's weird because there's certain weed here that's legal. What is it, Delta 9? Is that the legal stuff? Or Delta 8?
I know
which
what
one?
you're talking about.
It's weird. It's weird because it's pretty much just weed.
Yeah, I never got into that stuff.
It's just a different version of the plant.
But it doesn't get you high.
Oh yeah, it does.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I get some.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what these syllables. You kind of had a yeah.
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how they're doing it, but somehow or other they're skirting around the rules and developing something that is basically the same.
Delta 9 center.
Yeah, it's basically like weed's twin sister that has different genetics. I don't know. I don't understand it.
And I heard they're trying to work out a thing where there's no more of those exceptions here.
Oh, well, that would suck.
But legislature.
That's goofy. I mean, there's plenty of things to concentrate on. Why concentrate on that? It's just, it's a dumb rule. It's a dumb rule that's mostly enforced by people who don't know what the experience is. They have a distorted idea what the experience is, and they think it's just going to make people losers.
Well, also, it's being mandated people with different kinds of, desires, and a lot of it financial. But, anything that does, I consider a crime anything I do that hurts you or your property.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no crime.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. And I think we've got to get past that. I think there's just a lot of people that recognize that. What they did in the 1970s was very effective. They threw water on the entire psychedelic movement and the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement, and they did it by banning a lot of these compounds that were changing the way people thought about life. And, like the whole peace, love, and hippie movement of the 1960s was all inspired by psychedelic drugs, all of it.
Right.
And it was a revolutionary, complete change of society from 1950 to 1960. I mean, 10 years, things became, the music and culture became almost unrecognizable. It changed so radically. And I think it was terrifying to the powers that be. And unfortunately, the propaganda that they pushed, just like the propaganda that we saw during the COVID times, and propaganda you have whenever there's a war, that propaganda is sticky. That stuff sticks. It sticks around for a long time. And unless you have viable representations of opposing narratives that are really effective, it's very hard for people to change their perspective on things without personal experience.
Right.
And most of these people that are straight-laced, no nonsense type folks, they don't want to smoke weed. I'm going to ruin my brain. I've heard legitimate scientists say, I would never want to interfere with the way my brain works. I go, okay, you drink coffee, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Do you exercise? What do you do? What do you do? Good food? There's a lot of things that change the way your brain works. This is a dumb way to look.
You really want your doctor looking healthy. You don't want to see some obese, having trouble breathing type of guy.
Yeah.
It's going to give you your advice.
Well, that was one of the most fascinating things about COVID. When I was talking to Dr. Peter Hotez, who's an overweight guy who eats junk food, and he's telling me everybody's got to get vaccinated. I'm like, are you healthy? Are you healthy? Because, do you work out? Do you eat well? Do you take vitamins? No. None of those things. But you think that, chemicals, that the only way that you're going to get healthy is from a laboratory and an injection. That doesn't seem real. That seems crazy.
The whole notion is to bolster your immune system's response to this specific item, right? But if your immune system is strong,
right,
you really have nothing to fear. If your immune system is weak, you have also a lot to fear by taking a vaccine that can, with this recent one, it actually hurts the immune system. It harms the immune system.
Especially with repeated doses.
People get vaccines. Should all people get vaccines?
Yeah, I mean, the problem was also any sort of, this is Dr. Birx is now admitting this, and she's being questioned, is that they stopped any early treatments that weren't the vaccine, and that they probably shouldn't have done that, and that a lot of people could have been saved because of that. And that's true. And then that's something that people need to, that's one of the best aspects of Bobby Kennedy's book, The Real Anthony Fauci. It's understand like what pressures were put on these organizations to stifle and completely stop the prescription use of a bunch of different things, hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, also like the studies that were done on vitamin D deficiencies and how that impacted immune systems, and just sunlight, exercise, diet, all those things play a critical factor in how well your immune system functions. The idea that the only way your immune system functions at its peak is you've got to stick a fucking metal pin filled with a solution that gets plunged into your tissue. That's the only way. It's the only way, Woody.
Yeah.
You gotta shove a fucking needle in your arm. Like, what?
But you make a great point, because it's like, why didn't we hear from America's Dr. Fauci or the other representatives from the medical industry? Maybe less, sugar.
Yeah.
Maybe less fast food. Maybe exercise. There was no other direction. Take the vaccine.
No,
That's the only direction.
They didn't want to fat shame, so they never told anybody to lose weight, which is one of the major comorbidities that affected people negatively.
Yeah. Bill Maher was into that. Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's weird times. But again, I have hope.
Yeah, me too, man. In spite of everything, I have hope.
Well,
because I believe in people generally, like there's people who in California and New York, they look at Texas as like, this lost state. You know what I mean? Greatest people in the world.
Yeah.
Greatest, kindest, nicest people.
Yeah.
But you may not want to talk about certain subjects. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, just avoid those subjects. You get along.
And even the subjects that you're supposed to avoid, why? Why are we avoiding them?
Well, I agree. I'd like to talk about any subject.
Yeah.
I like a little healthy, debate.
Also, I want to know why you think the way you think. If you think totally different than me, I want to sit down with you. And I want to give you all the room in the world to say what you think. I want to know how you came to those conclusions. I want to know what your childhood was like. I want to know what experiences have you had that led you to have these concrete evaluations of the way society is that are so different than mine.
That's a great compassionate vantage point. That's what we really lack.
Yeah, you need to sit down with people that you don't agree with and find out, and oftentimes they fall apart. That's just the fascinating thing. Give them enough room, you just keep talking to them, they fall apart. One of the weirdest conversations I had on this podcast was talking to Dr. Sanjay Gupta from CNN. They sent him over here to fucking straighten me out, and by the end of it, it was a very bizarre conversation. By the end of it, he was essentially agreeing with me.
I had heard that he didn't think you should necessarily vaccinate. I thought he was a little more progressive.
Well, he's smart, but he's also working for CNN, and he's also a neurosurgeon. So he's he's a bright guy. He's just captured by the system, and that's part of the problem. But there was a lot of things that didn't make any sense. Like one of the ones where he wanted me to get vaccinated after I recovered from COVID.
Yeah,
dude, I had COVID.
Shouldn't that be the reason I'm already vaccinated, basically?
Yeah. Well, I'd recovered from COVID in 3 days. It wasn't hard at all. And that's when I got hit. That's when everybody came after me. It was because I was a bad example. Because I was helping. And I was giving people bad information by telling them all the things that I took to get better. Which is really weird. And then they focused on this one thing, which was ivermectin. I read a laundry list of stuff that I took. IV vitamins, NAD, ivermectin, monoclonal antibodies. I talked about all the different stuff that my doctor put me on. And I was better. 3 days. And then what CNN do? They turned my face yellow. They put a filter on the video to make me look sick. And they started talking about me taking horse paste, which is crazy. They said I was taking veterinary medicine.
Yeah, the ivermectin.
Yeah.
They suddenly calling it that in spite of it treating, millions of humans.
Billions of prescriptions have been filled. Billions.
Yeah.
Billions of times human beings have taken out.
They have the guy who invented it in the statue at the WHO. I mean, that's why, because he invented ivermectin.
Yes. You want to know about Price?
That was an interesting thing how they made these other drugs, negative.
Yeah.
It was a hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, which some legitimate doctors found to be effective. You know, suddenly you can't even bring it up, and then you couldn't even get it.
Yeah.
Like suddenly they made it ungettable.
Yeah, well, you couldn't get it from Walgreens. They wouldn't prescribe it for you unless you had like some sort of a
malaria.
Yeah, you'd have to have more some sort of parasite. That's why they said it was a dewormer because it was anti-parasitic. But when I said it to Sanjay Gupta, I go like, yes, but it's also been shown to stop viral replication in vitro. And I said, you know that, right? And you can see this look on his face, like, oh shit, because that's a fact. Like they've studied viral replication. You use ivermectin in petri dishes, it stops viral replication. Fact. Like that, there's studies on this. Like it's like one of the most safe drugs known to man. It's like the safety profile is incredible. And this idea that like Rolling Stones printing articles that people are having overdoses from ivermectin and people can't get into the emergency room because of gunshot wounds. They even showed a photograph of a bunch of people outside of an emergency room wearing winter coats in August because it was a photograph of people waiting in line to get a flu shot. It was a bullshit photograph that fucking Rolling Stone published. Like, this is so wild to watch because it's not just propaganda, it's really shitty propaganda. Right. Because there's not much truthful they could say that would go against this stuff. So they have to just say it's horse dewormer. You're a fool. You're taking horse dewormer. But what they didn't understand is at the time, they didn't understand the media landscape. They thought they were still huge. But they didn't understand, like, an average video on my show was like 10 times bigger than their show. It's just, we weren't talking about it. We weren't saying it. So they still thought they were CNN. They were going to crush this rebellion against this one specific thing that you had to do, which was get vaccinated. Right? Fucking, remember when Biden was on television, he was talking about the hurricane was coming. The most important thing when the hurricane's coming is you get vaccinated. Everything's harder if you're not vaccinated.
Yeah, well, all that money they gave those guys, they get a lot of money. They had to do something.
Yeah,
payback.
It's wild though. It's going to affect their ability to make money in the future. That's for sure. Especially CNN.
Yeah.
They all take a hit.
Honestly, I don't miss these other organizations anymore.
I watch them every now and then.
They lost my confidence.
Yeah, yours and most people. Yeah, I think that's good. You know, I do. I think that's just that's healthy. That's the human mental immune system weeding out pathogens.
Yeah, that's true. Media you take in can certainly be a pathogen.
Yeah, it is. But again, there's a lot of cool shit out there. You know, it's like you can concentrate on that, or you can concentrate on how much cool music there is now, how much great comedy there is now, how many great movies there are now. There's plenty of things to concentrate on. It's like, there's just, the problem is there's a lot of people, their business is division.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that song? Politics and religion causing more division. It's really, government and media.
It's really more division.
I'm not Trump West son.
There's no money in politics.
Everybody knows it.
There's no money in pharmaceuticals.
Everybody shows it.
There's no money in war.
I'm the sexiest motherfucker there's ever been. There ain't never been anybody as sexy as I am. I'm the biggest pimp of all time. I got that fucking Surgeon General look, motherfucker. Sexiest motherfucker of all time. Rothschild. Biggest pimp in global history. Where? I got more muscles. I got muscles on my muscles. Switches just call me beefcake because I'm sexy like that.
Yeah.
And I think it's really heroic how much he stood up for things that he didn't need to talk about, that didn't help him in any way.
It's athleticism.
He just took
more athleticism in my little pinky than anybody's got in their entire body, baby. What's this bullshit?
Then it's heroic to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't wrong. the thing is, like, I was a victim of that propaganda, and I told him that when I met him and I had him on the show. I said, I always thought you were a kook. I had always heard. I bought into it. I just had
West Side
a
Gang.
cursory examination of what people were saying about you. Like, oh, that guy doesn't believe in vaccines. He's a nut. He's some sort of an anti-science nut. He's just a conspiracy theorist. He's just like all these other nutty people. And then I read his book, and I was like, okay, well, this book is real. Why is he getting sued? If it's not real, why is he getting sued? Why if all these things he's saying about Anthony Fauci during the AIDS crisis, if that's not true, why is he not getting sued? I would sue the fuck out of him if he lied about me and said I was vaccinating foster kids with experimental drugs that were killing them. I would sue you if that was not true. Like, hey, you fucking liar! I never did that. This is a lie. You can't prove it. It's not a lie. And
if it was a lie, he'd get sued. If it being truth, they just ignored it.
Yeah.
But man, that is a heavy tone.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's some info in there just blew my mind. You know, like the way Fauci was able to get these principal investigators from like all these respectable colleges and put them on these committees. They ended up saying, yeah, this is the vaccine we'll use. This is the we'll use AZT. He started with the AZT.
Oh yeah.
And, you know, AZT was known to be a highly toxic, really ineffective drug.
Yeah.
And, of course, but that was the one they picked. So they started using that again, and I don't know how many people that killed. That killed friendly, you know. AZT was very toxic, and they finally had to yank it.
Yeah.
Now they use different chemical cocktails, but like Fauci did some extraordinarily evil shit.
Yeah,
that was what he did.
He was the villain of the Dallas Buyers Club, that movie. That was about people trying to seek alternative treatments to deal with AIDS.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that's Fauci.
Right.
That's AZT.
Yeah.
Magic Johnson got on AZT and it was killing him, and he got off with it.
Yeah. And he's still alive.
Yeah. It's a bummer. It's just a bummer that someone had that kind of power for so long. It was such a fucking monster.
Yeah. Did you see that little meme that went around? It was right after he got first time anyone ever got pre-pardon.
Yeah.
And he said nothing says trust science like a blanket pre-pardon.
Yeah.
Picture Fauci.
Well, the problem with that pre-pardon is he's pre-pardoned federally, but he's not pre-pardoned state-wise. These states can still sue him. Not only that, when you're pardoned, then you can no longer plead the fifth. So you could be held for perjury. So there's a lot of issues with being pardoned that I don't think Biden took into consideration or Fauci took into consideration either. I think he just wanted anything to protect him because he knew it was coming. He knew that just the emails that were available that showed collusion, where he had gotten a hold of all these different researchers and changed their perspective on whether or not it was a lab leak. Because through Eco Health Alliance, they had funded gain-of-function research after Obama.
Gain-of-function. That's what I was trying to think. Okay, go ahead.
Well, gain-of-function is essentially taking the virus and making it more infectious to human beings.
Weaponizing the virus.
Yeah. The idea is supposedly to study it, but if you're studying it and you don't have a fucking cure, you've been studying this shit for so long and you don't have a cure, like, what are you actually doing? Well, you're doing weapons research. You know, this is one of the things that Bobby's talked about with Lyme disease. You know, where they try to get him on Lyme disease, which is a very funny grilling. They say, did you say that Lyme disease was a leaked bioweapon? He goes, I probably did. And he did. Plum Island, they were fucking researching whether or not they could infect bugs, fleas, and ticks, and then dump them on populations to overwhelm their medical system, and they use it as a bioweapon so we can invade you. Yeah, they did that.
With the Masters of War.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a funny way. Good impersonation, by the way.
It's not hard.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Poor Bobby. I mean, if really science wanted to fix his fucking voice, man. If that guy had his old voice, he'd be a lot more powerful. It's like people dismiss him because his voice is hard. It's hard to listen to sometimes.
Yeah, that condition he has, you would think there'd be some way to address it.
Well, he believes that condition came from the flu vaccine. It's a side effect of flu vaccines. He used to take a flu vaccine every year. And so he developed this voice problem. And he believes it's a vaccine injury, which is very ironic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. Those fucking things don't work either. Those things, he's talked about that. Like, even if it protects you from that one flu, it makes you many more times more likely to catch other things. We were fucking around with complex systems inside human bodies with pharmaceutical drugs that have been, the way they've studied them is filled with shenanigans. They might do 10 studies and one of them shows effectiveness because they've rigged the study in a certain way. And then like he explained to me that the reason why they could say it's 100% effective was because one person got it in the vaccine trial and 2 people got it in the placebo. So it's 100%.
100%. Better.
Yeah. One is 100% better than 2. Like, what? That's correct. No, that's not. 100% means nobody gets infected, you fucking assholes. That should be a law. That should be a crime. To explain things like that. I had this guy on who was, he litigated against pharmaceutical drug companies, particularly against Vioxx, when they released this anti-inflammatory medication Vioxx, and some 50 to 60,000 people died from it. A friend of mine got a stroke from Vioxx. This guy was saying that when you hear peer-reviewed studies, when they do a vaccine study, or a pharmaceutical drug study, they don't even give the peer reviewers the raw data. They give the peer reviewers the data as it's been interpreted by the scientists who work for the pharmaceutical drug companies. So they review it, and then they give their version of it to these other scientists who are already on the payroll. They're all NIH funded, everybody's together, everybody's all in the loop, everybody's dependent upon whether or not they're going to receive grants and funding. It's all based on Fauci, and that's how you find out whether or not something is good or bad. It's all rigged. Yeah. And when he was explaining, I'm like, that can't be real. And he's explaining to us, showing us how it works. And it's corrupt. It's fully, completely, totally corrupt. And if anything Bobby can do, it's make sure that we have valid studies, valid, real, peer-reviewed studies on everything that people are supposed to be taking. Let's find out what the fuck is really good for it, because it's not like all pharmaceutical drugs are bad. A lot of pharmaceutical drugs help people, save people's lives, enhance people's lives, cure diseases. There's a lot of stuff that's great. Let's find out what it is, what's real and what's bad, and why are you profiting off of shit that's killing people? That shit is hard.
I'd vote for you, dude.
Oh,
and no, I know it'd be a step down. Why would you? Yeah, well, no. Just headache in your life. But I'm just saying, I would vote for you.
Thanks, that's terrifying. Yeah.
You want to have those days where you just have a lion. You know what I mean? Not getting up till maybe noon. You can't have that if you were president. No. You don't get one day like that.
No, unless you're Biden. I think he slept a lot. He was really president. Yeah, that's what's really wild. I don't know. Like I said, I'm encouraged. And I also think that things are going to get really weird with AI. I think with AI, and especially when AI gets attached to quantum computing, we're going to have an undeniable access to truth. That's going to be very disconcerting to a lot of people. We're going to have an understanding of the reality of the world that we live in that's going to be very undeniable. And it's going to be strange. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of propaganda that's with that too, because, you know, a lot of this AI is programmed by people. So there'll be a battle of which AI is the most trusted and effective. And then the real fear is that AI governs us, which is probably going to happen. We're probably going to
couldn't do any
more effective.
No. The government so far has really been successful.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't look at individual presidents, because I just look at, like, overall, the presidents have to bow down and kiss the ring, no matter who it is. So you're not getting in there.
Right.
So, you know, the last guy who didn't was probably John Kennedy, you know. But certainly even a guy like Carter, who I love, you know, I consider the best, you know. Everybody has to kiss the ring. So
he didn't kiss it enough. That's why they got rid of him.
You know what he did? He levied a windfall profits tax on the oil companies because they were gouging. They were making so much profit, right?
Yeah.
Which happens all the time, you know, whether it be the oil companies or what, you know, or the vaccine companies, whatever. These insane, you know, profits that are just, you know, they create some fear and then boom, they make a lot of money. And so, but he was bold enough to lay this tax on them for their profit, and that's what killed him. There was no way he was getting another term after that.
Yeah.
And that's why, and then it was after that Oliver North was vital in helping to kill that rescue attempt with the helicopter.
And also the Contras versus the Sandinistas, the selling crack in Los Angeles in order to fund all that shit. All that stuff is going on at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally believe that.
Oh, it's facts. I had Freeway Ricky Ross, the guy who went to jail for it, on the podcast.
Oh, was he the guy, the plane? He had the planes? And he was
no,
flying
that was Gary Webb. That was Gary Webb. The guy was flying into
Gary Webb, right.
Yeah.
Gary.
No, Barry Seal. Gary Webb was the reporter who committed suicide. Didn't he shoot himself in the head twice? Yeah, that's right. Barry Seal.
I think the first one would have slowed down the second.
Yeah, a little bit.
Right.
A little bit, yeah. He was one of the main whistleblowers about that. Yeah, there's it's a sordid, horrible history. But Freeway Ricky Ross was, unbeknownst to him, was selling cocaine, funding this war, and he didn't even know what was going on until he went to jail. He couldn't read. Went to jail, became literate, and then became a lawyer in jail, and then figured out that they tried him on the 3 strikes rule incorrectly, got out of jail. And now he runs weed dispensaries in California.
Really?
He's a great guy.
Where does he live?
He lives in LA, yeah. He's a great guy.
Connect me to him. I want to meet him.
You know Rick Ross, the rapper? He stole his name from Freeway Rick Ross.
Oh.
Rick Ross was a famous, street gangster. This famous street coke dealer who was making millions of dollars a week and couldn't read. He was a tennis player, a really good tennis player, who then used the discipline of being a tennis player to become a very disciplined drug dealer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like Pfizer, disciplined drug dealer.
Yeah, and now he's out, and he's a wonderful guy to talk to, fun guy, a very happy, peaceful guy, and I mean, what a story. Learned how to read in jail, and then realized that they fucked him, and then tried his own case and got out.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah, amazing.
My daughter is a lawyer. She's a public defender in Manhattan. She loves it.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
And so she's helping a lot of people who are at a kind of a pivotal point in their lives where it could just be, and they can't get her unless they have no money. You know what I mean? So they're already dire straits. She loves helping people.
That's beautiful.
She's an incredible kid. I'm so proud of her.
That's amazing. That's a beautiful way to live your life.
And like, you're going to be a lawyer? And then it's like, oh, a lawyer that makes no money. Bravo. Yeah.
Isn't it crazy? Like, we all think, lawyers are all evil. No, there's great lawyers. My good friend Josh Dubin, he used to work for the Innocent Project. Now he works with Ike Perlmutter. And we had a bunch of podcasts where we've highlighted innocent people who are incarcerated. And just through this podcast, we've got a bunch of people released.
Dude, that's doing something great.
Yeah, I mean, he's amazing. He's like completely dedicated his life to wrongly incarcerated people.
What's his name?
Josh Dubin.
Where does he live?
Florida. He was a New York guy. I moved to Florida fairly recently.
Oh.
Yeah, great guy. Love him to death. And does It's nothing but great work, just helping people, just constantly concentrating on all these different cases where it's like, corrupt DAs, corrupt prosecutors, corrupt judges. It's like, it's all over the place. Like one of the guys that Biden pardoned was one of the people that was involved in that Kids for Cash, where they were putting kids in detention centers just for profit.
Oh.
Yeah, you know that story, right?
I'm not, no. I don't
There was a judge, was it in Pennsylvania? Yeah. There was a judge in Pennsylvania that was making millions of dollars through putting kids in detention centers and ruining kids' lives, causing suicides, deaths, downward spiral of their life, like wrongfully detaining them. And doing it for profit.
How is he getting it?
He's getting kickbacks. Getting kickbacks from private prisons.
From private prisons?
Yeah, from private prisons, prosecutors. I don't know exactly who was funding it, but he was convicted, and he's one of the guys Biden pardoned.
It's sick.
Yeah, Biden pardoned like 8,000 people.
Did he?
Yeah. He pardoned more people than anybody, which generally I'm a fan of pardoning people. I think most people are incarcerated for far too long. I don't think it rehabilitates people. I think it probably makes them more hardened criminals in most of the cases. There's a few cases where people decide to take a better path to jail and educate themselves and learn and come out a better person. I've met a lot of those people. And unfortunately, I've met a lot of those people from Josh Dubin that were wrongly incarcerated and then came out these amazing, incredibly intelligent, really well-read, interesting people because they dedicated themselves to doing that while they were in jail. Because they realized, like, I did not commit this crime. I'm forced into this situation. What can I do to make better of my life while I'm here? Well, I'm going to educate myself, and I'm going to come out a better person.
That's great. By the way, I wouldn't mind a free pardon. You do whatever you want. You're speeding, whatever. I got a free pardon.
There's a lot of people that got pre-pardons. They were like, how did Adam Schiff get a pre-pardon? Why is Liz Cheney get a pre-pardon? What did you do? What did you do that you need a pardon?
So, no, that's never happened before. There's never been a pre-pardon.
No.
How can you pardon someone if they haven't been convicted of something?
Well, there's a lot of debate on the constitutionality of it, too, whether or not that's even what the pardons were intended for. And that was the thing during the 2020, like when Trump was leaving the office. There was talk, well, what if he pre-pardons his family? That would be outrageous. And all the Democrats were against it. And then, of course, when Biden did it, everybody just shut up. Yeah. He pre-pardoned his son from 2014 or something, 11? Oh, what a good guy.
Yeah. That was necessary.
Yeah.
That was a pre-pardon? Seemed like a postcard at that point.
What was Gerald Ford going to be charged for? So Nixon. Watergate. Oh, Watergate. Yeah. That's another one. The Watergate one's a weird one, too. Because the lead guy was an intelligence agent. He was all of a sudden a reporter. Oh, what a good guy. Casper Weinberger. There you go. Abraham Lincoln did. During the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln preempted pardons, part of the broader strategy to maintain national unity. Okay. Extended to Confederate sympathizers and soldiers. Okay. As an incentive to lay down arms and support the Union.
I mean, with the Vietnam draft?
Yes. Well, that was a good one. I remember I was a kid. I was living in San Francisco when the Vietnam War ended. My parents were hippies. We were living in like Haight-Ashbury, like the like down near Lombard Street, in the middle of like hippie San Francisco. And I remember thinking, as a little kid, thinking, wow, finally the war's over. I don't have to think about war anymore. I'm like, people are gonna learn from this. I really believe that.
You are, because you're a hopeful person.
Also, I was 10. Whatever I was.
And those 10-year-olds, I guess, are pretty hopeful.
Yeah, well, you're terrified because I had thought of the idea of being drafted. Like, in 8 years from now, can I be drafted and have to go and fight for some fucking insane war that makes no sense? And if you don't, they put you in a cage. Like, that was the reality of life in the 1960s when they had conscription. That's scary shit, man. And being forced to give up your life to go fight in some fucking insane war that makes sense. It's probably about heroin. Probably had a lot to do with heroin trade.
Well, yeah, they say that bombing in Laos was a lot of that on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. A lot of that had to do with that avenue for heroin.
Yeah.
On that Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Well, how about Afghanistan?
Yeah, Afghanistan. Yeah, that can't be a coincidence. Poppy's there and Poppy's there.
Not only that, we were guarding poppy fields. We were, because we needed the farmers need to grow poppies. It's like, this is how they make a living. We got to help them. We got to fight the Taliban. And, you know, it's 90+% of the world's opium that's coming from this area. Like, what? 90%? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think it's 94. I think it was 94% of the world's heroin was coming from Afghanistan while we were occupying Afghanistan.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Now where's it coming from?
Probably Afghanistan.
Now it's safe.
I mean, the Taliban were the people that were against it, which is wild. 2021, Afghanistan produced more than 90% of the world's illicit heroin. However, Myanmar has since surpassed Afghanistan. Well, didn't Myanmar just have a giant coup? Didn't they have a military take over Myanmar? I think they did. I'm pretty sure because, yeah.
Yeah,
Burma.
maybe it's follow the drug instead of follow the money.
Yeah. Myanmar coup. Just write coup. Yeah, 4 years after the coup. Atrocity crimes. Yeah. 4 years after the coup, chaos reigns as Myanmar's military struggles. Yeah, they're probably taking control. I mean, you've got a place where now they've taken over the heroin production of the world, and all of a sudden you have a military coup. Shocking.
Right.
Crazy.
It does seem to follow along the routes.
Yeah. It's too many things to concentrate on. That's the problem. And we're all getting inundated every day with terrible news from all over the world. And on one side, it makes people more accountable because now you know all the terrible things that are going on all over the world. But another thing, it's like it's unmanageable. If you're one human being living in Austin, your phone is blowing up all day with atrocities that are happening all over the world. Like, what can I do? What is life? Everything's terrible. Meanwhile, you go to a coffee shop, everybody's nice. You go to a restaurant, say hi to. It's like my world seems pretty fucking normal, but when you're inundated constantly, so you're in this constant state of anxiety and weirdness. And
I know it's not a good thing, but I think that's why I stay away from the media. I don't read newspapers. I don't, I just try to stay away because it's that toxifying element. It can really, and granted, it keeps me ignorant.
Yeah.
But they do say ignorance is bliss, and I feel pretty blessed.
Well, as long as somebody's paying attention, I guess it's okay.
But I mean, about some of these items we've been discussing, I've actually, studied this. So there's things, but there's other things that I just can't get hit every day with like 90 things that are so depressing.
Do you go on social media at all?
No, I do have, what's the
X?
No,
Instagram.
But because they make you like you have to give us all your information and access to your pictures. So I can't personally get on the Instagram, but if I have a picture, I have to get someone else to post the picture.
Yeah, that's probably healthier.
Yeah, huh?
That's probably healthier.
Yeah.
Than being on it all the time. Because I know a lot of people that are on it all the time, and it makes them sick. It's like radiation poisoning.
Yeah, I'm pretty much never.
That's good.
But I should post more. I post like once every 6 months or so. But no, I don't know. I'd rather have an alt to Instagram.
So how do you
what do you think of a good alt?
An alt? I don't know. The problem is, well, X is what I use the most as far as like getting information, but every now and then I'll go on and watch people argue and see like these toxic fights back and forth, and that puts me in a shitty mood. I'm like, God damn, why do people fucking treat each other like this? Like, it's like such a stupid way to communicate.
Yeah, that is. It's so disheartening.
And it's also, it amplifies the worst aspects of our society, which is like shitty division. It's like shitty division is because a lot of cliques, you know, partisan thoughts and attacking people, tribal thinking. That's what gets the most clicks. That's what you see the most. But there's enough of exposing of actual legitimate corruption and information about what's actually going on in the world that I get out of there that it balances it out for me to the point where I'm willing to engage in it to a certain extent. But I don't do it at night, and I don't do it when I think it's going to like fuck me up before I go to bed. I don't do it if there's anything I really have to concentrate on, because I don't want some new pathway to open up my mind where now I'm concerned about this, you know.
But you know, all of that adversity you face, do you feel like it actually increased your popularity?
Yeah, definitely did. Yeah, like during the COVID stuff when they were trying to get me removed from Spotify, in that 1 month I gained 2 million subscribers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the height of the attacks on me, the show got way bigger. Yeah.
So how many people listen to that Robert Beasley show, would you say?
That's a good question. Between Spotify, YouTube, and all the clips, fucking, who knows, hundreds of millions probably.
Oh, great.
Yeah. A good show that could spread around, like how many different eyeballs will see it. I mean, it really depends on how profound the person's revelations are, like what they're talking about. Like, you know, like the biggest one we ever did, well, some of the Elon, well, I think the biggest one we probably ever did was Bob Lazar. Is that number one? So the Bob Lazar one, you know who Bob Lazar is? Bob Lazar is the guy that in 1989 he did an interview with George Knapp in Las Vegas, and he said he was working back engineering UFOs for the government. And he has this crazy fucking story about working at Area S4, Site 4, and Area 51 in the Nevada desert. Which at that point in time, the government would deny that Area 51 even existed. He's like, no, I worked out there, and I was working back engineering propulsion systems from crashed UFOs. And he's explaining how these things work and explaining how it's some sort of a gravity propulsion device that works completely different than any propulsion device that we've ever devised, and that they're trying to back engineer them. They don't know how to do it, so they keep bringing in new propulsion experts. So he was a guy that had previously worked at Los Alamos Labs, and then he gets a job, and they're eventually essentially throwing as much shit against the wall as possible, trying to see what sticks. Like, can you figure this out? And they're bringing in new people. And he was brought in apparently allegedly after an accident where they tried to cut into the reactor, exploded, people died. And so they said, okay, well, that's not going to work. Let's try another method, bring in some other people. And he was one of the people that brought in. And when you have top secret clearance, what happens is they tap all your phones, they listen to you all the time. Well, he had this job where he couldn't tell his wife what he was doing. So he would get this phone call saying that he has to fly out to Area 51 at like 11 p.m. So he would go to the airport, fly out. His wife was like, this motherfucker's cheating on me. So she starts fucking her flight instructor. She's got some flight instructor. And so because his wife was having an affair and they knew it from the phone calls, they thought that he was going to be emotionally unstable. So they removed him from the project. So he gets removed from the project and he says, well, I'm telling my friends. So he goes and tells friends, like, this is what I was doing. I was working on these fucking UFOs. They have actual UFOs. That's the one. That thing on the desk right there, that's the recreation of what he called the sport model that they worked on. It has this flying saucer that's behind the antlers.
That's like the 3. It's like the Tesla 3.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
The
classic.
The peppy little
sport model. So he brings people out to watch. He said on Wednesday they have these flights and they test these things. I'll take you guys out to the desert. He took them out to the desert. He takes them a couple of times, then he gets arrested. So he gets arrested and he says, they're going to fucking kill me. I have to go public. So he goes public and tells the whole story. And so he does these series of interviews with George Knapp, who's an investigative reporter in Las Vegas. And they become legendary. He's told the same story for now going on 40 years. And he's still alive. He's still alive. Yeah, he did my podcast. So he did the podcast, and I don't know what to think. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not. It's hard to know, but he's told the same goddamn story for all these years, and he's obviously a brilliant guy. And when you talk to him, he's obviously very literate in science, really understands what he's saying. And many of the things that he said from that particular interview have been corroborated by other people, including his knowledge of Los Alamos Labs. They tried to say he never worked there, but they found him on the employee roster, and he knows the building. He took people into the building. He took George Knapp and knew the security guards, knew where to go, showing everybody around the place. And that's our biggest podcast ever because it's so nuts. There's an incredible, Jeremy Corbell did an incredible documentary called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. And it's all about his experiences there. And it's one of those things where you just, you don't know, but it's so weird. It's like if this guy's telling the same goddamn story and then they have all these videos of these things that the Go Fast video and the FLIR video that the government's released that covered in the New York Times, and these crafts are exhibiting the same sort of behavior that he was explaining in 1989. Yeah. Particularly, and they fly like this, but then when they want to go fast, they rotate sideways and point whatever this gravity propulsion, whatever this thing is, this generator, and they shoot this way and take off. There's videos of these things doing this. 40 years later. Yeah. So that's the biggest video.
I got it, yeah.
So that video on YouTube got 60 million views, and then on all the other platforms, who knows how many. And all the clips, it's probably hundreds of millions. Yeah. But it's one of those things where you don't want to think too much about it because it might be bullshit. You know? That's how I feel about the whole UFO thing.
But what would be his point? What's his motivation?
It's a good question.
I don't see how it benefits him other than he's got now people calling him a wacko.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't have to. So
right.
What's the good of it?
Right. That's a good, well,
you always got to look at the possible motivation.
Well, there's a lot of people that want to pretend to be special. So they make up stories and make them special. They make up encounters. They make up abductions. I've been abducted by aliens. So I'm a special person. They took me aboard. I have a message for humanity. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of delusion.
That's a different thing.
Right.
I mean, a guy like that, I don't see is, if that's what he actually did for a living, then I don't see why he would do that. Well, one of the more interesting stories is this guy. This is Travis Walton. This guy's got a little involvement. Travis Walton was a guy, I don't know if you ever saw that movie Fire in the Sky. It was based on a bunch of loggers in Arizona, and they saw this thing land. And this guy, Travis Walton, gets out of the truck, goes to it, gets blasted by this bolt of energy, collapses to the ground. His buddies take off.
Is that my boy?
Loggers. We've got to go back and get him. They turn around a mile later, go back. He's gone.
What up, Oppenheimer?
He's gone for 5
Hope
days.
you're doing well. We're just watching Joe Rogan. I'm glad to see you, man. I remember you from Moshe's Twitter space. Hope you're doing well, big dog.
These experiences, these people talk about the exact same creatures. They talk about the exact same entities, these things with big heads.
Shout out to you. You stood up for me when he asked me that question about Modani, and I really appreciate that. Shout out to you, big dog.
And the problem is, if it happened to you, who the fuck is going to believe you? It's a unique experience, a completely novel experience that only you have. And then you have to go and try to make sense of it to other people that haven't experienced it. And they're going to think you're fucking crazy. But if you have enough of these people that say the same story over and over and over again, which is, if you read John Mack, who is a psychologist from Harvard that did a lot of hypnotic regression work with people that have had alien abductions. This guy was.
I read that.
Did you ever? It's a crazy book, right?
I met him.
Did you really?
Yeah.
When did you meet him?
I met him on the campus at Harvard.
Oh, wow.
You know I went to Harvard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I had a great night, and then went back home. No, I only visited there a couple of nights.
Well, I know you play really good chess.
I did play chess.
Magnus Carlsen told me. I had Magnus Carlsen a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
He told me that you did one of his opening moves. That you did it for him. And he was like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, he couldn't even figure out why you did them. But he realized afterwards, like, oh, you're a really good chess player. That was actually a legitimate move. You did his opening, right?
Well, I did one time. I did an opening for the other guy. Anyway, and I'm going to do this opening, and at the same time, I want to tip over with my pinky, tip over the king, just as a joke, because you tip over the king, the game's over, right? So I did that, but then and there was kind of a chuckle and everything, and picked it up, and then he was quite concerned. Oh yeah, this is good.
Hey friends, welcome. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live streaming for more than 3.5 years. I have more data on the internet than any person ever. It's going to be the biggest event ever. We just need people to find out about it.
He said E4. So looking at his face, he had whispered it to me into my bad ear. And I'm like, but you got to whisper. I'm going to make the move anyway.
Well, Mac has said you stuck around with a lot of people, and he said you were really good.
Oh, that's great.
Coming from him. Yeah.
He's from Rothschild.
Yeah. Fascinating guy. He was here a couple days ago.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do admire him. He's great. And that whole thing, that just happened with the jeans, like that was great. Did you see it? He went to one of the big, I forget which tournament it was, but anyway, came in teams, and they're very strict, right? So they wouldn't allow him to play, and then so he basically was going to end up sacrificing the day because he came in jeans, right? He said, I just wasn't thinking about it. Well, so then he just like, you'll have to come back tomorrow. You're a sacrifice for the day. He's like, you know what? I won't be back tomorrow. And then boom, they changed the rule.
Oh, wow.
They changed it.
Yeah, that's a stupid rule.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit if you're wearing jeans?
Yeah, they should have made a better or worse player.
It's stupid. Everybody should be able to have to play in their underwear. That way, they don't have any devices on them.
They could have it in them too.
They could.
So maybe you got to do a record probing before. This is full circle with the talking about the aliens, but maybe you have to do something before.
Well, we got into very specific ways that you cheat. It was pretty interesting. He was talking to us about the different ways that people have been busted cheating, different people signaling them in the room, moving to different parts of the room if they wanted the piece to move in a different area.
Yeah, because that one guy he said was cheating. He said he knew as soon as the move was made, and then he walked out. That was another time.
Yeah.
He just said, there's no way this guy made this move. No chance.
That was what was fascinating, that you could tell by the way a guy's playing that something was amiss, that this is not inside of his capability. He knew the way the guy played so well that you could tell that something was off, which is so crazy. Which is, I'm not literate in chess, so I don't understand how you could do that, but I believe it. Especially when you talk to him, like,
well, he's got a thumper in his sock or something. Somebody's giving him looking on a computer and
he thinks it's an internal, like a very small, invisible earpiece.
Is that what he thought?
Yeah, that's what he thinks. He thinks that one of the possible methods. And then there was the anal beads. People talk about anal beads.
So the guy don't want a thumper in his sock. He just wants to get the pure inside.
Yeah, I guess it would vibrate. I guess he would do it vibrate a certain amount of times first to indicate the letter, a couple times to indicate the number. That's where the piece would go.
So Morse code.
Yeah. How long have you been playing chess?
I started playing more probably 10 years ago, or maybe more than that. I started playing Willie.
Oh, wow.
Started playing Willie all the time. But then we'd switch over back to dominoes, and he crushes me in dominoes, and then I was mostly winning chess. And then toward the end of our battles, he started switching to just, we'll just stay with the domino. Such a hustler.
Yeah. I tried to interview him, but he's scared of COVID.
Yeah.
He's an old guy.
Yeah.
Get it. Can't take a chance getting infected. You know, a lot of old people. I got the fear because it's like death is close to them. It's just they're too vulnerable. I get it. I get why they got roped into it.
Well, yeah, the fear of germs.
That was the Neil Young thing too. That's why I gave Neil Young a pass. I was like, I get it.
You still see wearing masks.
Oh, all the time, even in Austin.
Yeah,
I see him driving their fucking car still with masks on.
Yeah, alone in the car with the mask.
Yeah,
they're
just sick.
Confused. But you know, like fear is fairly relentless occupation for some, and I don't know. I just, you know, I studied you know, the germ theory. You know how it came to be the backbone of Western medicine. Do you know
the Rockefeller thing?
Well, that came after this, but yeah, Rockefeller pushed that whole narrative. But it was before that, 1887, 89, where Louis Pasteur stood before the French Academy of Science and said, "I realized the origin of all disease, and it's the germ theory." He took credit for the germ theory, which of course had been around for centuries at that point. But there was another guy named Antoine Béchamp who was actually a real genius, whereas Pasteur was a charlatan and he basically stole all these good ideas that he never had from Antoine Béchamp, including how fermentation works, how they had diseases in the grapes at the time, so how to deal with that disease, and also having to do with where they make the silkworms and stuff. That also is another thing that Béchamp figured out, and then Pasteur, who's on the same committee, ends up reading these papers and basically kind of putting his own spin on it and getting credit for, fermentation, silkworm, the wine thing. Like each thing, he becomes more and more famous, and until he's able to sit down in front of Napoleon in 1863, Napoleon III, he said, I will eliminate all disease. Oh, I will eradicate all human disease. He was an arrogant guy, and he was a complete fraud. And Pasteur believed the germ theory, obviously. That's the theory that he pushed, right? And then Béchamp believed in the terrain theory. Now, that's what I believe. The terrain theory, the germ theory, obviously, a pathogen, a germ, a virus, whatever, lands in your cornflakes, on your eyeball, or whatever, it gets inside. Right. And then in this pristine blank slate environment, it causes damage, maybe sickness, and eventually death. To me, I don't believe this theory as much as I do the terrain theory, which is that your health is dependent upon your internal biological terrain and your internal filthiness or cleanliness. And so that's what I believe is where people's immune system gets messed up from what they're consuming. And in a nutshell, that's why I believe in Béchamp's theory as opposed to the germ theory. And at least it's got to be both. At the very least, it's got to be both.
I would imagine it's both. We know for a fact that one of the main factors in eliminating diseases in North America was when they started having hygiene and when they started having flowing water and sewage systems, and that just having cleanliness. Most cities at the turn of the century were filled with filth. During the smallpox epidemic, people lived terrible. They lived in filth. When you had various, there's a bunch of different diseases that can be attributed to poor hygiene. Poor hygiene, no access to antibiotics, no access to any kind of medicine. And we all attribute that just to a disease broke out. Well, why did the disease break out? Well, people were living in filth. There was no running water. They didn't have any sewage systems. They didn't have any sort of antibiotics, and including like when people talk about the Spanish flu. If the Spanish flu broke out today, we'd be fucked. No, we wouldn't. First of all, we have antibiotics now. Spanish flu would be killed quickly. It's the real factor was all these diseases that people were getting because of the infection that could be cured by antibiotics. But
I'm
also,
not a big antibiotics fan
at all.
No, I mean I took them. I took them one time. I credited them with really having stayed, but
well, they'll save you under certain conditions.
Right. If your immune system's shot and there's nothing else you can do to bolster your immune system in a short amount of time, where whatever is happening quickly.
But you're saying like ubiquitous use of antibiotics for everything.
Yeah, where it's just like it's like a pest dispenser that and it does affect your immune system adversely, especially continuous use of antibiotics.
It's also why we have MRSA.
What?
MRSA. MRSA is medication-resistant staph infections.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's I've had a bunch of friends who get that because it's one of the side effects. One of the unfortunate aspects of jiu-jitsu is a lot of guys get staph infections. You know, if you're not clean, you're not taking care of it. Getting scratched and scraped up, and you're on the ground, dirty mats, people come in dirty, and you can get an infection. I've had staph twice. You get staph, ringworm, a bunch of different things that people normally get on the mat. But there's ways to combat that in a healthy, organic way. And one of the best ways is the use of, there's a bunch of different oils, tea tree oil, eucalyptus oil, a bunch of oils that don't affect your skin biome in a negative way. But what they do is they protect you from bad diseases. There's a company called Defense Soap, and I always recommend it. I don't have any affiliation with them. My friend Guy Sacco runs the company, but he developed it because a bunch of wrestlers and grapplers were getting skin infections. And so he developed natural remedies that don't affect your, because a lot of times guys would take like antibiotic soap and they would clean themselves with antibiotic soap. But the problem with that is it kills all your healthy flora, all the skin flora that's healthy. That gets torched too. It's taking a blowtorch to, like a small patch of weeds you can just pluck out. And instead of doing that, he developed this soap that uses all these natural organic remedies that doesn't affect you in a negative way at all. It's the only soap I use. I use that soap every day. It keeps your skin healthy. It doesn't fuck it up. It's just ways around it. The real way is to prevent it, because once you actually get staph, especially if it's aggressive, you got to take antibiotics or you're fucked.
Well,
it gets systemic.
Yeah.
My friend's wife.
Sorry. Go ahead.
My friend, his friend's wife rather died of it. She was trying to do it organically. She was trying to use herbal remedies, and she wound up dying of staph infection because it gets systemic. It gets into your blood, and goes into your whole body, and then you're fucked. But you really have to get on heavy, hardcore IV antibiotics for long stretches of time. So I've had friends that have huge scars on their body because they got a massive MRSA infection in their knees, and then they had to get it all opened up. They have to clean it out. They have to get them on IV antibiotics. It's a nightmare. And it's one of the main reasons why people die after surgeries. It happens after surgeries when people get MRSA infections.
Yeah. Well, Jesus,
superbugs. Yes, stay healthy, Woody. Yeah. Do you eat only vegetables? Is that what you're talking about with meat? Are you a vegan?
I'm a vegan.
Yeah?
Yeah. But, I mean, I really, my real belief is in raw living. Because I feel like, we talk a lot about getting your protein and getting your carbs and whatever. I think the most important component of the food are the enzymes. Mm-hmm. The enzymes being the life force of the food. Mm-hmm. And the enzymatic activities, your eyes blinking, your heart beating, those are enzymatic activities. If it wasn't for enzymes, we couldn't do it. Yeah. Like enzymes are highly important. Anything you cook over 118 degrees for a minute, you destroy the enzymes and most of the nutritional value of food. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm a believer in raw living food. And I just know when I've had lots of experiments for when I was doing it, and I was eating a lot of cooked food. You can really feel the difference. There's no question about it. Supporting the energy of the body better than anything. But meanwhile, I agree that it's very hard to avoid eating good food because it's delicious. Yeah. But to have as much raw as possible. Mm-hmm. That's my thing. And I try to get a lot of sprouts and microgreens and everything. And then, I also eat, cooked food.
Do you take algae or anything? We're getting B vitamins. You think?
Yeah, I take niacin. I should take more of a comprehensive B vitamin probably, but I do take reishi and I take ginseng every day. Yeah.
So healthy mushrooms.
Yeah, I believe in the healthy mushrooms. And
I take all that stuff too.
Yeah, there's a cool. Yeah, I got to get on the regular medicinal mushrooms. Those are crucial.
Yeah,
and especially brain repair. I think something I need.
I think we all do.
It's those pathways.
Yeah,
that have been compromised.
Do you ever fuck around with nootropics? Do you take any nootropics?
Like what?
Nootropics are essentially nutrients that contribute to cognitive function. Building blocks for human neurotransmitters, acetylcholine, theanine, things along those lines.
No, I don't do that, but I'm open-minded.
Yeah.
I imagine Downey would know all about that stuff.
Yeah, I bet he would. Yeah.
Yeah, he's really knowledgeable about that. But you've studied this shit too.
Yeah. The thing about it is, like, you can almost take stuff all day long. There's so many different things that can benefit you. You'd have to have a fucking stack of shit in front of you all day long, which gets tiresome.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I much prefer. I mean, I think the best thing for restoring health, for if you're sick and you want to get better, is fasting. They've been doing it for thousands of years, and it just works. It does, because the congestion in the body is really what disease is. It's congestion.
It's inflammation.
Generally, inflammation. You can call it that too, but that congestion begins in the colon. Mm-hmm. And so you don't clean that out, issue.
Yeah. Do you eat organic vegetables only?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's huge, because I think, what is it, like 90-something% of people tested have glyphosate in their system? I was reading some study on fucking on Girl Scout cookies. Like how many, like, they've done the studies on Girl Scout cookies where they break them down and find out what's in them. Oh, holy shit. They're fucking toxic as fuck. I'll send it to Jamie. When I send it to my wife, and she's trying to avoid Girl Scout cookies. There's those
smiling face,
those little hustlers.
God, you can imagine she's gonna give you something.
Yeah, those little hustlers. They catch you at the grocery store. I'll find this for you, Jamie. There was this thing about. Oh, here it is. Different seed oils, all the different things in them. Yeah, it's probably one of them. What does it say here? Thin Mints being the worst offenders. 5 flavors of Girl Scout cookies contained. Back up. Contained levels of glyphosate and heavy metals above EPA water safety limits. New investigation found 100% of tested Girl Scout cookies contained glyphosate. 100%. Controversial herbicide and Roundup. 88% contain toxic metals like arsenic, lead, and mercury. Key finding: Thin Mints had the highest glyphosate levels at 111.07 ppb, 334 times what experts say is harmful. Peanut butter patties have the highest heavy metal contamination. and aluminum at
Unprecedented.
27,500.
That has become fucking worse. Unprecedented. This is the greatest, best, biggest. The fucking the Shangri-La fucking streams. This is the biggest, the best. I don't even know what Shangri-La is. Is that some kind of Chinese restaurant?
See, there you go.
This is the fucking Shanghai Diamond
So much of the
of
American diet.
Liz, Girl Scout cookies
restaurants.
Girl Scout cookies are made with ingredients that adhere to food safety standards set by the FDA and other relevant authorities. Oh, really?
This isn't a restaurant.
Our trusted
Whatever. Live streams. I'm fucking tired as shit. I don't even know when I'm supposed to go to bed anymore.
Just because you're complying with bullshit standards.
That's what I'm hoping is going to happen going forward.
Been listening to Travis Walton affair encounter. I call it an affair like it's a fucking
He actually can do, but I know what he's trying to do. And one of the main things he's trying to
Dreyfus
do is
is.
this whole idea of this Maha movement. Make
Anyway.
America healthy again. And
Hey, Sierra Coop. How you doing, big dog? It's like I can eat pussy better, girls. All right. The fuck is going on here?
Just modification. Doesn't have to be
Yo, dog, if this thing doesn't start working, I'm going to start throwing
like,
fists.
first thing I do is cut out Girl Scout.
All right. Time to go to bed.
That's my first.
It's crazy that 100% of them have glyphosate. Fucking A.
But the glyphosate is just absolutely crazy.
I don't even know
like it's just still
what I am fucking doing anymore.
We're still using it constantly.
And other countries aren't.
In corporate, or industrial farming. It's just wrong. I know you're into regenerative farming. I think that's great.
Yeah.
But you see over the long haul, the regenerative farmer gains. He gains financially, and he gains in terms of the soil not just turning to shit.
Yeah.
Well, you want some shit in your soil.
You want
Okay, well, let's not get sidetracked.
Yeah.
but like,
Dude, it's a Travis Walton time.
So hopefully,
it's carbon neutral.
Yeah,
everyone's trying
Still
to
don't know what these
reduce
fucking
carbon.
aliens
Organic
look
farms
like.
are carbon neutral because that's how nature intended animals to live. That's how nature intended us to grow crops. It's also supposed to be animals, graze, manure, all this different stuff. It helps.
You got to
Going to bed?
soil biome just as much as you have to think of your own biome.
Yeah, and it all works together.
I'm
And
gonna
thank
have
God there's
to.
people out there like Joel Salatin, who runs Polyface Farms, and Will Harris, who runs White Oak Pastures, who educated these people. Who've written books, gone on these tours, and explained it. Like Will Harris, who's been on the podcast a couple of times, spent 20 years changing his family farm, which was a industrial farm, into regenerative agriculture. And you can see the difference in the soil. We have two glass bottles of soil out there. One from an industrial farm and one from his farm. And his farm is dark and rich, filled with nutrients, and the other one is just pale and dead and just covered in bullshit and fucking chemicals.
And meanwhile, that's the stuff that gets highly subsidized.
Yes.
So, it's a catch-22.
Did you see all the work that it took to pull the covers back?
The real expense of what happened.
Pretty fucking athletic.
Were experienced by the American taxpayer. I think that'd be a revolt.
Look at this move. Oh,
I'm a lazy.
so athletic, so strong.
We have so many people that need
Incredible.
and that we're reliant upon factory farming right now.
I can't believe Harry Potter wanted something to continue to watch this fucking account.
Enormous populations of people that live in a place where they grow nothing. Whether it's New York City or it's Los Angeles, it's urban environments, they need food constantly shipped into them, and no one's growing anything. And the population keeps booming, and like you got to get these people food. And we right now are dependent upon factory farming for a lot of that food.
Is it time to eat sandwiches?
Well, I wonder if you could, through regenerative farming, cover. I wonder, could that ultimately be?
Yeah.
What's your opinion on this fucking Joe Rogan?
It has to change.
It's a
We
good
at least
one.
have to change the way we farm.
That's actually a very good one.
Just more desertification.
I like Woody Harrelson
People are aware of it.
as an actor.
At least there's more information,
Fucking
more
amazing
education
on
about
Cheers.
that today than has ever been before. I This was never a discussion when I was a kid. I never heard anything about
All right,
that.
are you
It
dumb
was just
though?
being done, and this is just
Like that would be my question. It wouldn't be how good of an actor is Woody Harrelson. It would be, are you fucking done?
What's on the food? You know, like we didn't know. And if back then there was no access to any information other than mainstream media, so it was pretty easy for them to keep going on with these practices.
What's going on here?
Unless you went out and sought it out and went and found books or someone told you about a book, you didn't know. You didn't get that information. I think more people have that information
I
now
got
than
all
ever
these
before.
fucking bots
So that's
going.
one of the reasons
They're
why
just like a
and
symphony.
I think Bobby really does have an idea of how to do this, and I hope he's successful. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
Dog,
Well, listen, brother, it's been great talking to you. I
tight.
really appreciate
We
it.
fucking watched one. It's
Very
been
happy to meet you.
so long since I've watched Joe Rogan. Like
So years, so it's a pleasure
a week.
to do this. And
Pleasure's all mine, dude.
I kind of want to watch Kill Tony again now. Those are fucking hilarious.
my pleasure. Let's break bread someday. Have a good time. Hang out. Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna crack my arm. Oh, got it.
All right. Sounds
That
good,
hurts
brother.
like a
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. I got. Check out the Joe Rogan podcast right now. All day. Dog, are you gonna eat? I fucking love macaroni salad. So much. I love potato salad. I love coleslaw. I love all kinds of salad. I love Israeli salad. I love cucumber salad. All day.
Good to see you, my friend. It's been too long. What? It's so cool. Good to see you too. When was the last time I saw you, brother? It was like 5 years ago or something. 5 years ago. And I did the show here when you were in LA. Yeah, at the warehouse. Damn, that's what I miss most about the store. Is traveling dudes. We'd meet up. We'd meet up at the home base. Yes. You know? And when I was a young comic, I would see like older comics, like that would see on television. They would just coming out at that bar or the patio. Get a refresh. Yeah, you pass by and you say, "Oh, yeah, that's Arsenio Hall. That's the Boozler, right? OG right there." Right, so you're like, what? Right. I used to see her at Dodger Stadium when I worked at Dodger Stadium, and I would ask her for advice, and she was just, like, so every company package, just keep writing. She's a funny comic. Yeah, she was a funny comic. Who's that lady that was on Curb Your Enthusiasm? She's very funny too. Old school comic. God damn it. I'm very embarrassed that I forgot her name. She hasn't done comedy in a long time. Look that up. Yes. Oh, so that's when they stand up? Yeah. Oh, she was great. Oh, she was really funny. I middled her once. Like fucking 1989 or some shit. Way back in the day. Remember who you middled for? That lady? Yeah. Someplace on Long Island. Might have been like Governors or something like that. I do not remember, but I remember she was very nice. She was very funny, very nice, very encouraging. Which is the best, man. When you get to work with somebody you see on television and you just like starting out and they're nice to you, that's so valuable. I can't believe it. Like when I wanted to. She is. Whoa! She was like Elaine from Seinfeld. Yeah, similar. But that's the haircut back then, huh? Yeah. Well, they all had the crazy hair. Everybody lost their mind in the 80s.
Dog,
Yeah,
I need that fucking Joey Diaz. Some of my favorite times when the power went out. Okay, so you're not gonna watch Felipe Esparza? Do you think he's funny? Yeah, he's fucking hilarious. On
I think it was when people started doing
what's that show?
That's
Super
what
Show.
I think it's the 80s.
He's hilarious with Joey Diaz. Some of my favorite times when the power would go out. Joey Diaz. Theo Vaughn. Dude, you're not gonna learn anything from this. This is like watching cartoons. Some of my favorite times are when the power would go out. Oh, these are so funny though. I gotta hear that fucking thing. Reefer, reefer, laughter, reefer, mushroom.
Terrible.
Yeah, that's what makes families, brother. Reefer.
Substances. Here's that rock and roll cocaine.
Reefer.
Cocaine was stepped on.
Reefer.
Have amphetamines, fentanyl, and all kinds of other shit. Good shit. That's the perfect way they get wrapped in. And I just say
Give it to me.
Never tried.
Take that, you weed.
I had a buddy of mine, his cousin started selling it. And he was a great guy. And I watched this dude kind of like shrink into himself and lost a ton of weight. And him and his girlfriend they had this attic apartment.
Yeah. Do it. Do the fucking one where it's like reefer, mushroom, laughter.
And I wanted to be a comedian. I went to a library to learn about
Kick that, Muley. Kick that, Muley.
Another book called
Kick that, Muley.
Bro, I mean, it had
Kick that, Muley. Kick that. Eat fox. Do you ever eat any fox?
That's how you
Oh, wait.
Comedy USA.
That one might be fucking Ralphie May.
I was looking for gigs in 2000, right? And I remember this comedian named Shang.
Dude, you know you don't learn any.
God lucky that I was in
This is lunch. Look at this one.
Best I've ever seen in my life. I've seen them harder than around. That's what we all did. So many like little. They said that these Worcester. Yeah. Yeah, they got the they former nice to be here. Started. All right. Manager. On one water. It's not easy. And I one with ever. Right. Ask your help now. AG1 conflict. AG1.com. You did 92. But one of a few slack. He was gone. Oh, Chicago. They kind of stayed around. 5,000 down. That oh, they're wrong. Sure that he can manage it. 60. Craziest. it had it so. Same time as him getting super. It's like you guys. That's crazy. I got with a big water. At this meeting, try that. But got the job. The fabric people can make it work. All that. Like we first like 10 guys. Control. Like fuck. Fucking cockers. Yeah. I think auto. It's not. Who's out there? Yes, but they're real excited. The funny part about this wasn't for them to get out. For it. Set up crazy. How come they don't build a fucking baby? I don't know what you got. All right. This is okay. See him say it. You know, look.
Those are bad kids. I heard they said block those kids.
In real life. Oh, so you got what? Long. Oh, that's a good. Oh, good. Yeah. When he's on stage. Yeah. Who's on? Oh, stuck with. No. Shows up. It's hilarious. People come. So, it's like you gotta. This like surrounded. Shit doesn't. Jeff Scott. Fat. Fat. I would book. He has to back it. What, brother? Oh, four. Sure. That shoulder pads. Yeah. Todd. This is so. Trying to help. There's nothing to do it other than you. Like who would have told me? That killing with his crap, all non sequitur. You know, really with him. Plans that have come out about heroin, and cannabis. Yep. Everybody elected to put us in. Everybody was killed by the conspiracy bodyguards, right? Expiation. People that are doing drugs. Yeah. Air thrown off the roof. About the crime. Joe Hendricks has got with Tappy, managers. there was a lot. Think about so many now. Therapy. Better health. And I talked about that wrong. Yeah. So it's great. When a kid literally walk down the street, that you wouldn't think there's no before. This is the first. They go that up. Get that up. He making mistakes. See, I said it to him because shake your hips like see. That's this. The one you have that outside. Before Elvis, that's God. And then being Vegas residency because you don't care what the gig is, like, so like like oh, you know, it's no, it might be the still connect. Don't we get psyched? New York. It's like people go there. It's like it's crazy. Every day, other people should. Yeah, I mean, you gotta see. It, I love it. Look, it's very. So 1956. So, Spain. That's a they said they wouldn't. They opted. I live in this of course. It's beautiful. That's what. Sam? So, that must be said. Bro, you would. Yeah, dude, I got. A set was Tom. Was like they live. Free chill. Yeah. So there was crazy. Jim. So you always. Yeah, we didn't. The world was when every television was. Married with children, came back. Changed the connected. So like show. Color. Here's So, they were doing that. The camera paused so they really pull it. That should be okay. It's oh wait. About that. He's been through it. First going up. First of all, 5. Even if he has, yeah, when she was. Big, big ass. It's another shot. Is it all right? Oh, okay. I didn't really start into it until scat. I became friends with Dave doing it. Like the line. He writes things all the time. And so do that. He's funny. Is there totally everything. It's still fun. That's this day. The show is it's work. Realize how good Poncho or okay. Good. I mean, for the UFC, they're amazing. So shaky. What we got? Walk here, right? Realize yours work. Thing. What are two hands? So, something. But Right? Maybe they should probably look that about that. Here's the people spoke language. So you felt like there. I would put that. That's the word. Right. Yeah. All right. Talk. That's not begging you to make fun of. Right. Like, and then, hey, yeah. And, certain hours, I should probably just focus. And I think it takes a light super nerd. Oh, it's yes. You light them on fire. Then go. How much? Like,
Or Baltimore. Dr. Oh, there's that. Not for it's see like also it's pretty probably people think Campbell it's like what is it? Like oh now Campbell steer healthy but straws around start looking at paper. That video. The one that either more
So, that's good. Your face. Carry if you're like it's like used to. Don't touch your all day. So, that's what my prize. And even if you get it, hell no. Lieutenant, really good steak ball. Yeah, it's you did. So I'm told. photo. You can't cheat. Oh. Pizza. Good. Good. TikTok. Nice. Don't go on. Just scroll and stare. You shoved it through it. And we got caught. Just hanging around with a bunch of long shoulder. It's like adaptation. Yeah. Another country. Oh. No, it's not. Easy, but it's good enough. So, man, so, California, yes. David. And first, breakfast. It's called Easy Takeout. Chili coffee, though. This is very. Oh. Another one. Okay. Smiling, yeah. Imagine party. Imagine showing somebody that American culture. Go back, show the ball party. Chappelle show would take place. Started out at. But that is Robby. That's what. Who's on first? Or any test? I have a history performance podcast, so I just stand-up comedy. What's the second? Video comedy. That's awesome. I like it. Talking. So, I wouldn't say nothing in front of. Well, yeah. 20 people go back. For 7. Oh, like that, right? 15. Yeah, I'm a special thing. Shut it. So scared. hear someone? That matter. Video. It was city. It just Indiana. Yeah. Like a 12-mile train. Road black. Go. No, we would. But it's out there. Like, what was that? Pull that. Mile trailer. That one line. You see the boat. What was made but anyway, get rid of Ohio. Make it of a similar loving a comic whole. I do. Taylor. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Yeah. Browser. This app. 60 years. Great. This percent chance. See, 1.5%. And then do that one. pizza. Shit. Let's. Yeah. Some carbon software with photo of you, whatever the fuck. She's doing. And it was wild. With the team. Yeah. You like that? Really fun. There's a little bit. Fiberglass is. Field day of pizza. Look at that. Less. Spiders that have that. So they pick. Possible to do it to death. How to remove your information. I had a friend of mine who came in here to do it. You actually get text messages on it. iPhone or your phone. So you don't text. Diatribes. Just hold the whole. You know, get regular. And you get in there. What's that? Feet. On Twitter, you don't get your text. Fucking needed to. You like it. He was in here with me. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Larry Bubble Brown fucked up. Yeah, see it. Original. Remember. Yeah, change it out. Urge. For the last. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes. Sauna. Ciao. And I feel like go. This conversation. Depends. Most days. So you can do it about 5 every day. So, yeah. What they want is so this is what first my job. You know, drop over. Because see it. And like looks like excellent part. It's called the preserved black. But all this water. I want to see that guy. He's every morning when he's waking up. Yeah. Iron Man. Iron Man triathlon. Photo of him, and then he comes out. He likes for Canadian. So I don't. So when I go to my cool, and I get my costume, crash me hanging. So fucked up. I'm down. You just find it's the way. Funny. We have stuff. This time. And it's got like get better. So war and words to real war. The wind was down. Jen? Before we Iraq. Invading Kuwait in 1990. And we were holy shit, man. Watching those mosquito raids going after like man. Like, you know, they said so sophisticated about how you got the receipts. What is love? Disaster. A sense of what it must have been like. The movies of the era. Man. Cool. That was all hardcore. You know what? Stand. Getting that would reach. That's okay. I looked for myself out there. Audio. Oh, okay. You know, like, now. Everybody's free. On a summer day, stood on city. With the stuff. And this is now 1873. Fun. Because it was removed. Fronting it. But then there was an hey, is evil. This I thought about this is a good way. This was so damn. I'll go back to oh my. So have even let's go back. Spoil. Escape. So why everyone some other stuff. How do you flip though? Oh my God. This one. Damn it. This is window on this. Again. Yeah, but another story. States and sides. Their turn. Tell you. Is it happen? Family. They have to tell you that. 2, 3. Yeah. Oil, right? Oh, right. Good. How do you see your body? Supported in a chemical. It seems you want like, oh, even water, chemical, or a compound. You have space so that. Yeah. I drew. Sure, but then did what kind of earth? Really exciting. Yeah. Use that thing for like hours. this movie. I probably have. But I wouldn't suggest it. I mean, and then other deer pick it up. Yeah. It's super fucking contagious, and it kills the shit out of them. That's a because it's a deer. It's such a place killing populations or interact with each other. No human. Yeah. Disease has been the used to be type of deer. It started out with seen a lot of deer in America and like yeah. So, because I think farms that do a great job, if you want to put out, take care of the ground, put food plots in every meadow. We've got 1,000 acres, don't fence it all in. Like you could do that in Texas, and you could buy deer. So you say, okay, I want to buy, like 20 white-tailed deer and let them loose on my property. You got this 1,000-acre spot or wherever you're at. If you get a deer that is from a farm that's unethical, they're all going to be stacked next to each other, just like pigs. When you watch fucking factory farming for pigs, they're going to be corralled and shit. Most of them don't do this, but you're always going to have people that are unethical. And when people do things where diseases start getting spread and they kind of cover it up or lie about it because they don't want to lose money, and then they're sending deer around. So, like, there's a lot of regulations now on how you can move deer across state lines because of these diseases.
If you have bad deer meat, can you cover it up with a bunch of good deer meat where that bad meat disappears?
What do you mean?
Just say, like, because I remember myself cooking. and I had like I spilled like a shitload of garlic on my oatmeal, and I was making oatmeal for 15 motherfuckers in rehab. So I just started putting in more oatmeal, and more milk to hide the garlic smell. But in the end, everybody was farting anyway, so they still got it. But do people do that? What you're saying, that people do that with deer meat? That when they cover it up?
Do that? Yeah, you could make
That
sausage.
the people are not unethical. They hide it.
No. See, what we're talking about, chronic wasting disease, that's different. All right, it probably wouldn't. Still test positive. So, maybe the jump to human. Scary fucking. They do what put scabs on a small box. It seemed what happened was Indians came over here. The Native Americans had people that were there. So there's a way to prepare, but there's filled with right, but monkey parrot buckets nested, but it's all of them. They probably viruses fighting the land. Probably having sex with each other. Yeah, and it's none of it's actually probably fighting each other. Down fucking North America. People and we talked about this before. He's like cut people's office off, bring back the weight. A real thing. The people take breathing disease, healthy. just week-long down below. And so he asked for which was cold. And up to 14 wives. Big group buddy. They're a kid. That they're discovered. Giant, right? Where and there, this emperor's drowned. But one was this trap or the person. This is so they all with the terracotta. They probably did terracotta art before. So when they find these, that's all. Talk about it, right? So I remember that's ridiculous. My voice. That's all. People showing. Okay. But it's wow. Yeah. Digo, sobre la Singapore. but they can see until whereas the element now so hot, it's F devices. It, air quote, chamber hard. That's it. Yeah. What happened? Like, well, darling, that's or yeah, in the night. People like correct. I don't I love eating time up. Get there everything. Thank you. Even die. Or sexy. Yes. I would always sort of or urban legend. Sure. What's the so you want to put up on here? Okay, yours. Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, that's right. And don't show it up. What's up? It's reversed. This is really beating him. Oh, the heck? It's not like he just bananas all you know. One day. Yeah, we. That's why they you're like, origin. That's where you're see. Go to a help them. Food block. I believe reason for sure. They brought a couple. Great. Why is the this dude? What? Random text. Cool. Right in my fucking. Yeah. Right. Good. Right. The higher. All of what? Yeah, they can't see. You're playing. This is, you know, Hollywood. It's a, they have one. But it's also like, now my red bottle. Yeah, this bitch is her. Her. Come on. Wearing things. And they wear. We're so lucky we don't have it. That's real. That's what you are. You come here. Interesting. I mean, most. Regular. Our regular. When they got this topic. Very rare. It's that's why not help for right? Would cut down. All that stuff, man. So it's terrible. It's the so okay. For you. Okay. Order what we force of Gen 20. Destination. You go with a lease daily with younger. Right? Go that way. Again. 17. It's back in the other shoot who wrote that feel sick. It'll be red, green, valley. Black. Ah! Man, that's scary shit. That's scary shit. Higher incidence of certain issues that maybe women have that where how about the beef that yeah. That's what cake make the better than big. With that complicated. Really, the idea of it's crazy. You like both of these guys. Man, feel up. Sonya had a second. Oh, beautiful. Right there. And then, yeah. Classic. It's like one of the most favorite moment I think, but he's the fucking boot. Yes. And then and when he fires those arrows, see me fuck. And you're at that. That's what makes world. So, you feel never level of happiness. That's like saying something like that. Every day. That's human fuel. Right. So, you're gonna go right immediately relative. Nice. But it's not. Yes. That's a cool. I feel like well, Daddy. Yeah. outrageous. Drugs in the book. Oh, on order. It's just a found it. I'm looking. Talk about that I live in. You guys follow that. I found and he had Nick. In the style plus and I know that costumes. Oh, this two bro with this and the world though. First quicker of magic. Oh, that's they took some. How they can execute. Yes, John. The close. Yes. Okay. How do you go to eat? Yeah. Yeah. Gives the money back. Too much in. Really? What's your one of the best locking worst or what's the dumb? It's not something. That's the reason. Yeah. So Tram, sure. No pamphlet, story collector, read 40 more than a decade past. Character really great. Hitler was your publisher. Right. Now, cross. So, I'm good with cross. Hey, yes, yeah. Just keep it. Better. Like chess. All told me I did. Every day. I do fun stuff. Than me. So she did was and generally everything. It's so funny. Yeah. Like she hated there was a company that stated that call this is um early uh, rated so like I'm right yeah they're next year has good grandmaster too and I think he's something there. They're really taste it. And then, of course, controversy. I didn't know. Legitimate theory. So it actually started with one of my friend's streamer channel, like one random set. Make it it's yeah, maybe. Then it's outside, tweeted it, obviously it flew on. He said like, let's do it. Yes. Has happened. Reality. young man. But he does have history of some shenanigans. Where movies. He's not nearly executed of his reading. But if you I would say that, yeah, someone in partly as this getting some of what he wants to play. Maybe he yeah. I mean, there was chess level. With these games, they're on but so there's three so like into everything, but one of the factors and ever since that, uh, a lead chess book that's outside. Through that, we do have chess engines that basically have perfect chess, right? Like anybody with their phone can, as I think Elon tweeted to Gary once, like my iPhone can beat you at chess, which is the truth. And this means that anybody having access to information it's incredibly dangerous. And I think top level chess has been a lot based on trust. And whenever you have outsiders whom there are these stories about, everybody gets a bit jittery. There's like people who you could assume that he kind of easily if to some extent this is a little bit on other 2000 George. Would they yeah. Um, that's it. There was right. Um, it's like the most thing. Something about a lot. Tournaments in and out. Right? In the yeah, they about the eerie one instead of somehow. Okay, got it. Yeah. What the?
Like it would letter indicate where you would move, and it would be vibration. Understood.
Sort of take. There was. One of them. It's circles around. No. There. Chicken. It's amazing. No. They told me that. It's far the end. Tournament. It's such a games that you be a support continue. I think it'd be. I think what it, what about learning to get anyone that so I are there learning how to talk and so on. Slayer. Become the game. But I do that there are no it's just you are first. I like it's a bit lazy. Um, yeah. I like I look I do that all the time. Put a blood bath down. I got there. Certain how it was me. But, and this guy was like, "Yep." And he listened. It's that out. You know? Nothing. No, I have by the this is I like I don't I mean I don't like how much study just but the thing is like that I obsession once a week. Work. Yeah, I like I would still I just homework. So in in I like I'm thinking as a cause for the sake that if you join them for this is you can get very, very it's free education. That is more exciting. It's still being able to play. There's a series to train and then chess. Physical health. Do you think you have a unique mind for chess? Like, what do you think? I think it has to be like if if there's a game like other ones, it's fun. Like, if that person I played, um, my sisters are, there are, I just, Ireland early, um, was in Dakota. Other kids. Thing that people want to do things like for so many. So I don't. Like other get a chance to your kitchen. We'll just stop. It's basically one is that practically no both. But I don't think any of their daughters there. Yeah, and now or whatever. Hi. I kind of exactly what I you know, makes that you're obsessed with it more because it's annoying. Well, that's what I feel. So, says about like it's a gift. Yeah. You know, jump out of it, be the best. Yeah. When you're trying to do something it becomes you get that. I think I think you're to church. It's been massive. The Netflix going up in here. Sports trip. I do recognize how could I? What's the way like? Yeah, no.
Design. Whatever. It's embarrassing. Chess.
by 0 listen. Clemens, Connie Britton. He's now playing like psycho. Yeah. Yeah. It's a young kid who what? Who like what? Smooch it. Boy, like that. Water. Explain to me the difference. And then, the other, even though it's good. Why is that? I yeah, but ever what? And do you prepare ready to begin? No, it's if that I that I yeah. That's so you think as the play. Yeah. Right. Are you passionate? Yeah. Really all there is. And remember, remember, well, that's going on. Remember, that's the breath. That's the thing. I give actually, cold legs off. Chest. Like, he felt it was about miles. But like, that's there's it's I'm know how to do it, but it looks incredibly. Like, use the computer. Yeah. A secret of it's like black. 8 times this way, 8 times. Just keep doing it. Flat down. He does it like yeah. It was over like 3 seconds. Thing. Being busy. It's what's this? Yeah. The show.
So, have you watched me when? Yeah. It's like think about that. I did those things when I was, like, which I think was a good thing. It's just, but that's not kind of fun for everything else. I think that's important as well. I think some of the anxiety playing on mine. So there, good one. Yeah, video game. You do it now. Make it one. You know, there's benefit to video games. About this food, food play. 5% less than you will make 30 mistakes. You want to get video games. 30 seconds less to an operation. That's one another. Video that's a waste of time. That can be a problem on a regular basis. Which doesn't make sense, but like a frivolous is like no pursuit. That has though a different from another. So again, like it, and they gave over with trust. A good that I made with a focus on well. And I probably went through all sorts of so, or, it was real. So, cold turkey. And if you have other things to fill out the games, yes. I read the we technically to
I have that same personality that I have.
It's like I see what it is.
Well, I always I would say yeah. I'm not excited about this. I can 100%. I can 100%. Right? Honestly, what I told you. I'm much better if I get. No, never. You know, it's easy. Like every day. Yeah. And if you got in, and I see that. Yeah. Like, there we go. Here, round. Each graph. Upper subverts the just the like times a week. First, you can think of it yourself. But for some reason, some show mid-range clear. Your call. You know, old. They know that all at the board and count. See, that's inflation. And it's very so I, I want the president to want to something every day. Find that. Now they have setups, but one of the reasons why client problem at all. It's dark. No, like maybe
It's a very specific that people sometimes work different. So, green light, and walk. Yeah. I think like could you get oh it doesn't work. No. What I guess sort of just whatever that they have is probably communication between hands. With their hands. Right. Yeah, that's a good point. You need like probably, well, even if you play golf, like say you play chess, like oh that must be the most society. But this you need position whether it's deserved. I don't know, but just think about the fact that it's but uh, the thing now though, we're trying to actually make it difficult because now preparation has got to be more like sitting and just the break. No, it's not. And we like so even if you go like you could play no, this is chess. Maybe turn into the wall. It's the player from let's say, you know, no have skill. Oh, no, oh, stuff. What basically decisions you could and basically before the game. And you basically get that's for the traditional that not and get there's some people who don't like it. Become just basically all the fun. Oh, it's just so that's good. Great. Um, really unique about today. Coming up or not, just studying and coaching. Instant. That's what's unique about today. And I think games, comedy as well. So you get level stuff, which gets how to play at a very and you can be sure. Yeah, I Raleigh, I had a kid go as he plays with that originally. He was up that just go like recommended that this is the most time. So typically and they're able to multiple cloud game server. How many games have I played? What else did I say? They're like all the everything. That's basically conflict. Where it's got there. Shoot. What he's doing. That guy's got. Oh. Like conflict, right? From what it has, especially little time. No, the only one of the study during game tagged with station as a he has to solve. What does my do this? Like, or what is this possible? I see this. So, they call it sometimes certain situation. Also, in there's there's always a time. Used to be first report. 20 for the rest. And maximum. Enormous. Or trade profit. Okay. Did you before you watched this report? But I think back then, how they're and they're not. Though I don't what's the name of their thing. They're strange. Like that. Roads. Super great time. But it this guy just I guess that I ever the year or something. He just here to explore that that's probably and this is well, very simple. So I played on one like with one tip before, right? Because you're playing, you're moving first. I never like I'm one of the best players in the world, and I never thought of that. So I actually took up that line, and I used it. I used it with six. That's against some of the best players in the world.
Wow.
So I'm like I don't know if that variation has a name. Like I've seen some other players play it afterwards as well, but I just call it the Henry Carlson variation.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Dad must be pretty proud of that.
He is very proud. It's funny though that my dad and my sisters, two of my sisters, they played a bit of competitive chess as well. that have been shown through clinical trials to improve cognitive performance. Theanine, different things that enhance memory. It's just was cheating. I realized it sleep. I mean, my sleep was 5 hours. REM sleep, like, yeah. I was playing it. Yeah. And it muscle doesn't generally supplementation. The scene, state, brain, stress, support. I take I don't try creates here. Not going to work as good, and it's frustrating, especially if you got a big game and you know that you're starting down 2-0 because your brain is not working the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, I feel that with podcasting all the time, and the real danger is if I do that, if my brain's not on full tilt and I'm talking to a scientist, and I'm like, oh, we have to talk about quantum physics, because I have to have good questions. You have to be able to follow what you're saying because it's so esoteric. It's weird that the brain just doesn't always work exactly how you want it to. And honestly, chess is one of the worst things to do sleep deprived, because I think creativity usually is enhanced when you're not feeling well, when you're sleep deprived. But that's generally not what you need in chess. Like, you need to minimize mistakes. You need precision. And all of my intuition, all of that is just so much worse when I'm not feeling on top of my game. So, do you have a specific thing you do when you're feeling not on top of your game? Do you double check things in your mind? Do you have a process you follow? I just try to play a simpler game where it's not as complicated, really. And when you're feeling good, then you go for it. No, honestly, when I feel good, I don't think about these things. It's just a state of flow where I know how much risk to take. I just. What state of this?
Actually, wait. Big. I will feel like it's like you. Really have like gone down because I accept that I like the average. I'm yeah. There are lowering harder detail. Well, laser focus. To and the absurd okay, that, yeah. Well, that's in my hand. So yeah, more or less things. My best. So I want to urge you pass your turn Maybe Todd. Hey. Bye. Do you ever definitely. Good reading and book. Fun stuff. The, somebody's great ideas. I just that I could have. So I'm middle of it's just in the okay. No, there. Wake up. 5 minutes. I go to do it. Yeah. A lot of people spend 3 with like so I mean and so yeah. Uh, yeah. Do you ever you golf or not? That's forward. Great. Like look um yeah. See. Think about and and where I just uh
like that. If this is I don't feel like log appreciation. True. When someone or you know, whatever. I well, watch my games. That's again. Right, and that's what I see from even as you can do this out of life. Love. That's what it truly is. But you guys enjoy watching. How you became champion, constant, brave with ace. Um, Michigan. I yeah. Has that and what they um, because when they yeah,
worth it. I work for this. This soap games, guys. Listen, you are deep, deeper. Uh, um, and the doc, I was ranked, I think, for the work. Level. Yeah, I just to sort of later actually. But I do. I think it's just like those. You're real to you know, little delusion doing very well. Awesome. Yeah. Right. And okay. It's really like that. And I understand. But yes, well, yeah. And that very much of uh,
Versatile letter. Oh, couple. Chronicles. Chess coach. About 3D. Auto. Again. Well, Michael. He's also Danish. We. That's impressive. Everything. Like. Chess. The other. To like understand why. With then Gary. Yeah, it was worried or for improving or how that's a great thing. People want just usually tap. It takes some skill. The engine if you get some anything. About upload. What should have discussion. Well, much more than that. Well, what else? If monster. AI time. I think like chess engines that when Alpha Zero came along. Task slightly. They were they were like the system making it because it was zero. That's almost. Old. It was like give your human nothing go. I think. Yeah. Well, it's one of the best. That's yeah.
flu. It's still less powerful. Well, just let it. I'll calculate this. We don't. Yeah, guys. Like the best workers. Us. I was playing. So we're still able to. I was just yeah, because so useless. I think also like necessarily relevant as to paper. What right? We play, but like you would love it. Make coffee in it. There, it's take all not as you. It's kingless. Something like Okay, right. Better. That's computer. I would imagine. But with it, like, I don't know. How well, it's never like as they do. Why is human? So, right? Idea. Like in 20. And A lot. Yeah. I think auto. Honestly, and it's with the wow, very that is okay. Uh, uh, maybe. Um, it was I he he observed and what yeah. What would that be like? Oh, oh, if you to emulate fires, you I'd like to make sense. What would be are you better? No, I on the day of where but what is it? A few things. Us? I don't think I could. Just a yes. So, but I think so. Saying feel like I I can never. Back in the all these probably would speak here. Same. So, yeah. I all of them. This is just we're always obsessed. Jason. Yeah, but I can feel it, and then I'm able to feel it. Not well, definitely. I, um, um, I don't have whatever. Fucking nuts. Is
I was on. Seriously, why I got that record. Why like yeah, I guess,
Nano jeans, suits. So they put together. They like wait.
why?
Other than anything. Like, being kind of usually those right. So, thanks. There's this where there's 3 minutes left because there was an accident. Social. Did you? I think it's I just had, but it was startled as the world champion. Happy stuff. Is this? Of 3.5. Yeah, for an hour, and you're yeah. It, it's saying like today. So, to play don't believe it. I believe in Warren is not going to make never have a Robert. The rest of
That's the right.
yes. I'm not sure. Or we steroids. You get a long day. Oh yeah, especially they so I don't think I'll and but somebody's me like take a certain that's better than the other. From last week, right? Situation. They're very like how do done like basically that was uh just a guy but one that like seriously And so,
Incredible the difference.
I'm not.
How are they? They'll be happy. Okay, special. And I would go to raising. Oh, you're in the have all the family. Lawrence of Jordan. Deserts. Who at the time. Like, let's say we're fighting Turks along the way. Anyway. Well, it's okay. Exactly what. Oh, oh yeah. Just a little bit. So, with guys are just and I hope like essentially a couple. His design would
Got some muscle. And so we had to take that shed. That the support team used to kind of trail and then get ahead. And they did. Line up. They abandoned their new one. You could get full vitamins and stuff. Take a nice bump to your body. Pretty good. Easy. With dip. Hard. Long run. One travel pack. Joe Rogan. 70. Go. Was. No, he's great. Ask you all. That's how you'll see that. See, tiny morsels of bugs. So these, yeah, were amazing as well. That's actually the cage, not how close. Please, about I know the Eric, the hell are you? Man, yeah, every single one of them. And like the version. Thanks, buddy. Love you. I don't have to. So, how would you? Because we're there, which makes a huge difference. Way to help. Like, so it seems to me fortunate to have a lot of corporations that are camels, recreating who are with me. I don't this. Yeah, if anything, we aren't. Most get out. And I also think that if you will, but agree. Pro, whatever. This is not anyone. This is free. It's very free. You don't have to use everything. Alright, now I write this. So, with good intention, you extend the opportunity. Yeah, because I feel what the American state communities of this division set up by different closures. Fine. Right. And they what's this? 4, 7. I said right? Yeah. That was eight body. And said the last lick. The same thing. This is a lot. Science. They're saying that they've code link trick. Almost as of yeah, look at to did it go pay a vendor? The company buys it. Well, all coming in? Yeah. I mean, but left. I hate Jeff. So it's a meet. Yeah. Mike Baker. Yeah. It is. Seems like he. To a point. Well, FoxyZilla. Oh, of course he did. I think this stuff that sounds like I didn't watch it. What if we did? How? Regular. I have not. Any new? Has it cut off? Dog. That's what it is. What did he make? When did he? What did he hang? The 20 and nothing. Look at him. So does everybody else. Yeah. Access to the driver. But also, is there? He's doing that. Cool. Work access. Yeah. But look, you have this here one. The work has access. Didn't I just? Yeah. Just like hanging out. That sounds a lot. Guys, get up. It's time to get to. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I like the drive. And also, over what? Pardon me, Mr. Greg. That's it. The you think you're gonna go eat it. And your turn actually implement. It's a huge move. And also to me, right now. They all do. I think you prefer with yeah. Pronunciation. And I've been all a series of so that's why I'm saying chickens. See, fucking is chicken. To said, here's what we're is if then as able to get working from a good time around, given that didn't Democrats I think yeah, take some approach wrong and start firing back. King Sportsbook, official sports betting eBay. Tradition behind your product. EA player product. Plus, bonus bet. Down. That's $50 in context, holding the line. That's it. 68. That's what they need. EKNG. Saying enough. Because you talked about it's still. He's saying an on. There's a there's awesome motivation to work out. And they like they were translating. You did. I feel like they're, you know, we're being this and yeah. And then trying to address people saying with saying but I think it alternative styles. What? How? I think yeah. That you get enough attention when they. Oh, well, I think it's in general. And then like very, you know, it's like online about posting. It's like the it's hard respect. Like, and they were all controlled. What, you loosened up the...
Testosterone.
Yes. Some more liberty. Better. Yes. Life that. What is this? Exactly. Yeah. Just. Fucking. So now I don't imagine. Jason, they're hot. They're very upset. Doing that with her. Her dick in her pants for money.
There really is. Oh my. There's no. Yeah. There's no. Have it with or sex.
And she said that she wants to.
That's the.
Maybe. What the real now? I see things. Some information of something. Story, and I was like, I never thought me. War. Voice, yes. Here. Pretty wild. A problem where a bunch of people. There's some powders. There's very few examples. The I need a better system. And focus. Credibility. That good. Yeah. But most people are living on time, right? And so, if it's a they're really good for common error censorship with beer. That it's not real. Yeah. We're Trump. Very good. When we can play the drums, they're in a ballad. The one with Trump. Yeah, that's catching up on me. Yeah. Then okay, you can drop. Straight going in terms of the distances. Turned it up. How? That is good. When we think this, yeah. So they get a, yeah, we'll talk about that. Yeah. When we get it. Talk about train, the height that you're on site. And after you're in the set, it's a tables on them. It was completely unexpected. Truthfully, this is the way. What the? Yeah, because that's a huge martial. It's called. Rabbi. Just state that it is. I get it for 50. Yeah. The amazing track. And President Netanyahu. Oh, he's doing right. Well, we take sit. I'm hearing some. Was that'd be a war. But is kind of also but the security to make the wall they get other security from peer. Have these other effects. They can't come out of the path, right? I'm talking about room, they've got to respond. They're luckily, you know, look, there's been anima. And goes all the and most look, all this is life. Like here. So the idea of Canadian. True. So, like, Israel. What do you think? How do you rebuild it? And how do you keep it very short, which is a set city? Keep up your life. Look, I can do it. my opinion, the best take on it. Sorry. Let me look at it. Back at Westward infiltrating organization. Yeah, you go public. Geopolitical. Yep. Great. Uranium. We were. That's a good thing. Okay. No. Wow. Oh. Now. Uranium. So, no. See. I guess. I mean. Yeah. But still. You know, just to and I so, something. Directing. I can live it. Well, I'm a very civil person. And, yeah. Well, yes, I think you're right. Yeah. 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 because we the exercise. We are. Right? Coming from the fucking U.S. government. One of the hardest words are just something. So because so where it's going to get that some change. It's more just again. Important programs they this gets a one thing out of it. Ready program and healthy and you know you mean like not track. So now Tasted. Okay. Post elected. Loading. You know. Destruction of the. No, is that you can see them cold. Smoke. Sort of a. That they are. The house and their shit together. Yeah. Right? You think. I've never been particularly, you know, and that's what makes magic. That's what makes, you know, just, and I don't just, again, but you can't just look at you. I guarantee you, shit can everything. He's talking about getting more out than necessary. They're more. Right. So, okay, now. Pure. Right? This is of course, just yeah. I just start to load. Let's go after is that of course if you don't this have our interest, someone else would. The world we live in, so that's what I'm. That's the question. Saying, to say you guys, of which they're. You can. Because there's still a bunch of model stuff. Yeah. I would have been doing a corporate. Up and that's him. Well, yeah. Way. Right. Yeah. Nutrition. There's some. Beautiful. I You need to understand. During the what happened? great. Yeah, so sheep part. Yeah. It in the south. Now, yeah. Walk about. While the went up. Salt of the truck. And you probably go. Well, that's what they're saying. Yeah. This boat. What's up? Cheers. Great. The third one. Yeah, that one. Check this. Like, look at oh, God. Right, right. Famous. Listen, I'm trying to have disease. So, it's interesting. If you're because they picked up beard him. Believe sort of political news, like in Fox News, different ages. So this is over 2000. Oh, they've been fucking. It's not much work. Oh, yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I was 100. Understand all. And this computer is ancient, right? Yeah, 100 years ago. So was complaining was and for that. Doesn't mean much to it now. See you on shop. Call, a couple. We're paying dead people. Yes. I could see Jeremy because so that it was getting about okay, right? A lot of that. It, because the name murder said is it a vampire? Dirty stuff. more sense than did it. There's a tried by Dennis. Now they're coming. So I guess it's true. Operation. Yeah. I should just have. Yeah. Right. Okay. So I think that's great. So, yeah. Okay. Sounds awesome. Yeah. So, with me, you know, allows this to happen. My take. Very. It's not as way. It's not. The brother takes right. Hey, you would do that with they'll be able to keep all these safe. I don't think you should be spending on hope. It's well. Yeah. They're not. That's what the heck. But the yeah.
We're not going to give you a time.
And it's It's coming. That comes. Somebody thinks. You know, somebody in some. So. What? Oh, go on. Yeah, trust. Yeah. have. Hold up. Period. Yeah. Custom to right? Kids. City stuff. Gotcha. So in one, work as packs, and they're so good at it. They're so good at it. They're so fucking smart. They're so smart. They're all together. Yeah. Right. Yellowstone. So, lot, family. They're amazing. That are both downtown Denver. The area of these people. Tour area. But fuck you. Yeah. Well, even. And, yeah, luck. State House is great. Maybe right now, understand what's important. It's a great. It's set up. We don't understand at all how it operates. Is what's the music? It's not important. Or yeah, we'll do that. Again, Wyoming, Florida. Right out. Wants to film the California. It's like, well, the rancher works on the video. In Bakersfield. We create stuff. Now, do that now. That's happen. Travel probably wasn't good. Was that soldier, grandchildren? I doesn't think that all the way down distance. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. And that shows what there is. Montana, that is the point of shooting in this case. Cow elk basically shoots deep snow. You can just pick because they're populated. And so you get like pounds of meat. Right. And what that. So things and one more. It's okay. I got to see. Baby. Get it. You get this. And I put it in the. You look at the thing. This is what I saw the black bear. Control lot. Fishing in the wet. Barely ran on. Oh, that's old black. That works. That's what I figured. Pulling that football. Yeah. Fucking. Yeah, I don't think they did a review. Yeah. Anyway, the way guys. Sure. Right. Come on, bud. Stop. In the old days, we would seem like